Welcome to the show, Guy. We're so excited to get vulnerable with you and learn a little bit more about your podcasting journey. Johnny and I are huge fans of the show, How I Built This, and we really enjoyed the book, How I Built This, as well.
Thanks, guys. It's great to be here, and I hope we don't get too vulnerable because I'm in a really vulnerable place between the fires and the pandemic and environmental degradation, political unrest. Woo!
Well, we're
What a
all
year.
So you mean you're in California? Yeah.
In
We're all feeling
2020.
it.
Yes.
Exactly. Now, you've been a radio journalist and even a wartime correspondent for a long time, and now you're one of the most recognized and successful podcasters in the world. What set you on the path to becoming a podcaster?
It's funny. I mean, I would say it's only in the last like 2 or 3 years when that description didn't kind of like momentarily jar me. I always thought of myself as a radio person because I started out in radio. And um and because of the podcasting boom, what I've always been doing is kind of the definition has changed, right? But the actual thing that I do hasn't really changed. So it's only in the last couple of years where I've actually thought, yeah, I've really kind of embraced this. I remember talking with Casey Neistat about about him being described as a YouTuber rather than a filmmaker. And at first people sort of use that phrase in a kind of a pejorative way, like, oh, he's just a YouTuber. But that's how he describes himself now, because it's actually some of the best filmmakers are YouTubers. And so for me, it really began in radio. I started out as a radio reporter. I started out as from the started at the bottom, and I worked as a radio reporter most of my early career, and eventually became a radio anchor, news anchor on NPR, of a news program. And really, about 8 years ago, I just kind of lost my faith in not my faith. I had a kind of a moment of disillusionment with the news. I really felt like, I needed to make a better contribution to the world in a small way. And I didn't feel like I was doing that in news. I felt like, even though we were covering important things, and I'm really proud of the work I was able to do, and I got to cover stories around the world, and cover 4 wars and live in countries and meet incredible people. I felt like people were even more polarized, at that time than when I started. And so I kind of my journey into kind of podcasting was really leaving the news side of what I did and starting to create programs that dealt with human behavior and human experiences that were more universal, that weren't about like up to the minute, this is happening now, this is happening now, that's happening tomorrow. And it began with TED Radio Hour, a show that I helped launch in 2013. And really the idea behind that show was, can we make a show where every single episode can be heard now or in 5 years or in 10 years and it will still be relevant? Can these be evergreen programs that are designed to stand the test of time? And that was the beginning. And that sort of has taken me to where I am today, proudly a podcaster.
I
We are
wanted,
glad to hear that.
yeah, and I just wanted to say that I feel that all of us in the podcasting industry, at this moment, have a sense of either we can add to the turmoil and the insanity that's seemingly being around us, or we can use our platforms to bring everybody together, and put out messages of education and being able to help people see the world for what it is around them, because I think a lot of people are finding the news to be agenda driven and divisive at this time.
I agree with you. I mean, I think that, the way people, especially younger people, are consuming information on their own terms through podcasting gives us a huge opportunity to create content that, that does elevate the conversation, that does get people thinking about big ideas, that does get people thinking more deeply about themselves and about the people around them. And I hope that stays. I mean, of course, it's a commercial environment, so there will always
Yes.
be opportunities for people who don't want to do that. who don't want to, and as long as there's an audience for those people, for better or worse, the marketplace will determine, who succeeds and who doesn't. But I agree with you. I think that we have an opportunity and a responsibility to do that because we have time. We don't have to end on the hour. We can keep these conversations going. So I agree. I applaud that.
And what drew you to Successful Entrepreneurs as a way to have those timeless conversations?
It's funny. I just got off a call with the founders of Wayfair. They were on my show on how I built this 3 years ago. Neeraj Shah and Steve Conine, and they had zero passion about furniture. They couldn't care less about furniture when they started out. Now they do. They have a tremendous interest in furniture, but they didn't care about it. They didn't know much about it. They were really interested in solving a problem and a challenge, and that was why does somebody living in New York or LA have access to really great furniture, but someone living in Omaha or Des Moines doesn't? They don't have easy access to great furniture, and they wanted to make this something that anybody could access. In my case, I first really encountered entrepreneur stories in 2008 when I was on a sabbatical year. I got a journalism fellowship that year, and I spent the year at Harvard. They offer this really fancy fellowship to journalists, and you can take classes all over the place, wherever you want, and they pay for everything. It's unbelievable. And I took a class at Harvard Business School, and I was expecting charts and graphs and formulas and algorithms. I was blown away when we got our first assignment, which was to read a case study, which was essentially a story. And it was a story of an entrepreneur and a crisis they faced, and you had to wait to the next class to find out what happened. And I was just blown away. I thought, this is how they teach business school? This is amazing. These are incredible human journeys. These are like any story of any journey you've ever encountered, the Odyssey or Gilgamesh or any of these heroes that you see in classic literature that Joseph Campbell wrote about in the 70s, Star Wars, Harry Potter. It's like there's this person with a crazy idea, and she tells people in the village, and they all tell her she's crazy, so she has to leave the village, or they exile her from the village, and she goes on this journey. She slays a dragon, she almost dies in an abyss, she finds a mentor. All of those elements are in the stories of founders and founders of these incredible companies and brands. And once I connected the dots, it was clear to me that I wanted to make a show like this. It just took me a while to actually, launch it, but it was always in the back of my mind because there's so much at stake when you're starting a business. There's the possibility for failure and for collapse and for financial ruin and for embarrassment and shame. I mean, there are all of these things that we as humans naturally want to avoid. Like our saber-toothed tiger, in the savannah instinct says, get out of here. And so I really want to explore what motivates people to do that, and how, and can we learn how to do that? And so that was the genesis of the show. And I think it sort of defines what it is today.
And I think that speaks to the success of the show in that hero's journey is relatable whether or not you are trying to start a business. And I know so many non-entrepreneurs who love the show and love digging into these personal moments that you have with these incredible founders.
It's so nice to hear that. I mean, I'm just honestly, I hope it doesn't sound like falsely modest. I work in this studio that you're looking at me right now at. I mean, this is where I work from. And I spend, especially in COVID, I don't have any interaction with anyone except my family, my wife and my kids. And hearing from people who love this show means so much. It really does. And sometimes I have to stop and kind of take stock of it because, I think like a lot of people, I tend to get a little obsessed with the occasional negative comments or some of the mean things that people will write now and again, and it really does. I'm getting better at it, but I want people to love it. I want people to feel empowered by it. So it really does mean a lot. I think the reason why the show resonates with people who may not be interested in starting their own business necessarily is because it's not a roadmap for how to start a business. I mean, it can be. and it certainly is very useful. And if you don't have an MBA, it's a great free alternative. But it's also a way to think. It's also a show that hopefully kind of teaches you how to think creatively and how to solve problems. And so for people who work for big companies or who are working in marketing or who are working in sales or who are just like going for a run and need like an extra boost of like, oh my God, this person's doing this crazy thing. That's really what I want the show to be. I want it to be this inspiring show that also reminds people that some of these huge brands and the people behind them, they're not superheroes. They're just like you. They are just like you. And they have gone through some really challenging times and moments. And one of the ways that they are giving back is by really going deep and showing their vulnerability and taking us along that journey. And I want people to share that journey because I want people to understand that you are no different. And I'm only telling their story because they took the leap. And you can too. You can too.
It really is a show about vulnerability. And what I love about the conversations is you get founders that we normally see, keynote speaking on stage or even in traditional media interviews. And they're very buttoned up. They're very PR driven. They understand anything they say is going to impact share value, et cetera. And yet you're able to create these really deep moments of connection and vulnerability and hear a side of the story that we don't often hear in building the business. How do you get your guests to feel safe enough to open up when many of their traditional interviews go a complete opposite direction?
I mean, part of it, AJ, to be honest, is to do something really counterintuitive. The way PR and communications specialists deal with the media is really needs to be disrupted, and it's ripe for disruption. And anybody listening to this who wants to get into that industry, there are lots of opportunities to disrupt it because the traditional approach is you go to a media outlet or a show and you say, my client is available to talk about this, and that. These are all the 10 amazing things about them. And like Forbes 30 under 30 and, Nobel Prize winner at 17 and whatever, all these accolades. Right. And they're pitching by and large in an old school way to like the morning network news shows that we're going to give them 4 minutes or 3 minutes, right? It's very different now, especially with podcasts. And I am not looking to have somebody come on for an hour and just talk about all their successes. Not because I'm not proud of them and I want to cheer them on. It's just boring. Who wants to hear about somebody's success for an hour? It's not that interesting. What you want to do is you want to hear from somebody who has achieved success, but you want to hear about the failures that they experienced along the way because that's when you actually learn. And what I do is it's a combination of things. I explain that to people before they come on the show, and I always say, look, we don't want to force you to come on the show. We don't want to beg anybody to come on the show. We want you to come on the show with a sense of generosity. And we want you to come on the show knowing that what you're doing is a public service. We don't charge for the show. It's a public radio program. It's your opportunity to really go deep into your life. We will do a lot of research to make sure that it is accurate. And it's as simple as that. And what happens inevitably is that the people who come on the show, they have agreed to that. We do get pitched. And I was just pitched an incredibly big major founder. And I wrote back to the person's communications specialist and I said, I would love to interview this person. I am absolutely fascinated by this person's story, but I want you to understand that my one condition for this person appearing on the show is there are no conditions. And if you're okay with that, and if your person is okay with that, let's do it. But if not, that's okay. Let's part as friends. And that's basically what we do.
So getting that buy-in beforehand and obviously doing deep research beforehand, coming in prepared helps. But of course, in these moments of vulnerability, there's going to be, especially in the exact moment, there's going to be some reticence, some, I'm not sure I want to be this vulnerable. I'm not sure I want to open up. And obviously, with your vast interview experience, what have you learned about conversation to get beyond that trite, practice, scripted, bullet point interview that many of these founders give?
I think it's relatability. I mean, let me give you an example. I have been very lucky over the last, I would say, 10 years of my life to be able to informally work and advise younger people who are experiencing depression. Why is that? Because I experienced it when I was younger in a very deep and difficult and painful way. That experience in my life, as difficult as it was, and as at times not sure whether I would actually get through it, was a blessing because it actually opened up all these channels of empathy. It basically said, hey, you know what it feels like to be at a rock bottom low point. You have a memory in your mind of lying on the floor of your bedroom, the cold tile floor, not wanting to get up. You have memories of not shaving or, showering for days, not leaving your apartment in your early 20s. I have those memories. I know what that feels like. That has helped me be a better communicator to young people who are going through that, because so many younger people feel embarrassed and they don't know how to connect with people. They don't know how to explain it. And so what I have been able to do is to share my experiences. And oftentimes when you share your experiences, people are more willing to share theirs. And so I think it's often a matter of just being relatable, and having a conversation rather than just a one-way interview.
It was something that you said earlier about being able to adventure in and discover and learn about human behavior. And for a lot of young people, they don't have the experiences to understand all the different aspects that come into play for human behavior, especially the dark side of human nature and the faults of the human brain, where it lacks capacity. We see the skyscrapers, we see the unbelievable companies that have been built, but there is not a better way to showcase the dark side or our inadequacies than telling those stories. And those stories are going to, for us to have a better understanding of human nature, gives us a better understanding of each other and what it's going to take to lift each other.
I did an interview with the founder of Lush Cosmetics, Mark Constantine. And he built an incredibly successful business. And it's a great story. Started in the UK, and he really, he's not educated. He went to, formally educated, but he went to study, he went to hairdresser school, and he really grinded, and kind of, it took him a long time to build this business up. And in the course of the interview, he talked about how early in his career he had a job, and then he just kind of said, and then I wasn't happy. And I went to London, and then I just hung out there I went to Bristol or wherever. He went to Bournemouth, south of England, and just hung out there for a while. And he kept talking. I said, wait, stop for a sec. I said, you just left a job. We just spent the last 10 minutes talking about this job for 3 years, and then you just left it and went to Bournemouth. And then I said, what happened? He said, I just wasn't happy there. Something happened. Something was going on. What was it? Well, I wasn't feeling up to it. I said, it sounds to me like you had some anxiety going on. And he just broke open into this story about actually how he's dealt with anxiety his whole life and still does. And it's so powerful because somebody hearing that can say to themselves, holy, right? Like the founder of Lush Cosmetics that I see in every city and every airport has anxiety challenges. Like This person who is on every level successful, has like plenty of money, but has a healthy, stable family. His kids work for the business. It's so important for people to talk about that because everybody, behind every single person you see, like I think there's a quote I saw recently, and it's a great quote, and I'm sure I'm mangling it, but it's something like, every single person you see is struggling with something that you don't see. And I love that idea because if we could all approach, it's like, do you remember that speech that David Foster Wallace gave, that famous graduation speech at Kenyon College, where he's like, you're standing in line behind the lady, she's with her kid, she's taking forever, like you're in a rush. She's like, well, what if she has like getting chemo? Like, what if she's just what if she's actually on her way to her doctor to get chemo? Like, what if she's, barely hanging on? Like, it's all these things it's very hard for us humans to think that way. But if we could, in a small way, adjust the way we think about other people, it could go a long way to making us more empathetic and kinder. And so in a small way, I'm trying to do that with these stories by going to those darker places.
Now, I want to explore a little bit your journey through depression, because I know some members in our audience are feeling that way right now, especially the younger members who are going through this intense adversity that is COVID and the uncertainty around work. How did you power through your struggle with depression? And was there some key takeaways that you would love to impart to our listeners who may be feeling that same way?
I mean, I'll start, of course, with the usual thing that I always say to people I talk to, which is I am not a medical expert, and I'm not a professional, and I really do trust professionals, and I trust in science. Look, I grew up in a family where where mental health was not seen as a serious thing. This is not abnormal. A lot of people probably have that experience where, when you get the flu or you get bronchitis, that's an illness. But when you are feeling depressed, that's just self-indulgence, right? What do you have to be sad about? And I understand where that comes from. Certainly from my parents' generation, who were born shortly after World War II and immigrated to America and had to contend with a lot of challenges. Like, what do you have to be sad about? You have everything. We had nothing. I understand that. We live in a very strange. We've structured our society in a very strange way, right? When you are, for the most part, if you grow up in a relatively secure and stable home environment with at least one parent, you know what's coming next year. It's going to be second grade or third grade, and then middle school. You're going to go to 9th and 10th. You're going to go to high school. And then if you're going to go to college, you're going to go to college, and everyone's cheering you on. Most people are saying, you got this, go to college. And then you get to college and you find your identity there. A lot of us first find our identities there. Like we experiment in college. We listen to new music. We experiment with ideas. We join clubs. We become known for doing something, whether it's organizing an event or being part of a debate or organizing a protest or being an activist. And then that's your identity. Oh, there's AJ. He's like really into animal welfare. He's or whatever it might be. And then you graduate from college. And then there's no safety net. There's no next year. You've had 18 years where everything was proscribed and everyone's like, you got this, go. And then you're on your own. Add that to the swirling chemicals of mush in the brain of a person between the age of 20 and 29, and you've got the perfect storm for depression, anxiety. It's a connection. It's the sort of the intersection of how we structure society and our biology. And I don't think our biology has changed. I think 200 years ago, people between 20 and 29 had those chemicals, but we didn't have the other factors. So 200-300 years ago, you're 20, you're working on the farm, you're starting a family. And your life is probably going to end at like 45. So you're already like middle-aged. So it was different. Now we contend with a whole range of challenges. And so I think this is my very unscientific theory, but I think there's something to it. And I think that's what happened in my case. And I think that's what happens in the case of a lot of younger people. And I think that it's exacerbated today because everything is online. I mean, I look at my children who are 9 and 11. They're obsessed with likes on their YouTube channel,
Yeah.
or their TikTok channel. They'll ask me, Daddy, how many likes did you get on your Instagram post? And I'm like, I don't care, even though secretly I kind of do. But, I say, you know what I mean? And so all of our public lives are these like perfectly crafted images of who we are. This Facebook, Instagram version of our lives where even in a pandemic, people still they're not going to post a picture of themselves on Instagram where they're lying on the bathroom floor crying in the fetal position.
Right.
Hey, everybody, I'm really depressed. So I think that's sort of some context to where I was and where a lot of people are at that point in their lives. Here's what helped me. What helped me was a good friend who is still my dearest friend to this day, who recognized that in me and who helped me get treatment. And in my case, I went on antidepressants for a few years. Now, I will say that there's a lot of different scientific debate over SSRIs, their effectiveness. There's been some really great studies about whether it's the placebo effect or whether these medications actually work. I can't speak to that because I don't have the scientific background. But I will say that in my case, whether it was a placebo effect or not, taking mild antidepressants for a few years really did help me. It made me feel like I could actually get through the day. And really, as with many of these things, the passage of time has made it easier to manage. Depression, anxiety, they don't ever go away. It's like any other challenge in life. You will have it. It will come back. But what I found in my life, now I'm in my 40s, it becomes more manageable. I've gone through periods of depression and anxiety during this pandemic. We're all alone. We're dealing with a very scary health crisis, a scary economic crisis. We're shut in. We can't see our friends. We can't see our loved ones. We can't go to funerals of people we love. There's environmental, catastrophes, hurricanes and wildfires and crazy storms. And here we are. I mean, it's a scary time and we're living in a really politically fraught moment. What I find is that as I've gotten older, it's become more manageable. So when these things happen, they happen, I can recognize them, and I can do things now that really do help me. I mean, the reality is, and I'm going on so long, I'm sorry, guys.
Not at all.
You didn't know that I'm an endless talker, so forgive me. But what I find is that now there are some very simple and obvious tricks that we all know. There's no secret to happiness. The secret to happiness is exercise. Make sure to find time for yourself, whether that's meditation or reading. Try your best to think about things you're grateful for, and try to eat well, and there's a better chance that you will be okay. And in my case, I try to do those things. It's not always easy.
Right.
But now that I'm older, I can recognize the signs when it comes on. And so it makes it more manageable for me to take action.
The three things that you brought up there, the eating healthy, make sure you're getting exercise, getting proper sleep, and being cognizant of your mood swings and triggers and things that might bring on that anxiety. For any of our clients, anytime that they come in, one of the first things that we are having them look at are those three things. I think those things have somehow gotten lost in the shuffle with all the technology that we have, where they're not that sexy to talk about. They're not that fun. Who wants to talk about counting macros? If that's what you have to do to be happy. But those things put together a foundation that allows you to enjoy and maximize your enjoyment for the rest of the day, for everything else that comes along, and helps you manage anything that comes along that is going to trigger you, that is going to cause depression or anxiety.
And I think you brought up something that, many of us don't even realize. And when we take a look back at history, 200 years ago, there was comparison, certainly, but not to the degree that there is now. Everything is quantifiable, from likes to going on Zillow to seeing your neighbor's square footage down to the last foot. Like, everything is quantified as technology has continued to grow into a bigger part of our lives. And I think that's certainly driving a lot of the anxiety that we're feeling, because there's more choices than ever. There's more uncertainty, it feels like, than ever. And there's that concern, what if I make the wrong choice? And I just want to go into that initial decision or discussion and conversation around actually seeking professional help, because I think a lot of people view that as a difficult choice and view it almost as a weakness if I have to seek someone else to solve this for myself. And obviously that conversation that you had with your friend encouraged you to take that step, and we talked about the result of that. But what was it like in that moment initially of like even thinking about, hey, I need some help in this matter?
Very hard. Very hard. Very, very hard, because I had no experience with it. And I was embarrassed. Even to the point where I was like, God, what if somebody saw me in the waiting room that knew me? What if I ran into, things like that, and really it was a matter of just coming to the realization that I had to. I had to, or else things would get bad, really bad, much, much worse. But it is really important to try and talk to people about it and see if you can get people who you trust who can help you, because that is key. I mean, there's a real sense of loneliness and isolation, and it can get worse in the midst of a depression, and that can exacerbate it. It's like this. It's like a kind of a repeat cycle. Once it starts, it gets worse and worse. And so it's really important to kind of break out of that by talking to people and by finding people that you trust, that you can just talk to them about it.
And certainly there is risk involved. And you talked about calculating that risk. What if I see someone I know in the waiting room? How is this going to impact me? And I think a big part of the lessons in your book talks about the risk that entrepreneurs are willing to take. And for many of us, those risks are too great. The leap is too big. And we look up and aspire to be a better risk taker. But what have you learned about the risk part of the equation and succeeding with a business idea that is risky?
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? There's the adage that without risk, there's no reward. And to some extent, and to a large extent, that's true. You do have to take some risk in life if you're going to be rewarded. And it could be something like the risk of going to that party and meeting that person who's going to change your life. Or it could be the risk of, agreeing to have lunch with a person who becomes hugely important. I mean, risk doesn't mean going to the bank, withdrawing all of your money and putting it on number 9 on the roulette table. That's not risk. That's stupidity, right? Risk is really is pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, but you can do it safely. So, for example, in the book I talk about Jim Koch. Jim Koch founded Boston Beer Company, Sam Adams. He had this very safe, stable job at Boston Consulting Group, but he wasn't happy. He was making a lot of money. He had kids, he had a mortgage, but he was really deeply unhappy. He felt like he needed to build something himself. But he was scared to do it. He was scared to leave all of those comforts and that stability. So he did it slowly. On nights and weekends, he kind of started to plot out what a beer company would look like until he really had a working plan in place. It was still risky, and he saved his money, and he didn't burn his bridges. So when he went to his bosses and said he was leaving, he made sure that they said, listen, if you need to come back, we'd love to have you back. And he went and he started this business, and it was a slow burn. It took him a couple of years before he got to profitability. Today, it's the biggest craft brewer beer in the country.
And his family really doubted him. I think
His
that was a
family
big
doubted him.
part
His
of that
dad doubted him. His
story.
dad said, "Are you nuts?" And that's important. That was a risk, but he mitigated the risk. Almost every entrepreneur, almost every single one I've interviewed, they mitigate their risks. The stakes are high, yes, but the biggest risk that pretty much every entrepreneur takes is the risk of just feeling bad about failing. Most of the time they don't. They do it in such a way where they can recover from it. They can go back to a job, or they don't spend all of their money on it. They seek out outside funding. But by and large, risk is an inherent part of the game. But really, it's how we define risk. Risk is not jumping out of an airplane without a parachute. Risk is pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, is saying to yourself, you know what, I can actually do this. I can start a business. Because a lot of us don't think of ourselves that way. We don't think of ourselves as entrepreneurs. We think that guy's an entrepreneur, or that person is. I'm just, I work for a company, or I'm a lawyer, or whatever it is I am. But the reality is that there is no real difference between the people who start businesses and the people who don't. I mean, the only difference is that they do. The people who start businesses do. They make the leap. Everybody listening to this, okay, or watching this, has had a great idea. I guarantee you, every person watching this has been in line at a coffee house or whatever, and saw some inefficiency and thought, I wish that they had this. Or you're like in some store and you're looking at, I don't know, a rack of jeans, and you're like, I wish that they organized it, or they had this, or it was like this. Those are all business ideas. Those are all problems that probably need to be solved. I also guarantee you that people watching this have had ideas in their minds that they thought somebody needs to solve this, and it has been solved now. Like, a year or two later, they're in Walmart and they're like, oh my God, that was my idea 5 years ago. Somebody's done this. Well, the answer is you can do it. You can do it. You just have to take a little bit of risk, but you have to mitigate the risk on the path to solving that problem.
That brings up the other R that in our entrepreneurial journey I have weighed more, which is regret. And what you speak of having that great idea and watching someone else turn it into a success and have that ability, that chance to take the leap, but not, when we look back over time, that regret is far scarier to me than the risk, especially when you're taking the steps to mitigate it.
I agree. I mean, regret to me is scarier than risk, much scarier. It was scarier to Jim Cook, the regret of waking up at age 65 and saying, God, did I waste my life? The fact of the matter is, you can do this. And the other thing I would say is, you can do this at any phase in your life. I mean, there's a myth about entrepreneurs that they're all in their early 20s eating ramen and living in group houses. The fact of the matter is, the average business in America, the average first-time entrepreneur is 40 years old. That means that half are over 40 and half are under 40. One of the craziest stories we did on how I built this was Bob's Red Mill. Bob's Red Mill is one of the biggest producers of flours and grains, and you go to the grocery store, there's a whole section of Bob's Red Mill. He started that at age 53. He was broke. He moved to Oregon to become a pastor. He was in Bible school, and he always loved milling his own flour. He was just one of these people, right? And he saw an old mill up for sale, and it was really cheap, and he and his wife were like, let's do it. I can still be a pastor on the side. I can still read the Bible. And he bought this red mill, and that was the beginning of Bob's Red Mill, now a billion-dollar company. I mean, it's totally crazy.
A big part that I took away from the book, and you mentioned this earlier, is this pressure we put on ourselves in our 20s, right? That Forbes 30 under 30 list. And we look and we compare all these other seemingly overnight successes and these young entrepreneurs that, Mark Zuckerberg, et cetera, that reach unicorn status in their 20s. But to your point, they are the rarity. Most of the businesses that we come to rely on, that we love, that we use on a daily basis, they're someone's fourth, fifth, sixth entrepreneurial go. They are not their first idea. In fact, a lot of these businesses have pivoted. And I think there's the overcoming of adversity. And every single person you've interviewed has faced tremendous adversity in their entrepreneurial journey. What are the mindsets that you've encountered that have allowed them to face down that adversity and not quit when many others would give up on that idea?
I think it is a learned trait. And I think there are a couple of factors that make it easier. I mean, the first is that you have to have an unshakable belief in your idea. And most people do. Most of us do, right? If you believe that your idea has to be out in the world, and that if it doesn't, if you cannot make it happen, then it won't happen at all. If you believe that, it is very hard to step away from it. The other factor is starting a business with a co-founder, having a partner with you, because invariably one of you will be down and one of you will be up. And it's just the way it works, that when you're feeling really low, the other person's like, we got this. We got this. It sucks. This is horrible. I know it seems like the world's collapsing around us, but we've got this. We've come this far. We're going to be okay. And that, in every case where I've interviewed business with co-founders, that's been a key factor. It's been really important. I think that there's huge value in starting a business with somebody else for the very simple reason that they are, they're going to be there when you need them.
Just also having a different perspective as well helps out so much. Certainly, AJ and I do not think the same. We come from radically different schoolings and thought processes, and we have very much different perspectives. And it has helped us tremendously in being able to look at problems, just having his view. I'm like, I've been looking at this problem for a week and didn't even think about that. And all of a sudden, new doors have opened up in how to handle it.
There's no question. Having a co-founder or co-founders, a group of people with diverse viewpoints, is a huge advantage. It's a huge net advantage for most. In fact, I talk about this in the book, which is Paul Graham, the famous investor and founder of Y Combinator. He talks, this is one of his principal rules, co-founder. He looks for companies with a co-founder. And I think that's super, super crucial. But, on this idea of resilience and perseverance, it takes a lot of work. It's very hard. It's very easy to give up. What's hard is to keep going. What I've learned from all of these entrepreneurs is early on in their careers or early on in their journeys, whether they started in their 20s or in their 40s, they had some experience in their life that exposed them to rejection, a lot of rejection. And that experience of being exposed to rejection actually steeled themselves, gave them an extra layer of skin to deal with and absorb all of the rejection that they would then face building the business and sustaining the business. Because building a business is basically a journey of rejection. A lot of people will say, this cannot be done. I'm not going to give you money. Who's going to give you money? This is stupid. Or they might be polite and just say, no, I'm not interested. But you will hear that a lot. I want to sell you my product. No, I'm not interested. You have to be able to withstand the no's, because eventually those no's will turn to yeses. And that's super crucial. And a lot of people who have built successful businesses started out in sales. Because if you are selling something door to door over the phone, inevitably you will hear no. And a lot of younger people say, what should I do when I leave college? And I say, go get a job in sales for a year or two. Just go get a job in sales and have a bunch of people tell you to get off their property. Because that will help you when it comes time for you to actually have the nerve and the strength to build a business.
For myself, I was in the music business before I had gotten involved with AJ in building The Art of Charm. And the amount of defeats or driving 8 hours to a gig only for 5 people to be in the room when you've been having your hopes being built up for that 8 hour trip, or sending out all of your records for somebody to listen to, and spending all of your time trying to promote a show in your hometown to have your 3 friends show up and they go, it's all right. Like, it's certainly, but it is as awful as all that might sound. You're absolutely right, because it has helped me in tremendous respects to putting out content, feeling okay about it, not second guessing, not sitting on it, terrified to put it out. Because if I had already gotten used to criticism in my 20s through just performing.
I feel many of these business success stories that we're talking about here come down to relationships and your ability to build relationships, whether it's finding a VC to invest in your idea, finding team members to join that culture and work for you, opportunities to partner and find that co-founder, or even just networking to grow your brand. And what are your tips when it comes to connecting and building relationships that lead to success in your life?
I think in terms of finding a co-founder, it's really, and we talk about this a lot on the show, and I ask co-founders this question, like, what is it about the other person that attracted you? And invariably, you get the same version of this answer, which is they had just different skill sets and interests. I mean, I liked them. I knew I could get along with them. Like there was chemistry, but more importantly, we were just interested in different things. And I love that idea because we're naturally attracted to people who are interested in the same things. Whether if you're in the music industry, you're going to hang out with music industry people. If you're in, sports and whatever it is, right? A lot of journalists hang out with journalists. I really encourage people to do what they can, everything they can, to seek out not just people, but also ideas that they're not naturally attracted to. I try to, and I don't always do this well, but I really do try to force myself to read things that I wouldn't normally go to. If I'm reading like a journal or a magazine, and there's an article about, some article about politics, I'm interested in it. I want to read it. But if there's an article about like a poet or poetry, I will read it. I don't always understand it. I don't always love it, but I try and expose myself to different ideas. And one of the ways we do it on the show is by talking to people from industries that I'm not naturally knowledgeable about or that interested in. We do a lot of cosmetics. I don't wear cosmetics. I'm not naturally interested in them, but I have become interested in cosmetics over the years because I've learned about the business and the industry, and it is endlessly fascinating.
It is fascinating.
And so my feeling is that if you can expose yourself to people and ideas that aren't normally in your wheelhouse, it's only going to work to your advantage. You will only benefit and gain from that.
I agree so much.
And I've felt this pattern in a few interviews with co-founders, and it was really expressed in the book, The Guys Behind Method. You have an extrovert and an introvert. And you kind of need that balance of, okay, someone is going to go inside to problem solve and to figure out what's going on. But also someone else needs to go outside and win people over and use that extroversion to the business's advantage. Is that a pattern that you've seen in co-founders where they have that sort of opposite style in their communication?
Yes, 100%. And also, their preferences in that area. Like, I mean, one of you guys is slightly more extroverted than the other one. I think Johnny is more extroverted.
You are spot on.
You just, it's your natural kind of comfort zone. You like to kind of be around people, and AJ, you takes you a little bit more time, right, to warm up to people. And I can tell that. And that's how I'm actually an introverted person too. Even though I do this public job and I have live shows in pre-COVID times, it's just my natural kind of state of being. I think that having those different personality traits are just hugely advantageous, especially when you are, not only building the business, but presenting the business to people. because you can always it's a constant balancing act. In a business, there are always going to be times where one co-founder is going to be you're going to lean on that co-founder, and the other times you're going to lean on the other one, and back and forth. And having that balance and that ability to kind of lean a little bit more one way or the other is crucial. I mean, building a business is a marathon. It is a really long marathon. It doesn't end, even once you've achieved flight. I mean, you guys have a business. Once you've achieved success, you don't just throw up. You're not just sitting in a vault of money and throwing it up in the air. It's really hard work. Once you hit cruising altitude, there's even more work to do.
And exactly, that definition of success changes. All right.
Correct.
When we look back to what success was 15 years ago, we've far surpassed it, but we wouldn't call ourselves successful today because you're constantly reorienting to that new level of success.
I agree.
Now, you ask every guest whether luck or skill and hard work accounts for their success. And early on in my career, I would have jumped to say hard work, and it's the skills that set me apart. As we've gone longer in our entrepreneurial journey, and we like to joke, had 9 lives already, and we've had co-founders and lost co-founders, all that process. I think luck is a very big part of our success. And I wonder what you've learned about luck versus skill in the pursuit of success and asking all of your guests that question.
I mean, I know it's a binary question I ask, but the reality is I'm not looking for one or the other answer. And it doesn't have to be either of those things. It can be anything, really. It's just kind of a device to give somebody a chance to reflect on their journey and why they think it happened. I think in every case, for everybody, luck passes them by. There's something that happens. I was interviewing Jamie Siminoff, the founder of Ring, a couple weeks ago, and he told me a story about this moment in his entrepreneurial journey when he was at a really low point. His business Doorbot, which was the precursor to Ring, was doing really badly. They were close to bankruptcy. He was feeling like a failure. He had not really had any successful businesses yet. And a friend of his called him and said, "Hey, I've got a friend. He's an entrepreneur. He's looking to talk to another entrepreneur about his business idea. Would you have lunch with him? You're the only entrepreneur I know." And Jamie was reluctant, but he's like, fine. And he goes and meets this guy for lunch in Hollywood. And he's just like not psyched about it. And it's annoying. And he goes to this lunch and the guy tells him his stupid idea and Jamie's listening to it. And he's being very friendly and he gives the guy advice and feedback. And he's doing his best he can to be supportive. And right before they leave the lunch, the guy's like, "Oh, what are you working on, by the way?" He's like, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just this doorbell that is like a video doorbell, but it's not really going anywhere." He's like, "That sounds like an amazing idea, dude. You should put that on Shark Tank." And he's like, "Well, yeah. I mean, everybody wants to go on Shark Tank. How am I on Shark Tank?" The guy goes, "Oh, my friend's a producer on it. I'll get you his contact." That lunch changed his life. That's luck. That experience going on Shark Tank changed his business. It wouldn't be a $1 billion company today, if it wasn't for that experience. So there are always going to be lucky breaks. We're always going to work hard. But hard work is par for the course. There is no business in history that wasn't built with hard work. Not a single one. And by the way, waiters and waitresses and construction workers and gardeners work a lot harder than people in offices. So hard work alone isn't enough to become successful. It's a combination of hard work and luck and what you choose to do with that luck.
Absolutely. And we love to ask all of our guests, what is your X factor? So we think and believe that an X factor is when a mindset unlocks a skill set for you to see something in yourself that you didn't believe was possible to help you achieve success.
My X factor is my developed skill of curiosity. I have chosen to be curious. I believe anybody can make that choice. I think curiosity is much more important and interesting than intelligence. I think it's much more valuable than intelligence. I think intelligence is overrated. I am curious because I wake up and I choose to be curious. It's not always easy. Sometimes I'm exposing myself to things that are really boring, but that curiosity has enabled me to learn about things that I wouldn't know anything about. It's helped me to grow intellectually. It's helped me to be a better interviewer, to have better conversations, to be a better entrepreneur. And I think that is my X factor, and I think anybody can have that X factor if they choose it. It's just a choice.
Well, that leads us to our weekly challenge. And I think many in our audience struggle with that curiosity component. When we talk about conversational concerns and issues and struggles, I think one of the bedrock foundational parts of any conversation is that curiosity. And if you're finding that conversations have awkward silence or you're stuck in boring small talk, it's in large part because you're not utilizing that skill of curiosity. So how could we challenge our listeners to develop that skill like you developed it yourself?
It's really, really easy. You just have to choose it. You just have to decide one day. I mean, think about this. Everybody watching this at one point in their lives was a child who would walk down the sidewalk and look at caterpillars and bugs and be endlessly fascinated by them. Would look at the stars and say, "Oh my God, how far is that? Can we go there?" You know, would ask questions about the moon. When was the last time anybody watching this just stopped and looked at a star and said, "My God, that's 5 light years away. We will never get there. That closest star, it'll take 20, 30,000 years to get there." You know, it's so simple. We all have it. We just stop engaging with it as we become older and more cynical and more, focused on the narrow things that we have to focus on. It's about reclaiming what we are born with. We are born with curiosity. Children from a very early age are born with it. Go to any 4-year-old. It's an endless litany of questions. Because that's how we're wired as humans. We are hardwired to be curious. And so it's just a matter of choosing to do it and choosing to reclaim it. It is as simple as that.
Thank you so much for joining us, Guy. It was a pleasure to finally get to sit down with you. And Johnny and I have enjoyed not only the book, but your show immensely, and the lessons that we've learned along the way in our entrepreneurial journey shine through in so many of those conversations that you've had with your guests. And we really appreciate you coming on and taking the time.
Thank you, guys. Thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate your support with the book.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. superhero. Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. All my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I've weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the ninth inning, there ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night, got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, hear them scream, okay, it's a dream. And I pray as a team, one day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me, they want the best of me now. best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me. Swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused, my mind is open. They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just chosen. It takes devotion to stay composed, man. Never stop, there ain't no time to fall. Try to live, get it all. You got one life to ball. Thinking big, never small, cause you gotta want it all. When you finally get that call, you get ready, take it on. Need a handout, I already stand out. Starting to advance now, ready to expand now. You don't have a chance now, cause we're in demand now. Make it by the grand now, feeling in command now. They're looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me.
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different? Man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro, don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming.
There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking fight back. You ain't gonna make it, you ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south. You're never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that.
Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Or will you fucking fight back?
Yeah, straight out of the 949. OC. Yeah, you can't stop this show. It's fucking chronic, yo. It's fucking toxic like an alcoholic logic flow. It's catastrophic like a psychotic erotico. Cause even though I wanna quit her, man, she kinda dope. I gotta go. I never slow down, everybody knows now. We the best to throw down, parties in the SoCal. We getting so loud, party with the whole crowd. Kick the haters all out, taking away all doubt. I've been hella focused, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. Focused, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown, I'ma get it right. Stereo, I got a fucking plan, and you know that I'ma make it. Oh, I'm the fucking man when I'm sitting in the studio, feeling hella slam, cause I'm fucking down these fluids, yo. I'm about to throw down, I never slow down. From the bottom to the top, I fucking grow now. Chris Bryant in this bitch, I'm fucking pro now. Hitting home runs at every single show now. Let's go. I got a couple shots in my system of that whiskey. I'm the best in fucking town in this motherfucking city. Everybody knows me now cause I'm staying hella busy. Got the ladies all around thinking that I'm hella filthy cause I'm guilty, yo. You gon' hear me on the radio. I could give a fuck what you get tonight is audio. I'm not a show, the opposite of dropping dough. Saving up, I'm stopping no. I'm rocking on this domino and push it till they falling. Never focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. It's my hometown, I'ma get it right. Focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. It's my hometown, I'ma get it right. always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. Here I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you win. Easier to break it off as friends. I don't really understand myself, I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way even when I'm feeling down. I fight, even when I don't know what is right. I'ma pick a side, and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate, and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shape me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. I'm alone, I'm alright. Yeah, she's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic. All natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated. But that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated. But she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. I heard you look good when you're undressed. I heard you like to get away. I heard you like to stay out late. I heard you had a couple boyfriends. I heard they didn't treat you right. I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, 'cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold. Where she came from, nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. My hands steady, I feel ready, but my legs heavy, I don't get it. How come I haven't hit it already? Still working, I'm still learning, I'm still searching, finally earning something, finally turning something called a profit. If I hear you talking shit, don't get caught in it. I'll be popping off and hit your ass, dropping all your shit. Yeah, I promise this, I got promises, you ain't stopping this. Cross my shit, you'll be knocked unconscious, bitch. That's the consequence, I got this, I will not quit. Man, I'm on it, honest, I'm gon' launch quick, then I'm gone. It's just a matter of time before I'm over the climb and moving under my prime. Just quit my 9 to 5, I'm rocking, and they watching, cause it's shocking. Dropping all these top 10 songs, so stopping. It's time to live my life, it's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the climb.
And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gon' get it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bruh. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Yeah, I never give up. I got this, man, I got it. I will not quit, I'm on it. Never rock it. Got the block lit, I'm toxic. Spitting logic, make them nauseous. Honest, then I stop this. Never cautious, drop it. I'm the hardest. Dark, bitch, watch it. I'm the fucking king of rock, bitch. Poppin', spitting hot shit. I'm topic, chronic. I think I'm motherfucking lost it. Back, better facts, making racks where it's at. Have my back to the map, not an act, that's a fact. We attack in a back, no react, no react. Think I'm black, off his back. While I rap, not the step, going down, give a crap. We're advanced, I'm the man. Gotta play it better than both brands. Goddamn, I'm a rhyme till I die. Never lie, that's a lie. I don't try, I defy. Get the time that I'm right, yeah.
The studio, like a student though, working on a movement, yeah, I'll do it cause I'm in the zone. And you know that I'm ready for the shows. How it goes, I don't know, but I'm waiting till I'm chose. Front row, here I go. All these people wanna know what you think of them lately. Do you really love me or do you really hate me? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you grade me? All this social media has got me going crazy lately. Everything's inflated, mainly everyone's invaded. Privacy is naked, man, I really hate it. God, I really hate it. I just wanna make it through all this fake shit. Living in the real life, living for some real times. Talk about the real climb, passionate in real rhymes. Steal time back from my 9 to 5, taking back my fucking life. I just wanna feel alive.
And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gon' get it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bro. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Yeah, I never give up. Fake it till I make it. Motherfucking take it back from these haters. Playing tracks for the traitors. Got the passion in depth when it happens. Factions take action, drafting their captains. It's happening. I'm raising my status, facing the madness. I'm out gaining traction, avoid the distractions. I'm snapping, no captions, attracting reactions, adapting, attacking, commanding the masses. I'm practicing habits, I don't fucking ask it, I just fucking grab it. I am never static, massively active, expanding, backslid, planning to have it. So I will go capture it, and I'ma stay after it. I'm gonna fucking master it, put them on blast it. They will never last it, don't be so dramatic. Not my demographic, this shit is democratic. They won't affect, yeah, bitch.
with love is. Where the trouble with love is. Where the trouble with love is. Trouble with
So, right now, more than ever before in human history, we've found that people are feeling lonely. There's actually been studies on this, and the studies have shown that people are getting lonelier and lonelier, even with social media out there and everybody feeling like maybe they're more connected than ever on the internet. They're actually feeling more and more alone in the real world. And so you may be feeling lonely, you may be feeling disconnected, you may be feeling depressed, especially with what's going on right now in the world and all the turmoil and there's a lot of people who are scared and frightened and isolated. And so today I'm going to be talking about how to make yourself happy and enjoy your life and feel good about yourself and what you should be doing every single day, even if you're isolated and feeling lonely right now. Hi, my name's Matthew Coast, and welcome to Commitment Connection. So let's talk about the different things that you want to do. So if you're feeling isolated and you're feeling alone and you're at home, what's the best thing that you can do? The fastest way to change the way that you feel and what's going on in your body. Let's say you're depressed or you're angry or you're just feeling down for whatever reason. The fastest way to change that is to interrupt the emotional pattern that's going on in your body at the moment. And the quickest way to do that is to change your environment. So what happens is we get into patterns, and we get into a pattern of how we're sitting. We get into a pattern of the place that we are, the place that we're in can trigger kind of different types of emotions. And then we get stuck in that. And so a really quick way to change that is to change your environment. So go for a walk, go into a different room, just go and spend some time in different types of environments and just change up how your mind is relating and associating to the things around you. That is the fastest way to change how you're feeling in the moment. The second thing you want to do is change your physical position, change how you're standing. If you're sitting, stand up. Like I said, you can go for a walk or do something which will change your body position as well. You can start dancing and singing and doing things that are fun wherever it is that you are. You can do jumping jacks. Just change your actual physical position. Just get out there, stretch your body out, just open yourself up to the world and to your life and to everything. Dance around, move around, jump around, do whatever you can to kind of shake up that emotional pattern that you're stuck in. So that's the first thing that you want to do. The second thing that you want to do is you'll want to change your focus. So what most of the time, if you're feeling bad or something, it's because you're focusing on bad things. You're focusing on things that are wrong, that you don't want in your life. And so what you want to change is you want to start focusing on the things that you do want. Our minds are like a garden, and if you don't tend to this garden, weeds will end up growing. And if they grow for long enough, they'll end up taking over your garden and you'll just have a garden full of weeds. And so if you want flowers to grow, if you want plants to grow, you have to plant them and then tend to them every single day. Our minds are actually designed for a time when it was important that we learned about what was going on that was wrong and that was dangerous and all that kind of stuff. And now that we have all of this media and information flying into our faces at our fingertips all the time, what we do is we still kind of get stuck and tunneled into what's wrong instead of what it is that we want. And so what's good in your life? Just ask yourself that question. Think about what's actually good in my life right now. What can I celebrate? What am I happy about? What could I celebrate if I really wanted to celebrate something? And what I think you'll find is that there's always something that you can be happy about. You can be happy that you have a heart that's breathing without you even telling it to. You can be happy that you have different senses that allow you to experience the world around you. You have the sense of touch. You have you have hearing. You can hear what's going on right now with what I'm talking about. You can see things. You can see friends. You can see people. You can see the world around you. You can taste things, right? And all of these things can be great if you think about how they work and how great they are. You can think about the great environment that you live in, the great world that you live in, a world where you can get any kind of information that you could ever want at your fingertips just by searching for it. And you can find just about anything you want out there. And it's pretty absolutely amazing right now. The other thing that you want to think about is, what do you want in your life? What do you want to create in your life? What do you want to experience in your life? With most of the women that I work with, they usually tell me that they want some kind of relationship, or they want to make money, or they want a business, or they want whatever. And in reality, what they're really searching for is a feeling, an emotion. So if I ask them, why do you want that? Usually it'll come down to something like, I want to feel loved. I want to feel cherished. I want to feel like I'm important to somebody. I want to be proud of who I am and what I've created in my life. And you can actually create those experiences if you want to. We'll get to that in a second here, though. But first, you just want to focus on what it is. What do you want in your life? What do you want more of? What do you want to create? What do you want to be a part of? How do you want to help? How do you want to live your life? If you could choose how you lived your life and you could design your life from scratch, how would you design it? And so that's what you want to focus on first, is what it is that you want and what is good in your life right now. The next thing that you want to do is change the way that you think. Habitually change the way that you think. Like I said, if you don't specifically think about things that you want, your mind will go to the things that you don't want, or what's wrong, or the problems of the world. And so you can do a lot of different things to change the way that you think. One of the things you can do is listen to inspirational music. Listen to things that inspire you, that make you feel good, that make you think about good things. You can listen to inspirational programs or read inspirational books, or however it is that you like to consume content. Do more of that and spend more time getting in a habit of doing that every single day, even if it's for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 30 minutes. Just spend a little bit of time every single day. Carve out a little bit of time to read and learn about something that inspires you, that makes you want to be bigger and better and greater in your life. Next, what you want to do is start putting pictures or images or symbols around you that lift you up and inspire you. So your environment that you're in actually determines a lot about how you feel. And if you put things around you that inspire you, that make you feel good, that are like your goals and the things that you're working on and the things that you want to create, you'll look at those even with your subconscious mind, and it'll make you feel more alive, more like you want to go after those things. It'll remind your subconscious mind what you're doing in your life and what you want to create. And so find different pictures and images that or symbols that make you feel alive and make you feel the things that you want to feel, that remind you of the things that you want to feel, and get rid of any kind of images or pictures or things that make you feel bad about yourself. Next thing that you want to do is shift your belief systems. And so I've talked a lot about this, especially in my program, The Forever Woman. And if you want to shift your belief systems, what you have to do is figure out, what do you want to believe, right? My suggestion is that you believe that you're somebody who's worthy, somebody who can have what it is that you want in your life, somebody who deserves what it is that you want in your life, somebody who's amazing, somebody who can create what it is that you want to create, who's worthy enough to receive the things in that you want to receive and you want to come to you in your life. And so these are really important things that you experience and that you do on a consistent basis. So you want to change the way that you think and your belief systems, and put things around you and inspirational music around you, and read and go through programs all the time so that you can change the way that your mind works on a daily basis. And if you do that every single day, you'll start to get in a habit of it. And if you start to get into a habit of it, you'll start to build momentum. And it's amazing how you can shift your entire life if you're depressed, right? So the next thing that I want to talk about is changing the way that you feel. This is the last one. If you really want to change your life, change the way that you feel on a consistent basis. Depression is really it's just recognizing what's wrong in your life, recognizing what's wrong in the world, and focusing on the things that are bad all the time, and then getting into a habit of doing that over and over and over again. For most people that have depression, that's the reason for it, is because they're constantly focusing on what's wrong, what's missing, what they don't have, what they should have, how the world should be, how politics should be, how life should be, how things aren't fair, and how much they've lost. And if you do that, if you're constantly focusing on those things, no wonder you're going to be sad all the time. And if you're sad all the time and you keep stacking those negative emotions on top of each other, next thing you know, and you do that on a daily basis, next thing you know, you're depressed. And then you're wondering why you're depressed. And then you're taking medicine for that. And it doesn't work any, because you might be changing your physiology a little bit, but you're not actually changing your focus and changing what you think and feel on a consistent basis. And so you need to change the way that you feel on a consistent basis. And what's the fastest way to change the way that you feel? It's to change what you're focusing on. So your focus determines your emotions. And so if you're focusing on something, you're going to feel something based on that emotion. Let's say that you're trying to lose weight, and you focus on the fact that you're too heavy and that you're too big and that people don't like you and that men aren't attracted to you and all those things. Of course you're going to be depressed. But if you're focusing on the fact that you're making progress and that you're working towards your goals, and that even though you messed up one time, you're still moving forward, and you're focusing on that body that you want to have, and the way that you're going to feel once you experience having the body that you want to have, all of a sudden you'll start to feel a completely different way. And if you do that over and over and over again, you'll eventually start to get into a habit of feeling a certain way, and then it'll be easy. Right? The way that we feel is actually, it's like imagine a field. And in this field, there's like different trails that go into different directions. Well, some trails are really beaten down and they've been walked on over and over and over again. And it kind of creates this path, right? Maybe you've seen this in the real world, and there's like a field and there's a path that goes through it, and it's really beaten down and it's really easy to walk through. Well, if that path goes somewhere that you don't want to go, but it's really easy to go down that way, you might end up finding yourself walking down that path, even though you want to go in a different direction. And so what you have to do is start creating a new path, start creating a path towards the emotional experiences that you want to have on a consistent basis. And if you do that over and over and over again, eventually the old path will start growing growing grass and weeds and stuff, and making it more and more difficult to go in that direction. And the new direction that you want to go into, the direction of feeling good and experiencing great emotions, will start getting more and more beaten down, so that it becomes easier and easier and easier to walk through, until eventually it becomes like a street, because it's so beaten down. It's so easy to walk through, and you can just take anything through there if you need to. And so you want to spend time putting yourself into positive emotional states on a daily basis. Every single day you want to do this, because the more that you do it, especially if you're feeling bad, like I said, go through all the things that we're talking about. Specifically, interrupt the pattern, right? First, you want to interrupt the pattern, break things up, change your environment, change your physical positioning, whatever it is that you're doing, change what you're doing, and then start putting yourself into positive emotional states. And so here are some positive emotional states that you might want to get into. The first one is getting excited about your life, getting excited for what's coming, getting excited for everything that you've experienced and that you want to experience in your life. Right? And just think about the things that you could get excited about. Even if you're not excited right now, what could you be excited about in your life? And just spend some time thinking about that. Spend some time visualizing yourself going through the process of getting to that point where you're experiencing the thing that you're excited about. And what you'll start to notice is that you don't need that thing that you thought that you needed in order to feel excited about yourself or excited about life. All you need is yourself, because those emotions, they don't come from the outside world. They don't come from the things that you think that are going to make you excited. They come from your heart. They come from inside. And you can make yourself feel that anytime you want to feel it. And all you have to do is think about the things that make you excited and just feel them and think about them and imagining yourself getting into them and having them and creating them. And that can make you excited in and of itself. Another thing that you want to feel is feeling your own love, right? Feeling the experience of love. And a really easy way to do this is to just think about a time when you felt loved. Just think about a time in your life where you felt loved, and really get into that experience, that time when you were feeling so loved. And what you want to do is get a hold of that feeling that you had, and remember that feeling, and remember how you can make yourself feel that way anytime you want to feel that way. And then what you can do is you can say, you can start changing your questions up and start asking yourself things like, how can I experience more of the love that I already have for myself? And when you start thinking questions like that, all of a sudden what you'll do is you'll start coming up with answers. And your answers will start coming out. Oh, I can recognize the fact that I'm taking care of myself. I can recognize the fact that I'm focusing on programs or watching YouTube videos that really make me feel alive and inspired and better about myself. And that's really part of the love that I have for myself. And you can start connecting to that and start realizing that you have a lot of love inside of you already, and that you can experience that love anytime you want to. And the last thing that you really want to spend time feeling is the feeling of gratitude. So being grateful. And so a lot of times I'll talk to people and they'll be like, oh, well, I'm not, there's nothing to be grateful for. My life is horrible and everything sucks, right? And that's fine, right? What if you could be grateful? What's something that you could be grateful for? And we've already talked about some of the things, like the richness of life, right? The senses, all the different senses that you have, and whatever senses you do have, and your ability to connect with the world. It's what allows us to connect with the world and connect with each other and connect with food and with drink and with friends and with everything, right? Just the moment to moment basis that we have in our lives, connect to ourselves. And so what else can you be grateful for? You can be grateful for living in a time where you have all this amazing information at your fingertips. And a lot of times when I start talking about these things, sometimes women will start saying, oh yeah, but this is going on and but that's going on. And all that is your mind trying to hang on to what's wrong and what you don't want, because it's got that clear path, and you got to just stop yourself at that path and create the new path, right? Create a path that empowers you, that makes you feel alive, that makes you feel powerful, that makes you feel love, that makes you feel excitement, that makes you feel like you're happy on a daily basis. And you can do that. And I'm just, if you guys have any questions about this or situations or anything that's going on in your life, let me know in the chat and I will go over everything. I'll go over all the questions that you have here in a minute. So I want to go back over everything that we just talked about. So the first thing that you want to do, if you really want to be happy every day in your life, even when you're feeling isolated and lonely, what do? First thing you want to do is interrupt your pattern. So change your environment, go for a walk, get into a different room, just change things up, create something different around you. That way you're not kind of stuck in this static pattern. And then the second thing you want to do is change your physical position. So stretch, dance, do some jumping jacks, just get your body moving, get everything flowing and moving. You can work out or do something like that can completely change the way that you experience your life and change the pattern that you're in. And so the next thing you want to do is change your focus. Focus on what you want instead of what's wrong. Remember, our mind is like a garden. What is good in your life? What do you want in your life? Next is consistently change the way that you think. Listen to inspirational music, listen to or read inspirational programs. You can watch inspirational programs too, like I've got. Put pictures, images, and symbols all around you that inspire you and lift you up. Shift your belief systems. Change the way that you feel. Remember, depression is actually a habit for most people, and you don't have to fall into that habit. Start asking yourself questions that make you focus on positive things and the things that you want. Spend your time in positive emotional states. You can create those positive emotional states anytime you want to. And if you create a habit of it and you do it every single day, next thing you know, you'll have a ritual and you'll constantly feel good and happy and like you're excited and that you love your life and that you're grateful to be here and to be around all this world that you're in and all the things that are going on in our world. So think of the things that are right, not the things that are wrong. All right, let's see if anybody has any questions in here. Bunny Bunday says, hi, cutie pie. Hey. Sue says, hi, how are you doing? From Sue. Hey, I'm doing great. Yep. Joanna says, change your state, change your life. That's right. Tony Robbins. That's right. Joanna says, love it when you talk NLP. Yeah, NLP is really fascinating stuff, and it really is powerful stuff. So it's very, very useful stuff. Maria says, I always be happy in my life. Well, good. Should always be happy in your life. That's awesome. Laura says, dancing always lifts my spirit. That's right. Go dancing. If you're feeling bad, just go dancing. Go dance. Go dance in life. Go get connected to things, right? Connect to yourself, connect to the world, connect to your spirituality, connect to God or whatever it is that you call kind of the universe or whatever the infinite power is in the world. Odin, some people call it Odin, Thor. Joanna says the triad, focus, language, physiology equals meaning. Yep. That is some Tony Robbins stuff right there. Helena Hart says, great topic, Matt. Just wanted to throw Helena up there. Thanks for being here, Helena. So Jenny says, I want more of Christ. All right, well, get more Christ then. So Aisha says, hi, Matt. I love your videos. I'm at a very complicated state with someone I like. He's sometimes very friendly, then suddenly he ignores me a lot. What does this mean? It could mean a whole bunch of different things. So it sounds like it depends on what's going on and how long you guys have been seeing each other. If you've been seeing each other for a while, it says, I'm a very with someone I like. Okay, so it sounds like you guys aren't even actually dating or anything like that. It sounds like he's a friend of yours and you like him a lot and you want something more, but he doesn't even necessarily know that you want something more. Well, I mean, most guys, if I were you, I'd assume that he's attracted to you. I mean, if he's, if he's very friendly and then ignores you, it's like he's not pursuing you. He's not moving forward with you. He's probably attracted to you, but he feels like there's something, he feels like there's something a little bit missing there, which is why he doesn't pursue you and go after you or try to get you on a date or something like that. And so you just want to be aware of that and realize that that's what's going on. And what you want is a guy who pursues you and chases you and asks you out on a date and values you enough that he's willing to do that and has enough confidence and self-worth in himself that he's willing to go and do that with you. And so here's my suggestion, though. My suggestion is that you make sure you're doing what I talk about in the Forever Woman program. If you don't have that, there should be a link above or below this video. You can go to theforeverwomanformula.com and pick up a free copy of that program there and go through that and start doing what I talk about in there. And then some guy that you like but isn't pursuing you and ignores you, that's not going to be one of your highest priorities if you're doing all the things that you should be doing in there. And it's very possible that he might start getting a lot more interested in you if you're connecting with him in a different way. So right now he may or may not be interested. You don't know. And he's not that interested enough that he's pursuing you. If you connect with him a different way, it's possible that he might start pursuing you more, right? If you start giving him clues, because it's also possible that he might not realize that you're really that interested in him. And so a lot of guys, they won't pursue something. They won't ask a girl out. They won't try to get you on a date or anything if you don't give him some kind of indication that you are interested in him, because he doesn't want to feel like an idiot. Here, I'm just going to throw her thing up on the screen here real quick so everybody saw what we're talking about. And yeah, so it's important that you use my system and do the things that you should be doing in that system, connecting with him in the right way, creating abundance of options and connection, and setting yourself up for success in the best way possible. So it could mean a bunch of different things, right? It could mean that he's not really that interested in you. It could mean that he's really interested in you, but he's not sure that you really like him. It might be that he's, just kind of walking around and trying to see what his options are, and he's trying to get some girl to chase him, but it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, what you need to be doing is using my system, and then it'll get a lot clearer after that. Julie Tree says, I think my depression stems from my childhood abuse growing up. And yes, I'm on medication. So does that make me bad, less of a person? No, it doesn't make you bad or less of a person if you're on medication. It just means that you're buying into the system, and the systems isn't designed to make you better. The system is designed to keep you hooked on the system. And so you're hooked on the system, and you're going to stay hooked on the system as long as you're on medication. And if I were you, I would change the way that I'm feeling so that I didn't need to be on medication. And you can do that, right? As long as there's not some kind of like actual chemical imbalance that's going on in your brain, right? I don't want to, I'm not a doctor. I'm not trying to give you any kind of medical advice or anything like that. But what I would say is that unless you have some kind of like actual chemical imbalance going on in your brain, then what you're probably going to be doing is just setting yourself up to be hooked on this chemical dependence that you have and being stuck in that pattern over and over and over again. See, Julie Tree says, I'm happy most of the time, but I do have my down days. Yeah, I mean, and that's actually pretty normal. Most people experience stuff like that. So Lori says, Matt, I was sexually abused when I was 4 to the age of 7. Could that have anything to do with the fact that I try so hard to prove that I'm worthy of a man's love? Absolutely. And that's actually a really, really common thing is so depending on what happened to you early on in your life, depends on how you'll kind of interact with people and situations later on in your life. And so if you were abused sexually or physically or emotionally or something like that when you're younger, it depending on what kind of meaning you created out of that depends on what ends up happening later on. So if you create meaning that says that you're only worth kind of these certain things because that's what somebody used you for, then what you might end up doing is trying to prove that you're worthy in other ways, and you just continue to try to prove and prove and prove and prove. And you have to break that cycle. You have to break that pattern that you get into, and you have to change the way that you look at your life and change your story, change the way that you think about your story. And you know, I'm not trying to say that you know, any of that should be discounted or anything that you experienced should be discounted in any way. But what I am saying is that the way that you look at that event, because some people will look at that event and say, I'm broken, I'm destroyed, I'm not worthy, I'm, you know, a victim to life. And other people will look at it and they'll say, you know what, this has given me a mission to create something bigger and better in the world. It's put me on a mission to make sure that this doesn't happen to other people, to create awareness around this problem that's happening in the world. It's created a challenge for me to get to a place where I'm not proving myself worthy anymore, and that I know that I love myself, and I know that I'm an awesome, amazing person, and that I'm going to create the life that I want. And so it really depends on the way that you look at it. And my suggestion is that you do whatever healing that you need to do around that, and you spend some time reshaping the way that you think about your life now. And you don't have to go back to that period. Some people will talk about healing work and they're like, oh, you have to go back and experience all the emotions and stuff at that time. You can do that. That is one way of doing it, but you don't have to. You absolutely never have to go back and revisit that again for the rest of your life if you don't want to. What you can do is change the way that you think about yourself, change your identity, change your story about who you are and what your life is about, and go and you know, one of the things I talk about in the Forever Woman Gold Club program is this new program that I created. It's called the Gold Club. And if you join the Forever Woman, you can actually go and check that out. And the first video I have in there is something where I talk about this concept that I call identity hacking. And identity hacking is just looking at the way that you think about yourself right now. So if you think about yourself as, like I was saying before, if you think about yourself as broken, as not good enough, as, you know, disposable, as, you know, all these different things, right? That those things will define how you experience your life and how you interact with different people, especially men and relationships in general. And so what you want to do is figure out who you are at your best. Who are you when you're living your best life? Right? What characteristics do you have? How do you act? How do you behave? How are you being when you're being your best? And I guarantee it's not, you know, being a victim or, you know, getting all woe is me and all that kind of stuff. Again, not to like discount anything that's ever happened to anybody. But at the same time, who you are when you're living your best is for most people, they're inspired, they're confident, they're strong, they're going after their life, they're creating the things around them, they're responsible for who they are and the results that they create in their life. They're filled with love and enjoyment and happiness and excitement and all these things, right? And you know, what you can do is you can figure out, okay, when I'm being that way, when I'm that person, you know, who am I? Like, and name it, actually create a name around that person, create an identity for that person, and then take on that identity. And whenever you're feeling sad or you're feeling down or you're feeling lonely, what you can do is you can say, you know, am I being this person, right? And some people will say the goddess, right? Or the queen, or, you know, powerful, or, you know, sometimes they'll give it like an actual name, like Susan. Am I being Susan right now? Or am I being this other person that I don't like being? And so what you want to do is you want to get into that person that you're being at your best as much as you possibly can, and really integrate that inside of who you are, and try to get into that person on a daily habitual basis. And eventually, like I said, what you'll do is you'll start creating a new path, and that new path will make you feel inspired and powerful and strong more of the time. I think I answered your question. Yes, I did. Okay, so Jerry says, right on. Life is so beautiful. It starts with you. Love you, Matthew. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate you being here. So Emmy says, facts. Whoa. Facts. That's what I say too. Facts. Julie Tree says, I'm grateful, not hateful. That's what I'm talking about. Be grateful, not hateful. Facebook user says, I'm excited to get my house cleared out of stuff I do not need. It is a good feeling. I'm excited to be able to relax and read and draw and get back to my creative side. I'm grateful to be alive and healthy and being able to continue and learn and grow. Thank you, Matthew. Awesome. That's what I'm talking about. Whoever you are, anonymous Facebook user. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There you go. Be grateful. Find the things that you're grateful for. And don't just talk about them, really feel them. You know, think about the people that are in your life, the things that are in your life, and really try to get into the experience of feeling like your life is blessed. Like you have all of this abundance of resources and things that you want in your life. That's what I'm talking about. That's awesome. So thank you for sharing that, whoever that was. Lale says, I'm so down now. I've been depressed for decades. Yeah, well, do exactly what I talked about. Try it out, you know, physically take action and do something different and see what happens when you do that. Joanna says, are you familiar with the Dickens process? Great for making changes. Yeah, I think the Dickens process, I have to go back to look at what exactly the Dickens process was. I think it has to do with going to because the Dickens is from that Christmas movie, right? Where he has the ghost of future past and the ghost of future present and the ghost of future. I don't whatever those three ghosts were, that's I'm pretty sure that's where it came from. And thinking about, I think it's about thinking about how your life would be or something if you, you know what, I'm just going to butcher it. So I'll just stop right there, Joanna. I've heard about it. I don't think I've actually used it before, but it's a good thing to think about. So Well Kept says, am loving this. So positive attitude. I love this. Awesome. Tiffany said 3 hand sanitization protocol when you leave the house. Okay, then you'll be fine. Yeah. When you leave the house, make sure you sanitize your hands. That's true. You definitely want to sanitize your hands. Denise said, I like to go for a hike or get into a house project. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, if you're on here right now and you have ways of breaking your own pattern and getting yourself into positive emotional states, share it in the chat and I can talk about it, and then we can share all the ideas with everybody that's here. So thank you for mentioning that, Denise. Linda says, do I need to lean back in a committed relationship? I'm bringing him to Canada, but he has become cranky and cold. I'm trying my best to be a goddess, just hurts. Do I tell him that? And then, so you're bringing him to Canada. I'm not sure what you mean by you're bringing him to Canada. Maybe you guys have plans to meet in Canada or something like that. That's a really interesting photo, by the way, that you have on there right there. So do I need to lean back in a committed relationship? Yeah, if he starts going cold, you want to lean back. That's exactly what you want to do, is you just want to give him some space. Because what happens sometimes is, so guys, a lot of times they'll work on goals, right? Guys tend to be goal oriented and they have this focus. And so you give them this thing and it's already happening and you're like, okay, you're coming to Canada, right? And he's like, oh, I'm going to Canada, and then he's like, okay. And then it's like slotted, Like he's going to Canada now. And so he might start working on a bunch of other things while he's getting ready to go to Canada because he wants to get these things taken care of before he gets over to Canada. And so it could be that he's doing that. I mean, I don't know what your travel plans are and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, absolutely. You want to lean back if anytime, right? This works, whether it's a new relationship, an old relationship, committed, friend with benefits, casual, any of that kind of stuff, any kind of relationship that you might be in. I don't know where the relationship is in relation to me, but wherever it is, what you want to do is if he goes cold, you want to lean back, right? So lean back. So anytime, and I call this mirroring, and you do it anytime and it'll keep you out of trouble. If he's leaning forward, you can lean forward and you can kind of do anything you want. If he's got forward momentum and he's doing things with you and he's connecting with you and all that kind of stuff, then you can lean forward and connect with him and do all that kind of stuff. If he starts leaning back and getting cold and stuff, you want to lean back as well and just mirror his interest level in whatever it is that he's doing. And that way, when he's leaning back and he starts getting cold, he'll start thinking about you and being like, man, I want to talk to and hang out with her and, have these conversations with her again. Whereas if he leans back and you start, moving forward and trying to get all over him, he's going to feel smothered and like he can't miss you, right? He can't miss you if you're always there. He can't miss you if you're always there. That's it, right? I'm trying to keep my hands in the video here. He can't miss you if you're always there, right? That looks a little weird, so I'm not going to do that again. All right, so Janet says, I'm excited to get my house cleared out of stuff I do not need. It is a good feeling. Yeah, I think you already said that one. But yeah, awesome. Get your house cleared out of things you don't need. Pam says gratitude list. That's right, gratitude list. That's what I'm talking about. So Denise said, this is a great topic for people to hear. I wish everyone was listening to you right now. Great job, Matthew. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It feels good to be doing a great job. So I appreciate you telling me that. I think everybody should be watching this too. Anonymous Facebook user says, thanks, Matthew. Your video is very inspiring. Well, I'm happy that this is inspiring to you. Tijana says, hello, Matt. I've been seeing this guy for about 2 years, and I feel like he want me. Then I feel like he is seeing others, and he doesn't make enough time for us, but he tells me I am all he wants. So there's a whole bunch of different things that could be going on here right now, Tijana, and you want to, one thing that I haven't heard is whether you guys are actually in a committed relationship. He might tell you that you're all that he wants, but if he's not pursuing a committed relationship, you guys have been seeing each other for 2 years, are you trying to get married one day? It doesn't sound like he's kind of moving in that direction. Are you guys living together? Are you guys, still hanging out and hooking up? Like what's the situation here? And it sounds like there's a lot of weird things going on there with him and what's actually going on. And it concerns me a little bit. This concerns me, Tijana. I'm concerned. This is my concerned look. This is my concerned face. So whenever I have this face, you know that I'm concerned, and I'm concerned about your situation. So think about that. All right. Adrian says, hi, Matt. Great topic. Good to see you. Hey, it's good to see you too. I'm glad you're here, Adrian. It's good to see you. I don't think we've talked in a while. So thanks for being here. Constance says, I take a solitary walk every day and listen to music to get in touch with my design. This is what I'm talking about. Constance, you are exactly what I'm talking about here. Thank you so much for bringing this up. This is exactly what I'm saying. And she's doing it. She's already doing it. I mean, how much better can you get than that? So CJ says, what about someone wanting attention or demands attention all the time, every day, and then gets upset when I don't respond to his messages on time or constantly nagging a bit, LDR? Yeah, I mean, what that usually says is that he's insecure and that he might have an anxious attachment. And so it's one of those things where you're going to have to get used to this, right? If this is something that he's doing now, he's going to be doing this forever. And so you got to realize that that's what's going on. And you have to decide whether that's something that you want to deal with forever or not, right? That's what it is. That, like a lot of women come and they're like, okay, this guy's doing this, what should I do? And it's like, he's going to be doing that forever. There's no way to stop him from doing that, right? He has to decide that he has to do some healing or some, worthiness stuff in order for him to feel like he doesn't need to, constantly get all of your attention. And if he does that, then he can be in a healthier spot and you can have more of a regular relationship with him. But if he doesn't do that, which he probably won't if he hasn't already and hasn't started doing already, then you have to decide whether that's something that you want to deal with all the time. And there are other issues that might end up coming up because he does that. And it's only going to get worse. It's going to get worse before it gets better, if it ever gets better, which it probably won't. It'll probably just keep getting worse, because what you're going to end up doing is you're going to start pulling back and leaning back and being like, whoa, I need some space and all that kind of stuff. And if he's getting angry about that, it's just he's going to get more, he's going to lose more and more and more power in the relationship. And you're just going to gain it and gain it and gain it. And he's going to think you're the most amazing woman in the world. And then he's going to start getting spiteful because he's insecure and he's not confident in himself. And then next thing you know, he's going to be blaming you for things and he's going to be angry and stuff. And so if I were you, I'd probably get out of that situation and get into a healthier situation with somebody who's got a better attachment style and who has more confidence and security in himself, because that's not going away anytime soon. So Denise said, yes, music is the best. Always helps to uplift my spirits. Music and cooking, or sometimes a fire and candles, or a good movie. Awesome. That's awesome. That's what I like to hear. I like to hear that kind of stuff. So Aisha says, thank you, Matt, so much for your great advice. It gives me a step to think that I'm worthy and not to overthink him. You're such an inspiration. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Really appreciate that. So a Facebook user, anonymous Facebook user, says, exactly whatever might have happened in your childhood, you do not have to continue living as a victim for the rest of your life. Exactly. That's exactly right. Irene says, if he is an introvert and loves his solitude, should I let him initiate the text all the time? Well, you should. So first off, what you should do is go get the Forever Woman program. I cover this topic in depth in there, as well as a lot of other topics. And it's not one of those things where he should be texting and initiating the text all the time. It's not all the time, ever, right? You don't ever want to be in a situation where he's just doing everything and you're doing nothing. You want to be contributing to the situation as well. You always want to be contributing to the situation, and you want to make sure that he knows that you're interested in him continuing to contribute into the situation. And, for the most part, what you want to get to is somewhere where there's him initiating contact most of the time. And so sometimes it might be kind of an 80-20 thing. It might be a 70-30 thing. What you don't want to do is go past the 50% mark where you're initiating contact more than he is. Because once you start getting into that realm, what ends up happening is that you start feeling like you're doing everything. He starts leaning back and doing nothing. And then next thing you know, you're in a situation where where you don't even know if he's interested in you anymore, because he's just leaning back, letting it happen, and you're doing everything. And then you stop doing stuff and you'll need to find out what's going on. So no, you don't need to not ever initiate contact. You can totally initiate contact as long as he's been pursuing you and he's been initiating contact some of the time, most of the time, a lot of the time. If he's been doing that, then yeah, you can reach out to him and say hi and what's up and how you doing, all that kind of stuff. Is he planning dates? You can reach out. It's not a big deal, right? It's not a big deal as long as he is moving forward. He's chasing you. He's pursuing you. He's investing in you. If he's doing those things, it's totally okay if you reach out to him and say hi or whatever, right? It's not a big deal. He doesn't have to initiate all the time. Great question, Irene. Thanks for asking it. So Lori says, Thanks, Matt. You helped me a lot. I'm going to work on what you told me. Good. That's what I like to hear. Facebook user says, true. Creating a path is the right way to move on with your life. That's right. Create a path. Make it strong. Make it a path that you always want to go down. Going down. Going down. Uh-oh, I'm singing now. I'm singing, guys. I'm singing. All right, what do we got? B. Randy says, I'm about to turn 42, and you're talking about changing about 37 years of abandonment issues and abuse. Yep. It's so daunting to change my thinking. I seem to always get triggered to the dark place. Yeah, and it's one of those things, like if you need help, you should get help, right? If it's really difficult for you, you can get help, and it doesn't have to be like therapy or psychiatrists and stuff like that. There's a lot of programs out there. I think Joanna was talking about Tony Robbins. Tony Robbins has some great programs out there that can help you kind of reshape the way that you look at yourself. I'm a big fan of Tony Robbins. I go to lots of his events all the time. I love his work. He's great guy. And so, yeah, absolutely. You can, it can be really difficult, especially when you have 37 years of abandonment issues and abuse behind you. It can be very, very difficult, and you might need some serious kind of work and some serious leverage to pull yourself out of that and get into a better spot. But you can do it. You can absolutely do it. Anytime they say that you can't teach an old dog new tricks, you can absolutely teach an old dog new tricks if you get enough leverage. I'm not saying that you're an old dog. Not saying that at all, right? All I'm saying is that you can change. If an old dog can change, you can change, you know. Amazing, young, spry, you know, got a lot of pep in your step woman like you can definitely change if an old dog can change, right? Am I getting myself into hotter water here? I get myself into hotter water. Okay, I'll just shut up now and move on. Okay, Yolanda says, hi, Matthew. How are you? I'm doing amazing. Thanks for asking. I am fantastic. Thanks. Denise says, I want to find a guy like you. You are awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So Irene says, what should I do to stop guilt trip him again? To stop guilt trip him again? I don't know. What do you what do you do? Are you guilt tripping him, Irene? Well, just stop doing that. Why are you guilt tripping him? You just replace it with better language and creating a better connection. Get my program, The Forever Woman, theforeverwomanformula.com. Go pick up the program and learn how to talk to a guy in a way that makes him want to connect with you more instead of feeling like he's being guilt tripped. Absolutely. Vivian says, hey, Matthew, Durban, South Africa, you are amazing. I'm loving the social isolation. It's a real gift, but thank you for all that you share, all that you share. Uh-oh, got me singing again. Got me singing, Vivian. Stop it. Stop doing that. Don't want me singing on camera here. Am I crazy? Does anybody think I'm crazy? All right. So Janine says past, present, and future. That's right. Tiffany said, girl, you can't bring him to Canada now. They just closed our border yesterday. Yep. Oh, sponsorship. Somebody's doing a sponsorship. Okay. So Janine says from San Francisco, has been working on her amazing home. Awesome. Marriage. Oh, you get married, Linda. That's awesome. So Pam says, found that my passion for riding motorcycles has made me extremely happy. Yeah, riding motorcycles is awesome. I love riding. It's one of my favorite things. What kind of bike do you have there, Pam? What kind of bike do you got? Yolanda says, hi, I want to know you more. He, 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 he. Well, watch my videos. You'll get to know all about me. Well, Kep says, I start by loving myself, being grateful. I feel good at giving as it gives me more gratitude. That's like a amazing G's in that sentence. So you're really good at putting G's in a sentence. I feel good giving as it gives me more gratitude. Wow, really, I don't know if I could put that many G's in one sentence. I go for yoga, Horse riding, make my favorite meal, and other times I will put clean linen in my bed and cover myself and sleep and wake up feeling super relaxed and happy. That's awesome. Do that. Yeah, I mean, whatever works for you is really what you want to do. CJ says, like he's smothering me every day when I want to take a break. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Megan says, really enjoying the long distance make him miss you video, Matt. Well, thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed that. And if anybody is in a long distance situation right now and they need to get some help, I have a program. It's called Long Distance Allure. You can get it at my website. I didn't put the link on here, but maybe I'll put it on later. But you can check it out. It's called Long Distance Allure. Go to my website and go to my programs, and you will see it as one of the first programs. Just came out with it recently. It's a great program. You can, if you're like, hey, I'm struggling with this long distance relationship thing, I give you exactly what you need to be doing in a long distance relationship to make sure that not only do things work, but that he craves you and that he misses you and that he can't wait to see you again. Molly says, are you single? The answer is no. I'm not. I'm taken. I'm in a relationship. I'm not available to anybody. I'm not available. All right. Okay, so Pam says, how do you tell your guy what you want and need without sounding needy? Well, there's a whole bunch of different ways to do that, actually. One is to have a real conversation about it. Have you ever heard of the love languages? I actually talk about this in my long distance relationship program. It's called Long Distance Allure, again, if you're interested. And basically, one of the conversations that you can have is a conversation. So one of the things that you want to do is do the love languages thing and find out what your love language is, find out what his love language is, all that kind of stuff. It's a great book, 5 Love Languages. Don't remember the guy's name at the moment, but it's a great book. Next thing you want to do is you want to find out exactly what makes him feel loved, right? What makes him feel like, he is feeling loved or what he appreciates, what he likes. And you can just ask him that. And usually guys might be like, oh, and if he's like, oh, I'm not really sure, what you can do is you can tell him, you can go first and just talk about what it is that makes you feel loved. And then you will be telling him and you'll let him know, right? But you can't rely on that. You can't rely on that. Unfortunately, you can't, right? Because guys, what happens when you tell them things that are important? They go in one ear and out the other, right? This is what happens with a lot of guys because they're, I don't know why. It's just something that happens. I'm really bad with birthdays. So if you have a birthday coming up, you got to put it in my calendar if you want me to remember it. I'm sorry. It's just really difficult. I've been trying to remember my brother's birthday for years. Every year I call him like 2 days afterwards and I'm like, hey bro, was it your birthday already? He's just like, dude, I hate you right now. Just like, dude, I love you, man. I love you. So we had that strong bro love going on. But so what you want to do, the next thing that you want to do, sorry, I was getting off track there. The next thing that you want to do is you want to start framing it. And I talk all about this in my Love Frames Toolkit, if you're interested in that. And basically what you do is you start talking about what it is that you like in terms of it being attractive or unattractive, right? So if there's something that you like him doing and he does it, then you want to give him a positive association, right? So we associate with different things, right? It's called neurological emotional anchoring. And what you want to do is you want to anchor in to his mind things that you think that you want him to do as attractive and making him feel more attractive, because everybody wants to feel attractive. I want to feel attractive. I worked really hard on my hair before I did this video here, right? See my hair? It's great, right? This is long, hard work on this hair right here. So we all want to feel attractive. And if you want him, and so what you want to do is you just want to, if he does something that you like, you say that you find it attractive, right? You think it's hot, like, oh, it was so hot when you did that. It was so attractive when you did that. It was so sexy when you did that, right? Or what you can do is you can just talk about it in terms of different things that you like, I love it when, you do this. I love it when you do that. I think it's, it's just, that other day when you did that one thing, like that was so hot. Like it just, I don't know. It just turned me on so much when you were doing that. It was such a man thing. It was so cool, and basically what you're doing is you're teaching him what it is that you want him to do. And so you just do that over and over and over again for different things. And eventually he'll start associating it, right? Because he'll be like, oh, she thinks that's hot. She's getting turned on. Oh, I love that, right? And I want her to be more turned on more often. And so he will start getting excited, right? That hits his emotions when you tell him that. You're like, oh, that was hot. And he's like, whoa, she thinks that was hot, right? And so next thing you know, he's thinking about it in that way. And so you just do that over and over and over again. Or you can have that conversation where you talk about those things. There are other ways to do it as well. I talk about it in some of my programs, but okay. So, we're in a world right now where there's this world of like the hookup culture, and most women who come to me, they want to attract a man who loves them and sees them and absolutely cherishes them into a committed, lasting relationship. But they have a big problem where guys just keep pulling away and disappearing. They, get cold. They, kind of pull away from them and stuff. And for a lot of women, this makes them feel confused and doubt themselves, doubt their own value, doubt their self-worth. Many of them feel like they just want to give up. If you're having a hard time with men and dating, it's really not your fault, right? Right now, we live in a culture that encourages superficial relationships and discourages anything meaningful. And I believe that there's a better way for men and women to get into and stay in relationships that last. And that's why I put together a proven path that will help you get into the relationship that you want to have. And if you're in a relationship and you want to change things around, this will help you do that as well. It's called the Forever Woman. And, there's a 3-step plan to it, really. There's 3 steps to it. The first one is, believe in your own value. Or maybe I should start with this one. The first one is that you believe in your own value. The second one is that you position yourself in value. And the third one is that you communicate your own value. And so if you're interested in getting my program, you can get it for free. It's helped a ton of women change their situations. Many of them have used it to get married, get into great relationships, to turn their relationships around, to turn their marriages around. And so there should be a link above or below this video where you can go and check that out. If not, go to theforeverwomanformula.com and watch the video on the next page and then sign up for the program for free. And if you get it, you'll attract a man who really loves you and cherishes you. He'll pursue you for a committed, lasting relationship. You'll do less work and feel more appreciated and valued by your man. If you don't do it, you'll just continue to get whatever results you've been getting. You'll end up staying stuck in your problems and whatever your challenges are with men. And you'll feel like you're doing everything in a relationship only to be taken for granted, have a guy pull away and eventually disappear on you. And you'll wonder if you'll ever get into the relationship that you want to get into. And I don't want that for you. I want you to feel valued. I want you to recognize the amazing woman that's inside of you, the goddess, the queen, the woman that deserves all the great things that she wants in her life. And you can have that. All you need to do is change the way that you think, position yourself in value, and start communicating in a way that makes sense with men. So thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate everyone being here. I'm so grateful that you would have me and allow me to be a part of your journey to attracting and getting into the relationship that you've always wanted to have. So thank you so much for all of your encouragement. Thank you, women who are in our community. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you being a part of these live streams. I appreciate everything that you're here with me right now and being a part of this. And I will speak with you again soon.
Hey guys, Cindy Otter here with My Arts Endeavors. How are you doing today? I'm actually doing pretty well. We are here with our explorations of me for this month. This was last month. You know, what are the positives of social media? So we had fun with that. Now this month it is, let me look. It says, do you have a daily routine? Does it help you? What happens if you don't stick to it? All right, well, I can tell you right now, I have kind of a daily routine. If I don't stick to it, I kind of get grumpy. Nothing wrong with that, is there? All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to get some paint on the background here, and then I'm gonna start working with my daily routine. I may do it in some text. I may do it, I think I'll probably do it just handwriting. But I'm going to give you an idea of what my routine is and what happens if I don't kind of stick to my routine. All right. So I'll come back at the end and we'll chit chat about it, and I hope you enjoy. All right, guys, so I'm sorry that was so long. I just got into playing with paint, playing with the retarder, messing around with some ink and some stamps. I was in the zone, I was playing, and I was enjoying. So, and I think that's what a lot of art is all about. I've got a couple of these little borders here that were done in a border swap quite a few years ago with Crazy Island Family. So I am going to use these on here just because I want to. And I want to use up stuff that's laying around here on my desk. So these are going to be used on here. Now I'm getting ready to go ahead and start my routine. I've been thinking about how I want to do it, and I really don't want just white blobs in here. I don't know, maybe I should just do some white circles and, you know, have it go. I'm not really positive yet, but I want to write what my routine is. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of it, and then at the end we'll, you know, whatever else I happen to add. The first thing I do is I sleep as long as I can. And the reason I say that is because sleep is hard to get. There's a lot of times at night, you know, I'll only get an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours sleep, if that. So if I'm sleeping, I stay asleep. And it's perfect because my husband understands, and he will keep Pucky away because she likes to attack me first thing in the morning. So that's the first thing I do. Of course, I normally get up, pop in the shower, clean my teeth, you know, all the things you do to get ready in the morning. Third thing I do is I head to the coffee pot. Don't talk to me before the coffee pot. Don't, I wonder if I can write on these. Probably not. I don't think before I have my coffee. It's so funny because my husband's a morning person. And I'll walk out in the kitchen and I'll get all these questions thrown at me. I'll just look at him. I'm like, really? I'm sorry. I know you're not awake yet. Yeah, that's exactly right. So, you know what? I'm just going to do my paint. Why not? And paint my circles. So that, you know, that is a definite morning routine. Where'd my paintbrush go? The one I want. Where's the one I want? Right here. Duh. So yeah, it's headed for my coffee pot. From there, while I'm drinking my coffee, I'll normally hang out on the couch because for some reason Pucky's got it in her head that she has to go back to sleep on Mama's lap for about a half an hour in the morning. So what we do is I sit on the couch, I'll check up on my phone, look at my email, that kind of stuff while Pucky gets her little nap. You know, another thing I do while I'm sitting there drinking my coffee is I'm going to assess my body. Now, what I mean by that is any of you that are in chronic pain, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Basically, I will do like a visual the whole way down my body, like in my head. I think about each part of my body and I think about where it stands as far as pain. There are some mornings that I wake up and I don't have to think about it. I know exactly what's going on because it's just so mean and obtrusive. So sit there drinking my coffee. Okay, how's the back today? Is it good enough to go into the art room? Is it good enough to run to the Dollar Tree? You know, how good is it? What is it doing today? Is it okay? So that's, you know, one of my very first things I do. Now, once I decide my body is either okay or not okay, then I have options. If my body's just not doing great, I'm just gonna move these before I glue them in. If my body's not doing great, then I have to realize, okay, can I sit in the art room for any length of time? If it's not doing that well, the answer is usually no. And then what I have to do is I have to plan a couch day, what I call a couch day. So I have an art case all set up out on my coffee table so that I can either work in my personal journal, I can work in just a regular art journal, I can doodle, I have a couple composition notebooks where I, you know, practice drawing things, that kind of stuff. So that's out there. Or, you know, is it really bad? And if it's really bad, I'm going right straight back to bed. Now, when I do that, I also have certain art supplies that I can get to in the bedroom. And, you know, sometimes when it's that bad, I really don't even want art supplies. So there's not a huge kit in there. There's just enough that, you know, if I feel like gluing something on paper, I can. When that happens, I have a TV that's actually on wheels that I can move to the end of the bed, and I can sit there, I can watch TV, I can relax and just let my body rest the way it needs to. So that's kind of my routine for the day. There are so many other things beyond that. If I don't listen to my body and I just decide I'm gonna do what I want to do, it just causes me more pain down the road. So that's why that session, you know, checking my body, doing that visual and doing that feeling really helps me to figure out what I'm going to be able to do that day. So that is my routine. Now, what's good about it? Well, if I'm in a normal pain range, then I get to play in my art. I'll be able to cook dinner for my hubby. I have to do it a little different, but I'll tell you in just a second. Let me dry these so I can start writing in them. All right, so let's say we're going to try to do today as an example. All right, here's today. Here's my start. Yep, my pen is not going to work. My marker. Don't mind my lines aren't perfect, and I really don't care. They don't need to be, because I'm just playing. All right, so here's the start of my day. So I'm gonna, first of all, sleep as long as I can. And again, we already talked about that, and that's because of the pain. All right, up and shower, do the normal morning bathroom routine things, you know. We all have to do it. Sometimes there's days when I know I just can't even stand up that, I gotta get a paint pen. I can't even stand up that long to do the showers and stuff. So, you know, you do what you have to. I go in and clean up, you know, the best I can, and just work at, you know, being alive, right? So, like I said, the first one is sleep as long as I can. Second one is my normal bathroom routine, which I'll write that in a minute. Third one is the big one, coffee. My granddaughter Haley, she's so funny. When she stayed with us when we were up in New York, she'd come out of the bedroom in the morning. She always liked to sleep with Grandma. And she'd come out and she'd be like, Grandma, and she'd be like a robot. Grandma needs coffee. She was just a little stinker, but I love her to death. So yeah, next one is coffee. That's not an option. That's a given. So this is my normal bathroom routine. I should say wake up routine. All right. Okay, so the next one is coffee. And that is a definite need. All right. All right, after a coffee, like I said, this is where my day starts getting a little bit more where it makes sense. And while I'm drinking coffee, I'm going to assess my body. I'm going to figure out pain level, activity level, and action level, which means what can I do that day. All right, this is a very, it's got to be a normal portion of my life, of my daily routine, and the reason being is because you can't, if you don't do this, you end up causing yourself so much more pain than you really need. Now that's on the chronic pain perspective. And again, you guys are going to see that chronic pain is in here because that is my daily life. I live with it, I deal with it, and I have to accept it. So, all right. So once my body, I figured out the pain levels, I'm just going to put in here what I do on certain pain level days. Let me just do this one while I'm sitting here. Yeah, they don't have to be perfect. I like the messy sketch type thing. Have you noticed? All right, so if we are in our normal, this is my normal pain level, which is a 7. It never goes below that, and it hasn't went below that since the day I had my accident. All right, so that's my normal. On my normal pain level day, I will do art, maybe laundry, some type of cleaning. Now this is not, like, I don't come in my art room and do bam, 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 and do a lot of stuff. I'll come in, maybe do one video, and then that's it in the art room. Then I take a break. Then maybe I'll throw a load of laundry in, and I take a break. Sometimes my hubby will bring the laundry to me on the couch so that I can fold it there. Cleaning. All right, maybe this is the day that I'm going to clean the bathrooms. All right, maybe 2 days from now I'm going to do a little bit of vacuuming. Maybe 2 days after that or 3 days after that, maybe I'm going to dust, which I hate dusting, so I do that very rarely. But anyways, so this gives you an idea when, and I'm going to put on here take breaks. So that's my normal pain day is a 7. Okay, so a higher pain, I'm going to say is like an 8 to a 9 for me. I'm very lucky I have a high pain tolerance, so I can deal with high pain a lot better, I think, than some people may be able to. But that's just how I am. I've always been that way. So on my higher pain level day, I will decide if it's the art. I can be in the art room. I'm going to say AR, and I'm going to say no. All right, so then I know it's a couch day. Now, depending on what I'm doing, if I'm having a lot of problems with my lower back, that's where the massive pain is, a lot of time I'm going to be laying down, okay? Now, when I lay down, I can either sketch or read or watch movies. If it's not my back, and let's say my fibro is really mad, let's say I'm in my normal 7 for my back pain, and my fibro is really kicking up a fit, giving me a flare. So I consider, let's say this is the fibro, all right? Now, when I'm doing the fibro with an 8 or 9, sometimes I can sit and do art on the couch. But honestly, a lot of times, my fibro basically stays in my shoulders, in my middle back, my shoulders, not my neck. So it's kind of hard to sit up. Other than that, I'll just revert and do the same things I'm doing here. Okay, that's those days. Now, if my pain goes above a 9, those days, honestly, it's very hard to even get out of bed. All right, so I will stay in my bed. Hubs will bring in my coffee. He may bring in something to eat. He'll make sure I've got my TV. So let's say I get my art, coffee. You notice the theme here? Coffee's in all these too. Stay in bed, I get my art, I get my coffee. Hubs will get me food and make sure my TV is hooked up. Now, when I say making sure my TV is hooked up, I actually have it on a rollaway stand, so I can pull it out and bring it up like to the edge of my bed so that my controllers reach it. Or when I'm not using it, I take it and I put it back in a corner of the bedroom. So it works out really well. Now, this is my normal routine, and this is where when I want to find some, let's use some red. If I don't follow this normal routine, several things happen. One, I end up in more pain. Let's get that on there right there. I will end up very depressed because of having more pain, even though I did it myself. I will also be grumpy because of the pain. So if you notice there's a common theme here, I have to pretty much stay wherever I need to because of my pain that day. So if I don't listen to it, again, I'm in trouble. These are lessons I've learned throughout the whole chronic pain. It's not something that I relish on anybody, but if you are living in chronic pain, take an idea to try some type of a routine such as this, or relook at what you're doing in your life. And another thing, just a little piece of advice on that, is you've got to be able to trust yourself. And you've got to be able to be, what's the word I'm looking for, flexible. And hopefully whomever lives around you, they will tell you or understand what you're going through, right? And that's a total nother discussion. But for this month, for the question, for Explorations of Me, these are my answers. This is what my daily routine is. If I don't do it, I'm going to end up in so much pain, I will be just miserable for, weeks. So I don't do that. I choose not to be miserable. I choose to listen to my body. I choose to do the best I can with what I've got. And I've also chosen to accept the fact that I can't always go and do. And those are the big, huge things about this whole chronic pain journey, is the exception. If you don't accept it, you're going to overdo. You're going to make your life more miserable. And it's just not fun that way. It really is not. I don't know why I wanted to put those on there, but I did. I just thought they were kind of cool. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to finish up this page. I want to doodle a little bit, put some Humpty Humps in here, whatever. And then we will be all set for this month. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this. And like I said, let me go ahead, do a little bit more doodling, and then we'll wrap it up at the end and on for another month. Thanks for watching. Hold on. right, guys. So I think I'm done with this page. I just, I have fun playing, and I think that's what a lot of this art is all about. So I just wanted to show you a bunch of that background, just marks I've made, and just had fun with it. So there you go. There is my routine, my daily routine. I can't wait to see what yours is. I'd love to see how different it is. Whether you have chronic pain or you don't have chronic pain, I would love to see what your day consists of. So don't forget to check out the other artists. Their links are in the description box below. We've got Gina, Barbara, and Leslie. Let's see what their schedules are about. I'm excited to see.
Rain, and we've got snow on the ground here in Austin.
Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that it snowed in Texas like that.
It doesn't. But last year it did, and now this year. So
Crazy. Well, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to hop on the Life Coach Zach podcast today. As you know, we love talking about all things mental health, mindfulness, spirituality, health, and well-being. And you are the perfect guest to have on the episode today. We're going to talk a lot about energy healing. We're going to talk a lot about how you're a psychic and how amazing that is. We're going to talk a little bit about my experience working with you, which has been nothing short of amazing. So to all the people that are listening on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, my guest today is Amira Hall. Amira is a psychic, not psycho, with 22 years experience, over 23,000 clients around the globe, and 300 plus trainings. Amira, thank you so much for joining me today.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm super excited about what's going to come out in our conversation today, because with me, there's always some surprise or twist.
That's it. You never know with you. So tell us a little bit about what you do as a psychic. How do you have these psychic powers? And yeah, I guess we'll start there. How's that sound?
Yeah, I love it. Well, honestly, it's been a very long time that I've never admitted that I was a psychic. I tended to call myself an intuitive and then a spirit medium, and I've called myself every name in the book. And so that's pretty wide. But here's the thing. I believe we're all psychic. And that word is getting thrown around and bantered around in ways that it frightens a lot of people. And really, psychic means the unseen or invisible, right? So I'm accessing information. I kind of relate it to being able to look into, let's say a back office or an archive of information that's stored in our energy records. And so I'm able to see and connect with thoughts and feelings and patterns. And so it's, in a way, I gave myself a new title. I'm an interdimensional analyst. How do you like it?
Amazing. Interdimensional analyst. So how do you see the interdimension?
Well, if I could ask you to imagine a rose, or if you've got one on your table or a flower, and then close your eyes and visualize it, that's how we see. And we all see. Call it a visualization, call it an idea, an inspiration. I've trained myself to be able to zoom in on a specific, let's say, entry point. I call them pictures. It could be a thought, it could be a belief, it could be a memory. So when I can dial in, it's like when I look at the energy centers, the chakras, or the energy field, it's almost like I see a kaleidoscope, a spinning wheel of all of these incredible colors and patterns. And then when I zoom in or one color jumps out at me, I sort of go down that rabbit hole. It's like stepping into a stargate where all the information starts unraveling and I get a story. So the story is then translated in my head and I reveal the story. It might be a metaphor.
Yeah.
It might be a literal experience that the person's had.
Right.
So sometimes we have a little discussion trying to define or interpret. Is it a real life situation? Is it a metaphor? Or is your soul trying to give you, your next step information? So it's kind of a translation. And I think over the years, as I've developed an expertise in being able to, as much as a natural ability we all have, I've been able to refine it and tune it in. And that's what I teach people to do,
Amazing.
because we're all highly intuitive, call it psychic. And when we access those parts of ourselves, there's so much more information that's available to us.
Yeah. You know, I would say this has a lot to do with the spiritual realm, right? I mean, when we start to link quantum physics and science and brain waves and the natural law of attraction and manifestation, I mean, there are a lot of pieces to the puzzle that fit perfectly. And a psychic is part of the spiritual realm. I mean, we send out information from our brain through our brain waves into the quantum field, into the ether, into the universe, if you want to call it the universe. And if we can feel the right feelings, the high frequency emotions of joy, love, gratitude, appreciation, what we're trying to manifest will come back to us. And I am a firm believer. However, there are a lot of people out there that don't believe in this. There's a lot of people that don't believe in the law of attraction. There's a lot of people that don't believe that we can manifest our goals and dreams through intentional thinking and high frequency emotions. So what do you say to all the doubters out there? And what proof do you have that proves them wrong?
Well, you might not like this, but I don't need to prove it to anybody. And after all this time, I'm so convinced, and I've had to prove it to myself, because I came from a corporate background and not trusting my intuition and doubting myself or hesitating or being uncertain. When I was finally able to dial into the specific information, is it any different than being able to access a certain program or software? Right? If we have the right tools, we can, let's say with Word, a simple thing like that, we can type and send information through the air, right? Well, science is refined now compared to when this started happening for me 22 years ago. Now science is coming and really showing us how this is all stored information. And, you know, there's a lot of different psychics. And I want to just back up on that thought, because, you know, some people misconstrue psychic with or associate that with only card readers. I'm not going there. I'm using my natural, innate, God-given abilities of clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, which we all have. It's part of our natural GPS system.
Right.
And our soul's path. Yes, this is a spiritual journey. As we start awakening and become more desensitized to being programmed by everything in our environments, all of these natural abilities just start coming online.
Yeah.
And so it's a wonderful process of discovery. And I really feel, you know, going back to what your comment was about mental health and the work you do, I often see it. People that get depressed, I know for myself it's happened, it's stuck energy. It's not even mine.
Right.
And so the wonderful liberating thing was, okay, if it's energy and I can clear it without meds or drugs or, you know, destroying everything in my life, then that's great. That's a win. Just show me how. And so that's where I started embarking on teaching people to clear their energy field, quick, fast, and easy, so that they can come back online and be that inspirational or that be on purpose with manifesting.
Yeah.
And coming back to the doubters, I think doing a reading, like, I don't know what your experience was, Zach. We haven't had a chance since I spoke to you about that. But that's how a lot of doubters come back to really believing. They need proof themselves.
Right.
And when I connect with them and identify things or articulate circumstances, and they go, holy geez, how did she know that?
Unreal.
I never told her.
Unreal.
You know?
And I had such an incredible experience on our session last week. I'm just so thankful that I was able to meet you and come across who you are and what you do. And I want to take a step back and talk about a lot about manifestation, because I feel like these manifestation and our energy is very interconnected. I myself have manifested amazing things in my life. Amazing things, from my dream lifestyle to my dream car to, you know, a relationship with friends and family that are just constantly growing and getting stronger. And I believe it to be true. I believe that if I meditate and if I feel joy, love, appreciation, and gratitude in my heart, and I believe that if I am going to get what I want, then subconsciously my thoughts, decisions, and actions are going to align with what I want, ultimately creating that, bringing it to fruition, right? So I don't need to prove to anyone either that manifestation and the natural law of attraction is true. I don't need to prove it to anyone, but if they were to look, they would see that, these are the receipts. And I'm someone who loves to study the natural law of attraction, and meditation is the foundation for that, right? In order for us to manifest what we want, our goals and dreams, we have to be present. We have to live as if we already have what we want, whether it's a beautiful house that's paid off, or if it's our dream job or our dream relationship. You have to live, you have to feel, you have to believe that it's already true. And it's easier said than done. So when it comes to the phrase easier said than done, I want to ask you a question. How do you, as a psychic, as an energy healer, sharpen your skills and get better at what you do each and every day?
Thank you. That's a great question. And I want to say that, I totally 100,000% believe in the law of attraction. I believe we're here as creators. That's our spiritual purpose. We're here to learn about who we are. And unfortunately or fortunately, we've all been programmed. And what we're not realizing is that as an energy being that came into form, we're programmed and we're camouflaged our true purpose and our true abilities. And so we have to dig through that or begin releasing it so that our natural self can shine. And so that's why, I started this journey just simply to heal me. After a near-death experience, I was in a really dark, destructive place in my life, and I hung out there I couldn't get out of it. I didn't go see a psychologist because I figured they're going to lock me up and throw away the keys. When I started hearing things and seeing things, all of my abilities got so turned on. It was like having a speaker blasting in your ear super high. You can't really hear it, right? So I had to learn myself. I had to prove it to me, Zach. I had to prove it that this was worth a damn and that it worked. And this was way before the law of attraction came into vogue and everybody was talking about it. But, they've oversimplified it. And I feel like the general message behind it, they've left out some important ingredients in the recipe. And that is your vibration. So they talk about feelings, which is key, as you mentioned. But all of your feelings, if you've got these unconscious blocks that are sort of tucked away in the back closet that you don't know about and you're not looking at it and it doesn't matter to you because you're just focused and you're hell-bent on getting that beautiful home or whatever it might be, you're missing out. And there's that skeleton rattling in the closet that is dragging you down, and it is unconsciously lowering your vibration. So the trick is, how do we get to that crap that's behind us that we have no idea is there? And that's the part I work at, because it's the unconscious quantum part of you that's hidden from view. And it's real simple when you have the right tools. You can't vacuum your house, the whole house, with a little handheld vac, right? That's just going to take forever. It'll work in little one square at a time, but it's like that. Meditation is key. Listening as the intuition starts to come alive is not doubting it, and to taking specific action when you are hearing that little voice.
Amazing. So when it comes to past trauma, because that's something that you and I discussed on our session last week when you were, diving deep into my subconscious and feeling my energy and reading my energy. And it was very eye-opening. But as someone who likes to be aware of not only what's going on right here, right now, but what's going to happen in the future and what's happened in the past, how can how can anybody that's listening be more aware of that skeleton in the closet? Like, what if they have past traumas that they don't even know of? And is that a common occurrence where people have past traumas that they kind of block out, that they don't even realize is there?
Yes, we all have trauma. We all have experiences that have derailed us, and those are stored in your archive, accept it or not, believe it or not. Is that you ringing, or
I
is
think
that
it's
me?
you. No worries though. No stress.
Okay,
That's
sorry
okay.
about that. Yeah, we can't see or know what we don't know. And so I think it's a journey of first making the body feel safe and the mind being retrained, because nobody's helped us train our minds, and our little monkey minds are jumping around all over the place. That's what spirit does. When we think of going to Hawaii, we go there. It's a flash, but our spirit literally leaves the body. If you've ever come in the house and put down your keys, and then you're going to leave next time, you can't find your keys. Where the heck did you put them? In that moment, you were out of your body. Your spirit was somewhere else, focused on something else. And same thing when you're barreling down the highway and you miss your exit. It's because you were at the grocery store thinking about what you're going to pick up or that meeting that you're going to have. You left your body for an instant, or most of it. A part of your unconscious or your subconscious self is driving the vehicle because it's rote memory. So, this is the point where we have to retrain ourselves, not only to be mindful, but to have our spirit be in the present. And that is the most powerful place to manifest whatever it is we want. Because I see the energies on the planets is shifting. And we're coming into a phase where, as you think, you create. And so where it might have taken a month or two to manifest something, it's going to happen in a flash, because you were thinking it, and oh my gosh, somebody just showed up and said the very same thing and invited you to an opportunity. So it's happening fast. So equally as fast, we're also destroying things in our life, destroying or missing opportunities. So we're just, nobody's ever been here at this time, I think, in the evolution of our spirit and the planet. So I know that we have to be more and more diligent, vigilant on paying attention. If you're anxious and you're just losing your mind, you're too far into the future. What's going to happen? Well, what if this doesn't work? Well, what if that's, not true? Getting clear, being able to be present and focus on what you see as the absolute next step is key.
Right. And I love
the trauma is when we have the trauma, it's basically we're connecting to a memory or a feeling that is in a past experience. It's not real. And I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it's your memory and your energetic connection to that point in time that keeps it alive in this present time. So we have to purge that. And it's like, how do you remove malware or viruses from your computer? You run a software, right? You deprogram it. And that's what I teach people how to do.
Interesting. So I love how you mentioned about we're kind of destroying ourselves too. I forgot exactly the verbiage used to articulate that thought, but it was like, we manifest good things, but we also manifest bad things. The natural law of attraction works both ways. You don't just manifest good things. You can manifest bad things too. And to all the people that are listening, that are like, whoa, I didn't realize that, I want you to really start to become hyper aware of your thought patterns, right? Are you in a positive feedback loop, or are you in a negative feedback loop? Because a lot of the times when we have a shitty day, we allow the shitty day to turn into a shitty sleep. And then the shitty sleep turns into a shitty morning. And then the shitty morning resonates and comes in throughout the rest of our day. So be really careful about your thoughts. Be really strong-minded and exercise your free will to choose positive thoughts only. What do you think about that, Amira?
Well, I think, again, meditation is key, and it's a form of meditation that I'm speaking about is a tool or a practice that actually purges what we don't know is there. Because I see a lot of people going out in the world, and they've got this happy face on, and they're perfectly groomed, and they're bragging about all the shit they manifested and all the good things. Meanwhile, they go home and their relationship is in tatters, or they're really not being honest with themselves. Or even if they are thinking, I'm positive, I'm optimistic, I've got these affirmations plastered all over my mirrors, but then all these things are not so good happening, right? So it's like their split personality. They want to believe those good things are happening, but there's something inside of them. They don't know where that is, that's just tugging them back. And that's maybe a sense like I've tried everything. In fact, I'm thinking out right now that most of the people I work with are highly successful and they're well educated. They've got successful, amazing businesses, but they hit a wall and they can't figure out, because they're really smart, what the hell did they do wrong? Where did they go wrong? And so they analyze it and analyze it and analyze it. And it might come back to a memory or something that happened so long ago. Man, it is in the back archives. And they have no direct tie to it, so they don't think it's haunting them. But it is. It's coming up for removal.
Yeah. And
because we're on a journey.
Yeah.
We're on a journey. It's not a stop and start, or you hit a button and you're finished.
So what's the process you go through? If you can explain it as simply and as succinctly as possible, what's the process that you go through to help people accomplish that?
The very first thing that we all need to learn, including myself, it's a continual practice, is being grounded.
Yeah.
And I ground from the base of my spine. So it's like I've got the base of my spine. Imagine right now I've got a USB wire plugged right down all the way to the center of the earth. So if anybody blasts me, with a criticism or a big surprise, or, somebody shuts something down now or something, I've got a way for the body to discharge that energy. And that energetic surge doesn't get stuck or locked in my body. So that's the first thing. Second thing I work with people is clearing the center of their head, because you can't be clairvoyant or inspired or have a vision to where you want to go or what you want to create if that space isn't clear. So if it's filled with worries or lists of things to do, or constantly looking at your phone, did I miss something? Did I miss something? The distractions. We've got to clear that inner space. And it's like a reset. When you reboot your computer, it's like you got a fresh software, connection.
Mm-hmm.
So that way our higher self and our guides, our angels, they can all, give you the messages with the utmost clarity. And then the third thing is to be able to have a practice where you are aware of where your aura starts and stops. So a lot of mistakes people make is they may be very gregarious or outgoing, but they come home and they're just flattened. And it's because they've went out into the world, or even online, it happens. You're plugging into everybody and everything, and they're all jumping into your energetic field. And then you're overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know, nobody's taught us how to have a healthy, clean, fresh aura, how to stay present and not go into somebody else's energetic field. But what do you do when you go there and you come back feeling really crappy? Have you ever had a call or a phone call with somebody and you were feeling great, and then after you talk to them, you're like, oh man, I want to commit suicide.
Right.
So that's what happened. It's their energy.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times we just blame ourselves, or we think something's wrong with us, or we can't identify it. So the beautiful thing is I teach people to use my stress buster, and they can just run those energies, the cosmic and earth energies in our channels. It's kind of like having an acupuncture session, right? Just keep those channels flowing. The body and the spirit know what to do when they're clear.
Yeah. Amazing.
That's key.
That's the process.
So those are the basic ones. And then being able to reclaim your energy. If you've gone on an adventure, you've had an event or a project, you've left your energy in that event. Oh, it was great. There's no question. You manifested a pile of money and all these people were praising you. However, your energy's still there.
Yep.
So in order to get back on track and be present and to continue to, the momentum of manifesting, you have to reclaim that energy.
Absolutely. And the best way to do that is to give you a call, reach out to you. To all the people that are listening, you can go to chakra-clearing.com. That's CHAKRI-clearing.com. Connect with Amira. Have your psychic reading done. I did it. It was amazing. Looking forward to continuing to work with you in the future. To all the people that were listening on Apple and Spotify, thank you so much. Go ahead and subscribe, share it with your friends. All the people watching on YouTube, I'm going to drop the link to all of Amira's socials and her website and how you can connect with her below. Amira, it was nothing short of a pleasure again to have you on the podcast today. Thank you so much for your time. Is there anything you want to leave the audience with today?
You're a manifester. You're a creator. Go do
That's
it.
it. Go do it. Go do it. Be present.
Be
meditate.
Be it.
Right. Exactly.
Thank you
That's
so
it.
much, Zach. It's such a
My
joy.
pleasure, Amira. Have a wonderful day. Wishing you all the health, wealth, success, and happiness for this year. And we'll connect again soon.
Welcome to the Health Leader Forge, a joint production between the University of New Hampshire and the Northern New England Association of Healthcare Executives. My name is Mark Bonica, and I am an assistant professor in the University of New Hampshire's Department of Health Management and Policy. Today's guest is my colleague, Dr. Vanessa Druskett, Associate Professor of Organizational Behavior and Management here at the University of New Hampshire. Vanessa studies and teaches about team emotional intelligence, helping organizations develop more effective norms and behaviors. In the full version of the interview, we go through Vanessa's intellectual journey from an early interest in social work to work on leadership, teams, and emotional intelligence. We talk in detail about a few of her papers, particularly a Harvard Business Review paper she co-authored called Building the Emotional Intelligence of Teams, which has been cited over 1,000 times. I have included a ungated version in the show notes, so you can click through there and download it for free and follow along if you'd like with the conversation. I hope you enjoy my conversation with Vanessa, and if you do, won't you leave us a review on iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, or wherever you might be listening to this podcast? It helps other people find us. Thanks for listening, and here is Dr. Vanessa Druskett. Welcome to the podcast, Vanessa.
Thank you, Mark. It's great to be here with you and your listeners.
I want to start with your academic journey and your education. So you started out, got a BA in psychology at Indiana University. Mm-hmm. What drew you to psychology?
Well, actually, I started out, I grew up in Massachusetts, and I decided I was interested in social work. And there were very few schools that had social work as an undergraduate major. One of them was Boston University, which is, you'll see that's pre-ession for later, but the other one was Indiana University. So I picked Indiana, went down and started studying social work and decided that it wasn't for me. I was too opinionated, okay? The idea was that I was going to have to go in and not take all my liberal values and all my values, and I was going to have to go in and work with people and not have my values orientation get in the way. And so I was at a loss for what to do. My roommate said, "Let's become business majors." I said, "Sure, what else?" So I became a business major for a semester. And that's what introduced me to organizational psychology, organizational behavior. So just to give you that lead, I hated business. Again, my values got in the way. I went from a 3.9 GPA to 2.4 or something like this in one semester.
Oh, wow.
I hated classes.
Okay.
So anyway, at the time I was taking psychology courses, I started taking more and I fell in love with psychology, but I could never see myself doing clinical psychology because it was way too similar to the social work issue. Right. But since I now had the business minor, I could see, marrying psychology with the workplace. And so that's what I ended up getting interested in.
Okay. So you went from Indiana to Columbia, where you earned a master's in organizational psychology. Was that right away, or did you have some work time in between?
I did a lot of things in between. I traveled. Okay. I was a ski bum for a while. But one of the things that becomes really important is during my journey at that time, I worked, in my lifetime at this point, 31 different jobs.
Wow.
So and I'm not talking about different consulting jobs. I would consider consulting one job, right? But I was an explorer. I was always a little bit of an explorer, and I traveled and I worked in different places. For example, I worked on a kibbutz in Israel, and I was working in the laundry for 4 months. That was one of my jobs. And so I got kind of a really good sense of who I was in relation to these different jobs. And what I found was that every job I had, I was a little bit of a different person. So there's something about the context that either turned me on and got me engaged and I was a great employee, or something that alienated me and I just wasn't that engaged. And so I got back from traveling, always knowing I was going to go on in school, and decided that I was going to follow that business, that interest, the marrying between psychology and business. And specifically, I got interested in group dynamics. I started thinking about group cultures or team cultures based on the different places I'd worked. And so I picked Teachers College, Columbia Teachers College, because it had some group dynamics information there. And I had some really good faculty at the time, and moved to New York, and that was fun. So it was a great experience there. Great experience.
And were you thinking at that point, I'm going to go on, get a PhD, become an academic, or were you thinking, I don't know, stop at the master's and maybe become a consultant or something like that?
I always thought I'd go on, but I wasn't quite sure. I was going to see what happened. But I did get involved in research at Teachers College, and I did a bunch of research, fascinating research with some of the faculty there, and that really launched me. At the time, I met my husband, and he was in Boston. And so I couldn't stay on. I decided not to stay on at Teachers College, but I had to go back to Boston if I was going to go on. And so I took a year kind of moving back to Boston with him, and then went back for the doctorate a year later.
Okay. And you did the doctorate at Boston University.
Yes.
Yes. And at that point, social psychology. So what is the field of social psychology?
Okay, so first let me say a tough question for me was, do I go into social psychology or do I go into a business school?
Okay.
And everybody said to me, look, all the theories are in psychology. Business is just stealing the great theories, or organizational behavior is stealing the great theories. So get grounded in the theories within psychology. And at the time, Boston University also had an amazing OB department, and it still does. And so I decided social psychology basically is the study of how the situation impacts behavior. All right. So this is, again, comes back to my interest in why I was so different in all these situations. Here's Vanessa, she goes from one job as in the laundry at the kibbutz, and she's on fire, and I'm so good at it. They leave me alone and let me run the laundry all on my own, to another jobs where I just didn't want to get out of bed in the morning. And I thought that a lot of it was the situation with the people, the way they treated me, the way they appreciated me, the way I got to have some control. And so all were things that I picked up on later in my future research. And I wanted to delve into the situation. And so I picked social psychology.
It's funny that you said that, because I had a kind of similar experience. When I was doing my MBA, and I had transitioned from being a philosophy major to being into business, and I was at my MBA. And the thing that I really liked about the business school was how they stole from everybody.
Yes.
To me, that seemed like a cool thing, actually. Yes. And I thought I would go. I thought that would be my, that I would wind up doing a PhD in business. I wound up doing economics, which kind of steals from everybody too, but a different way. Interesting. Okay.
Well, let me say, that's why I teach in a business school now. Psychology ended up being too narrow, whereas business school was just, come on, any theories, we're really interested in the outcome. And that was what was exciting to me. What were you how you influence the business world or the people in the business world. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. So did you have this idea that you wanted to, you saw how the environment changed you and how you interact with the environment. Did you have an idea that you maybe wanted to help people figure that out or change it? Or what were your kind of thinking? Like, what do I want to do with this at that time?
Yeah. At that time, I hadn't yet come to that conclusion. I was just so in love with psychology, with applying psychology to the workplace. I was so in love with every class I took at Teachers College. I was just enamored with the whole thing. And for me at the time, I knew I was interested in group dynamics. By the way, when I was at Teachers College, I got an A in every course except for my group dynamics course, which I got a B.
Oh, well.
Again, too opinionated. I had too many, didn't quite fit what the teacher was thinking. But still, that was my love coming out of that. My essay to get into the doctoral program was all about group dynamics, but I was very open-minded about what I would look at within that realm.
That's neat. Well, so I want to talk about, I've got a couple of papers that I've pulled that I mentioned to you before we got started that I've pulled that you'd written. One of which must have been one of your earliest papers, the 1994 piece, Gender and Leadership Style, Transformational and Transactional Leadership in the Roman Catholic Church. This must have been was this something you were working on in your PhD, or did you do it shortly afterward?
I had the opportunity to work with a faculty member at Boston University who was a former priest, and he received a huge grant from the Lilly Foundation to study the Catholic Church, essentially, and especially the schools and the hospitals and the churches and the leadership within the Catholic Church and all those places. And so he pulled me in to help him with that. It was, I got some funding from it. And one of his interests was in transformational leadership. And so he had thrown in to his survey lots of questions about transformational leadership. So I took an interest in that area, and that was the impetus of that paper. Okay.
So transformational leadership, I think, comes out of the 80s. Yeah. I mean, I know the precedents were probably date back into the 50s, and I don't know, theory X and theory Y and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was like the term was coined like in the 80s, right?
Yes.
So it's still a relatively new idea.
Yes.
At that point.
It's still hot right now. It is a very hot idea. It's continued to be hot. The idea is that leadership is about change. And so transformational leadership theory basically says leadership and change are synonymous. You don't go into a leadership role and say, oh, status quo is fine. You go in with the idea of transforming the organization. But the theory says that in order to do that, you have to really inspire people. You have to get to know them individually. You have to touch them individually, convince people that they need to do more than they think that they can possibly do. And so you get to know people, and it's got a lot of, sort of a lot of values that are consistent with my own, these values that got in my way when I was studying social work. But it's a really brilliant theory. And so I fell in love with the theory. And then what I found, I think, I don't know if you want me to talk about.
Yeah. So, let's talk. I mean,
you go.
Let me throw a couple of thoughts out there. One is you did this huge survey. You had, I think you had something like over 8,000 responses. Yeah. So this is really robust.
Yes. And by the way, I was in that grant that I was part of. Someone had to call all those people and make sure that the response rate was high. And I was one of the doobies on the phone helping get that response rate. And the basics of research when you're a graduate student.
Yeah. Paying your dues.
Dues, right.
Yeah. So, all right. So you studied, I think this one specifically drew on to all male and all female orders.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about kind of how you got, what were you looking for and what did you actually find?
Well, these nuns run the schools and a lot of the hospitals, and priests run a lot of boys' schools and churches, and they don't mix all that much. And so we were able to really look at how the followers, or I don't know what you want to call it. You can't really call them employees, but you've got your leaders and your followers. how the followers of these leaders of these organizations rated their leaders, and whether or not they rated them to be transformational and inspirational, and inspiring them to people to go on to do more than they ever thought they could do, or whether they were simply what we call transactional leaders, which is that you do this, I'll do that for you. Basically leadership as a transaction, which is get this done and then we'll promote you to that, as opposed to inspiring. And what we found was huge, significant difference, that the women were much more transformational than the men. And that was quite controversial at the time. A lot of research had been coming out about, hey, women can be leaders too. There's women's ways of knowing. And, women are different, but they can also be good leaders. And so it was kind of at the edge of that period of time where there was a lot being written about whatever happened to women leaders. Right?
Okay. And so I think one of the surprises that I took away, that I think one of the things that surprised you, I think, as well from reading the article, was that there was more transformational leadership kind of between both men and women than I think you expected.
Yes.
But even so, women showed more transformational leadership than men.
Yes. Thanks for reminding me of that. The only thing that I remember really was that.
Yeah. So it was only 35 years ago.
Yeah.
30.
Well, I think you would expect it. Yeah, you'd expect it with the Catholic Church. There's a lot of reason for inspiration, right?
Right. Sure. I mean, people presumably are in these organizations because they, are inspired or want to be inspired, right?
Yes.
To do what they do. So one of the things you talked about in the article I thought was interesting, and you kind of just raised it a second ago, is about the industry's perspective on women and women in leadership roles. And one of the things you discussed, and in the article I thought was interesting, was, women in mixed gender organizations might have less power because of their status as women, but this study controls for that.
Yes. Yeah.
And so one argument could be, well, women show more transformational leadership when they're in mixed gender environments, because they don't have as much, they can't draw on a power base that would allow them to be transactional.
Yeah.
I think, is that the correct?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, I would say that that's true today too.
Okay.
Continues to be true, I think. Yeah.
But the conclusion of the paper really is women just do it more, even when they're, this is the interest, I think is kind of one of the interesting things is about that paper, was even when it was an all women organization, they still engaged in more transformational leadership than their male counterparts.
Yes. It's interesting to think about transformational leadership as being sort of a feminine way of leading. So it's basically getting to know people, helping them to develop, right? And it's it just feels a little, you talked about theory X, theory Y. It feels very theory Y. And I started really thinking about it as I started delving into a lot of the literature on what differentiates men from women's values and things like that. And nobody had ever really talked about how this transformational leadership theory that was touted as so great really was consistent with women's values. And so that was an epiphany for me. And
okay.
Yeah. And so the paper continues to get cited quite often. Which I guess, I think, it's attractive to people who are interested in religion and people who are interested in gender issues in general. So, yeah. But let me say one more thing about the paper.
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't have been a solo authored paper, but what happened was at the time, I saw my supervisor, David Nygren, who was the faculty member, who was the priest that was leading all this, found something that was a kind of a competition at the Center for Creative Leadership. And it was a competition of graduate students, graduate student written papers on leadership. So he encouraged me to finish up the paper. It forced me to finish it quickly and to submit it for that award. And I got the award. So
nice.
I came in first place for this graduate student award at the Center for Creative Leadership. I got to fly out to that think tank and present the paper. And in retrospect, it really feels badly that David Nygren wasn't a co-author on that, since he was the PI on this. So it really should have been. I had a lot of support from him. But it really kind of launched my career, being able to have that award and the contacts I made through it and things like that. And,
well, that's great.
Yeah, and it taught me a lot. So since I did have to write the paper on my own, so that was one of the stipulations. Yeah.
Well, as I read that paper, it struck me that, and I said this to you a minute ago before we got started. It struck me that I could see, doing my little retrospective look at your intellectual career, that you could see the germs of kind of a lot of what you did after, both in terms of kind of leadership and specifically self-managing teams, and also this kind of the importance of emotional intelligence, which in emotionally intelligent teams, which we'll come to in a minute. So through the 90s, I saw in your publications that you did a lot with self-managing teams. So how did the self-managing teams theme, how did you get involved in that? And how was that kind of an outgrowth of what you'd been doing at BU?
Okay, so, I went in there knowing I was interested in teams, but trying to figure out, well, what was I going to do with my dissertation? And we had the good fortune to be connected with Polaroid, which was in Cambridge, and which was very close to Boston University. And they had created self-managing teams at Polaroid. And so we had a representative come in and talk to one of my classes on group dynamics. It was talking all about self-managing teams. And it just clicked. I mean, he basically said, look, we have these people on the shop floors in self-managing teams. They no longer have to ask permission to use the restroom. They can decide on their own. Okay, so all of this just hit me like, what? They have got permission? So all of my, social justice stuff all came in, and I just fell in love with that idea, and so that became a big interest at that time. And
okay. Yeah. So talk about a self-managing team a little more. Aside from being able to decide when you want to go to the bathroom, what's the difference between a self-managing team and I guess a traditional team, if that's the right word?
So a traditional team has a leader on it, and the leader can be as hierarchical and controlling, or as empowering as they want, but primarily the leader runs the ship. And so the team members do what the leader wants, right? But self-managing team basically said the philosophy is, why do you need a leader? If you can get them to interact, and these are smart people to begin with that know the work, if we put them in self-managing teams where they share leadership, and typically the teams, especially the teams that I started studying for my dissertation, they would rotate this position of kind of facilitator, right? And so you would always have somebody who was, filling out the schedule and doing kind of the paperwork for the team, but it would rotate, or, whether it rotated weekly or every 6 months. And then you wouldn't have to have someone telling you when to do things, and you could decide things on your own. And so it obviously cut out a layer of management. So it was, economically feasible. You'd have one leader in charge of, say 10 teams. Right. And so you would still report to someone, but the teams were semi-autonomous,
Okay.
And that's the idea. You still always have a leader. So that's the idea, essentially.
How popular is this idea? I mean, I've read about Gore and some other organizations, but I'm curious, how popular is this idea out in the world based on your research?
Okay. Well, it waxes and wanes. All right. At the time, I did my literature review for my dissertation on it, and there had been pockets of places. Gaines Dog Food had done it for a while. There had been over in the UK, they had done it in mining teams. And it was always really successful. Motivation went up, team members loved it. But then it would last for a while, and then a new leader would come in and say, I don't want to work this way. So it was always, at the behest of whoever was running the ship at the time, could decide whether they were going to keep it or trash it, whether they were willing to share control or wanted control. And so a lot of it really depended on that. And so my dissertation, basically, the whole literature review basically said, look, it's a great idea. By all accounts, it works well. All the studies that have been done on it show, but don't count on leaders to continue to support it, which is essentially what happened at the plant where I worked. It happens all the time. So it's waxing and waning. Right now, it's coming back under a new term, which is called shared leadership, which is a very big deal right now. And people are trying to figure out, well, what exactly is that? But it always comes down to how much control management really wants to give to the people that they're responsible for.
Okay. How much do you, I saw some references to self-leadership, Chuck Mann's work. How much do you do with, how important is that literature in understanding effective self-managing teams? So kind of, is the self-leadership piece important in understanding how a team then is able to build on those units, or can you deal with it at the more macro team level?
So, Chuck Manns was one of the first people to start studying self-managing teams. And he got very interested in the idea of self-leadership mattering, in self-managing teams. But you have to remember that I took a social psychological lens to teams. And so my idea was always, what matters more is the culture you create in a team than in the skills you develop in any one individual. So my idea was, coming back to my own self, I was a perfectly capable individual with a lot of different skills, but in some environments I'd use them and in some environments I wouldn't. So so my lens was just very different. So I never used Chuck Mann's, I'm sure I referred to it. It was very popular for a while. And of course his research, he was a real starter, led a movement, I felt.
Yeah. Well, he was also one of my professors from when I did my MBA.
Yes, that's so cool.
Yeah.
He's been at UMass Amherst now for ages. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah. Okay. So what did you learn that made self-managing teams effective?
Yeah. So just a slight background. I went for my dissertation to a plant that had 300 self-managing work teams. And I studied the teams there. And I went down and basically lived with these teams for 2 months, and then came back a few times after I did my collection over time. And I collected all kinds of information from them. But primarily what I ended up using for my dissertation was this information about the norms, the culture that the team would develop. So some teams would just develop a culture. Okay, they'd have rules that sort of engaged them. So let me give you an example. One rule was focused on for sort of feedback and what I called team self-evaluation. So periodically they'd step back and they'd say, okay, how are we doing? What needs to be tweaked? This kind of thing. Another rule that ended up being really powerful was they actually got to know each other at a level, so they could predict one another's behavior. So they would say, well, you're not going to want to do this, you're going to want to do that, and so they knew each other at this level. And some teams just didn't have those kind of rules. They didn't know each other. They never stepped back and looked at. And so what I found was, in the end, a set of norms that I felt differentiated those teams that were really great from those teams that were not so great. And that was the outcome of my dissertation. By the way, another thing that affected my dissertation was that I had handed my survey data, most of my survey data, over to a company that was going to be scanning. It was like early in the scanning technology, right? But we used to have to enter the data one by one every survey, every time. Right. And I gave it to the scanning, and they lost the data. They moved offices, and they lost the data. You cannot believe it. So I think I was the first graduate in a psychology department that produced a dissertation that was primarily qualitative. I did have some surveys. There was one survey in particular that I did not use scanning technology for that I had. But anyway, that's a whole other story. So it was
Wow.
panic moment.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but so anyway, it ended up being great data, and I delved in, and it was fascinating to look at interviews. I did 3-hour interviews, individuals with teams, all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Just as kind of an aside, what kind of, do you see yourself as a qualitative researcher or primarily a quantitative researcher at this point? How do you approach problems, or do you do a little bit of both? Do you dabble in both?
I dabble in both, but I prefer qualitative research. So that kind of set me on. I mean, I'd never taken a course in qualitative research, but that's what I had. I had to figure it out on the fly. I just love the richness of it. And so I do both. I've done both, but I really feel like you can dig deeply and hear the stories that aren't.
Yeah, I'm the same. So I think so. So some of the things you're talking about with the getting to know people, this is where that resonates back to the transformational leadership that you talked about, right? And it kind of leads to the other stream of your research, which is more in the emotional intelligence resident at the team level.
Mm-hmm.
Did you, so EI, EQ, emotional quotient, those also are kind of buzzwords out of the 80s, right?
90s.
Was it
90s?
Or 90s? That was actually early 90s, right? Goleman published his big popular book in the 90s. But that research had been going on in one shape or another for a while.
Not really. First paper, I think the first academic paper was published by Peter Salovey and Jack Mayer. Jack Mayer is in the psychology department here at UN.
Right. Yeah.
And Peter Salovey, he was doing a postdoc with Peter Salovey at Yale. And Peter Salovey at the time was famous for his research on envy, jealousy, things like that. So he was in emotion research. But 1991, I think, was the first year that their first paper came out on that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So when did you become aware of that?
Okay, good question. Great question.
And how did you kind of make that link between emotional intelligence and transformational leadership, which you had already been working with?
Sure. So when I was in graduate school, I was so interested in teams that I took a bunch of first of all, I took some clinical psychology courses on group therapy, since I was in the psych department. But I also took a 2-year program with a educational institution called National Training Laboratories. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I'm not.
Okay. So they are quite famous for training people in, basically psychology of groups. And they use what's called T-group methodology, where you put people in a group and, and it's one way for people to sort of learn about themselves relative to groups. There are 3 main traditions in that. There's the Tavistock method, which is big in the United Kingdom. There's the Gestalt method, which was when I was in Cleveland, I was able to learn the Gestalt method. But National Training Laboratories, which is out of Maine, has this T-group methodology. So anyway, long story short, they put you in a group and you study the group and you study each other. You study how the group culture emerges. And what I learned in that was that the primary way to find out what the issues were in a group was to pay attention to the emotion on people's faces. So I did a 2-year program with them. And basically, what I learned was anything you wanted to know about a group was in the emotion that you were catching from the others in the group. Emotion is contagious. You could see it on the faces. So people's frustration. Okay, what are they frustrated about? So everything you needed to know about facilitating a group or what the problems currently were would emerge out of the emotion that was being experienced by group members and that was contagious within the group. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where I first learned about the power of emotion in groups. It's powerful, I'm telling you. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then how did you tie that to leadership and take it to that next level?
Sure. So I had been talking about emotion in groups, and writing about my self-managing team stuff. And I was at Case Western Reserve for 8 years, where Richard Boyatzis is. I don't know if you recognize that name. He's one of the authors.
I recognize, but I don't.
Yeah. So he's one of the authors in emotional intelligence. He was Daniel Goleman's roommate at Harvard during their PhD program.
Oh, that's neat.
Yep.
Okay.
And furthermore, the reason I got to know Richard Boyatzis is because Richard Boyatzis, Daniel Goleman, and I all had the same mentor. We all studied under David McClelland. They had studied at Harvard, and Harvard had required McClelland to retire at a certain age, and McClelland came over to Boston University, where I was. And so he was my dissertation chair. And so we all knew each other through that connection. And so when they were writing a book on, it was an edited book, and they wanted someone to write a chapter on emotional intelligence in teams. They asked me to do that. And that's how that started to emerge. I contacted a good friend of mine from graduate school, Stephen Wolf, and we wrote a book chapter on what would an emotionally intelligent team look like.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a little bit about emotional intelligence as a construct first, and then we can, and hopefully this actually makes sense this time, to go from individual emotional intelligence to group emotional intelligence. Or or am I getting that wrong, like I did with self-leadership and self-leading teams?
No.
Do you think there's a connection? So in that case, you do see scaling kind of important.
But again, I come back to norms rather than individuals. So rather than looking at individual emotional intelligence, which I'll explain in a second, rather than that building an emotionally intelligent team, I look at how do you create an emotionally intelligent culture?
Okay.
And so that's what's different.
Well, let's talk about emotional intelligence for a minute, because that is of interest to leaders, I think, in general. And then let's talk about how that kind of all fits together with your larger theory.
Yeah. So it's a complicated topic that it's hard to say in a soundbite, but I'll do my best. Basically, the idea is that our brain is, I'll explain it the way that, who's that guy that I always talk about all the time? I can't think of his name. The Nobel Prize winner.
You think of Kahneman?
Yeah, Dan Kahneman. I love that.
Kahneman?
He's just amazing. Yeah. He talks about system 1, system 2. This is what I like to talk about because it's so logical. System 1 essentially is our old brain. It's really the bottom of the brain. Some people talk about left, right, but it's really the bottom of the brain, close to the brainstem. It was the first part of the brain to evolve, and it picks up everything from emotion. So we didn't have, a verbal cortex in those days. We didn't have language. Everything came from instinct and emotion. All right. And then our ancestors developed what we call the prefrontal cortex, which is the analytical part of the brain, which is how we solve math problems, and we're logical thinkers and things like that. But what a little known fact is that the emotion part of the brain never shuts off. And so we used to think that they were two different things. Leave your emotion at the door. You're not going to use your logical brain. Turns out that that's just not true. We never turn off the emotion part of the brain. And so what the emotion part of the brain does is it provides us with valuable information about the social situation or the situation in general. All right.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So it works super fast. The emotion part of our brain takes in, and I'm going to say this slowly because it's going to be shocking to you, 11 million bits of information per second.
Wow.
And I've seen the research paper that discovered that. 11 million bits of information per second, 10 million of which comes from our eyes. All right. So what this means is that a lot of the emotion part of our brain is working at an unconscious level. It's involuntary. This is not something we have to turn on. It's taken care of. It's why when you're driving a car and all of a sudden you quickly swerve to get out of the way of something, you didn't have to think about that. Your emotion brain was picking up information way before it was part of your conscious awareness. Well, it turns out that social situations today, some of the most nerve-wracking, dangerous situations that we're in are social situations. It used to be fight or flight, blah, 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 run from the woolly mammoths. But if you and I were in a tribe together and you saw the woolly mammoth, I could see your face I wouldn't have to see the woolly mammoth.
Right.
You would telegraph to me and we would run, unless I had the spear in my hand, and then I'd get the spear out and we'd win the battle, right?
Right.
So we have this capacity not just to have this emotion system that is constantly giving us information. We have a capacity to read the emotion on other people's faces. So that we have what are called mirror neurons that pick up on other people's emotions, and we literally catch that. So we think about emotional intelligence as information that comes from two sources: yourself and your own awareness of the situation, and the people around you and what you pick up from them. So that's part of it. But basically, emotion is information, and it is affecting your behavior constantly. If you're not aware that emotion is affecting your decisions, then you're letting emotion get in the way of your decisions. There's no such thing as making a decision unless it's a math problem without involving emotion. And if it's a math problem, you have to control your emotion and turn it off as best you can so that you can focus on just the logic of the math. People who can't turn off their emotion, they're scanning, do really poorly on math.
Yeah. Well, Kahneman, so I mean, you brought up Kahneman, so, and his system 1, system 2. So system 1 is the, a lot of the fight or flight, woolly mammoth. I see your eyes go wide, and so I know I'm activated to action kind of thing. And what you just said about being able to turn the emotions off and do something more logical seems to fit with his system 2 argument that I've got to stop the immediate emotion and think a longer term, make some sort of plan, analyze and think through.
Yes. And but the way to do that is to recognize that the emotion is there.
Okay.
It's best way to do it. I mean, that's what everybody recommends these days, is if you can say, all right, I know the emotion's there, I'm going to push it aside, or I'm going to push it out of the way. And so this is where emotional intelligence becomes important. It allows you to push aside the emotion that's not constructive, or it allows you to tune into the emotion that is something like, for example, when you're in a group and you want to know what the issues are, you can just read it on people's faces.
So I'm in a group, I'm picking up on some emotional current, and if I'm emotionally intelligent, I can read that, and rather than just letting the emotion control me, I can step back and analyze it. And am I
kind of
saying that right?
So you would have to, you obviously, with our analytical mind, you're going to have to make a decision given the situation that you're in, whether this is something you're going to stop and deal with at the moment or not. But if, you get, for example, I do a lot of work with groups. I do a lot of consulting work with teams. And I walk in the room and I look at the faces and I can feel what's going on at any point in time. And I can see certain people that are I can look at where they're sitting. I can look at certain faces versus others. Some people are happy to be there. Some people aren't. I can immediately see who's alienated, who's respected. I mean, here's another thing, by the way. There's a social hierarchy in every group. And we are so fine-tuned in our ability to pick up on it. We don't miss a trick. We know where we are in that social hierarchy. Okay. And so you can, if you're paying attention to it, you can, if you bring it to your conscious awareness, you can see it getting in the way of things. You can see people shutting up and not opening their mouths to let the social hierarchy answer, which is, whether you're in a self-managing team or not, happens.
Yeah.
Okay. Even in a self-managing team, there's a hierarchy. And it's the good self-managing teams that don't allow the hierarchy to control what goes on in the team. If that makes sense, I could go off on that, but you tell me what you're interested in following up on.
Tell me, I just want to stick with the individual EI for another minute. So good EI, bad EI, or maybe that's not the right way to say it. EI is a tool, right? I mean, in a sense, and it can be used for good or ill. I guess that's what I was going to try to say. Sure. So talk about how leaders with high emotional intelligence operate a little bit? Like, what is it they're doing differently than somebody who doesn't have the same level of emotional intelligence?
Okay. I'll give you an example of a leader who was talking about something, a situation. So this is a leader, one of the top leaders in an organization that I was in recently, and he was talking about how he walked into work one day and he'd had some car trouble. And he walked in with a frown on his face. And everybody kept looking at him in a fearful way, right? And he quickly realized that the frown, people were misinterpreting the frown on his face. They were worried. Everybody was worried about layoffs, weird things going on. You got the news about this project that was supposed to sell. And he quickly figured that out. And he was able to say, hey, by the way, everybody, I had car trouble. Just to let you know, forgive me if it seems like it's not you, it's the car trouble, right? And so, good leaders recognize that they're on stage and that they are always being read. Here's another one that good leaders are good at. They're good at managing. Let me tell you, I had a leader once say to me, I'm so busy and crazy, and I have these people come up to me and say, can you help me? And I'm thinking, they got one thing on their plate, and I got 30 things on my plate. And so what's a good leader going to do? The good leader is going to say, absolutely, I can help you. They're going to control their own anger at this petty little thing. And they're going to, in a transformational leadership way, and they're going to think about the development of the individual and say, I'll help you this time. Let's figure out how you can get better at doing this yourself. So, you mentioned it earlier, but there's a huge link between EI and transformational leadership. It's now coming out in a lot of research.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what about the bad EI, good EI, or the leader using EI for good or ill?
Okay. So first of all, let me say you can do that with any leadership theory, right? Anytime we teach leadership, and this is the big, lots of times when I tell people I teach in a business school, I tell my psychology folks, they feel like I've sold out. I'm teaching leaders how to manipulate, right?
Right.
But my favorite theory that talks about this is David McClelland, my old mentor, who was my advisor on my dissertation. He basically has a theory about what he calls the need for influence. And he calls it also the need for influence and power. And what he found in his research and his students found is that there's two ways leaders come at the role. Either they want influence and power for themselves, okay, or they want influence and power for the good of the group and the good of the cause. Okay. And so the way I like to think about it is I'm hoping and I'm encouraging you to embrace these concepts for the good of the cause. And one of the things I always do with my students is I try to say, what's the cause that you're going to work toward? What is the cause what are your values? What are you going to move toward? Self-aggrandizement or anything like that is not good leadership, right? And so that's how I think about that.
Okay. All right. So, but if you could potentially be a very emotionally intelligent leader and
manipulate,
really all that comes down is you're just really good at manipulating people.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Same with transformational leadership, any leadership theory. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. That's
yeah.
So it really kind of comes down to what your goal is. So your end matters.
Yes. And I like to think that most leaders, because leadership is hard work, it's really hard work. And so if you go into it, you want to lead. I think most people go into it with the hope of making a difference.
I think so. I mean, that's my observation. So I wanted to take that next level now and say, okay, so
right.
Let's talk about we've talked about emotional intelligence at the individual level, but now your research has largely been around teams and the emotional intelligence resident in a team. So we'll probably build a bit off, and we already kind of briefly mentioned you have an HBR article with Stephen Wolf called "Building the Emotional Intelligence of Groups," and I found it ungated on the web, so I'm going to hang that on the show notes when we're done,
okay,
so we can
great.
talk about.
Yeah.
So folks want to look at that and see a little more detail what we're talking about. You can grab that off the show notes. So what did you, so you'd been working with transformational leadership. You've been working with self-managing teams. How did this come together to kind of influence or help create your theory about the emotional intelligence resident in groups?
Okay. So back to my idea of individual skills, individual abilities not mattering all that much in a team. And what really matters is whether or not the environment you create brings out the best in you. Okay. And so what I was interested in doing was creating this model. And this is what I had from my dissertation to begin with. And then we tweaked that model somewhat. Was a model of the norms that allowed people to get to know one another and value one another, which brought out the best in people. Okay. So everyone was included. Keep in mind that these were self-managing teams we originally were studying. So it was really about knocking down the hierarchy and really using the resources in the team. And so I started doing some more digging around. And one of the things that I found in the literature, and by the way, one of the most interesting things about the emotion literature right now is it's linked to social neuroscience, right?
Okay.
I got to acknowledge that this is the most fascinating piece of this is how the brain works and all this. But it turns out that whenever we go into a group environment, we have these primal social needs that need to be met. And if they're not met, our emotion, we have uncomfortable emotion emerge. So we basically created a model that would enable people to be comfortable, have their social needs met so that their emotion would be at the service of positive outcomes in the team, right? So I'm no longer worried about not being included, not being heard, not being understood. It turns out that people thrive and their endorphins go off when they're in an environment where they feel understood, seen, felt, heard, and valued.
Yeah.
They literally, their endorphins go off. They want that. They crave that. So we basically help build an environment that does that with these norms. Okay. And that's the emotionally intelligent environment. So an emotionally intelligent environment brings out the best, views people as emotional beings. So there's a little bit of leap in logic there, but that's how we argue it.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the specifics that you covered in the article. So you said you had norms that create awareness of emotions and then norms that help regulate emotions. You had kind of two categories of norms.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so within the norms that create awareness of emotions, you were just talking a little bit about, one of them you have listed as interpersonal understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that piece where you were just talking about where, like, if I feel listened to and heard, then I'm going to feel more comfortable. Is that?
Yes. Yes.
And then the perspective taking was the other piece there. What's that about, and why is that important for the at the individual level?
Okay, so first of all, I have to tell you that that paper obviously was written in 2001, and it's kind of evolved since then.
Okay, sure.
But so let me see. I'm going to try to answer your question through the evolution.
Even better if you can. If you give me the updated version. That's even better. Okay. Sure.
So awareness of emotion is really awareness of individuals and people. And it's that turns out that interpersonal understanding, as we went off and studied it in many different organizations, becomes really, really important in teams. It was most strongly linked to performance of anything we studied in teams, which piqued our curiosity. And so interpersonal understanding is awareness of what excites that person, what they're good at, who they are underneath it all, and not, their initial presentation, right? So when you take time to really get to know that person, that emotional being as who they are, it begins to create that sense of acceptance of who I am. I can be myself here, right?
Yeah.
And so that awareness. So we had 3, I think we ended up in the end with 3, statistically too. We looked at this statistically. In that awareness of emotion piece, we have interpersonal understanding, confronting members who break norms, and caring behavior. Those 3 were the 3 that statistically fell in there. I think perspective taking was in managing emotion, was it?
So you had perspective taking as norms that create awareness of emotions, and then you had confronting and caring as norms that help regulate emotions.
Okay, so it turns out that they don't, statistically, they don't fit in this awareness and regulation clumps. You know, they factor analyze into individual level, team level, external level. So interpersonal understanding, confronting, and caring are one individual level thing. Team self-evaluation, and we no longer, seeking feedback fell out. It was completely, team self-evaluation and seeking feedback were one and the same. Creating resources for working with emotion, and I think proactive problem solving is underneath that. Those link together. Although proactive problem solving also somewhat links to the external. Oh, and creating an affirmative environment. Yeah. Optimism. We now call that optimism. Those link together. And then the final one is the external boundary. So that's how we talk about them now.
Okay. So the columns still kind of stand, but it sounds like you've kind of mixed the rows, if you will.
Yeah, I no longer think about them as being awareness and regulation. That's interesting. Thank you for reminding me of that. Maybe I should be. Maybe at least I should be remembering for anybody who reads the article, they need to know that that's what they're thinking. People, by the way, the article's been republished 4 times in books by HBR.
Yeah,
it's a huge seller for them. People like that.
Yeah. It's been cited more than 1,000 times, so it's had a lot of influence in the field.
It has. It's been cited by a lot. I get a lot of requests for it.
Yeah. So some of this stuff that kind of, so you were still thinking individual level. We've got norms. So, for example, norms of confronting, right? So that's a tough one, right? I think most people don't like doing that.
Right.
So how do you create, and a lot of times when it happens, people get very defensive. So how does a effective team deal with that then?
Brilliant question, Mark. Brilliant question. So let me say this. First of all, I took a lot of flack for calling that confronting. A lot of people got really upset with me because it was as if I was advocating for people to be rude to one another. But in my original research, which had been done on the shop floor, the norm was really confrontational. People would they knew each other so well that they were softer for some people, a little bit harder. But the idea was you didn't let this stuff pass. You know, if somebody broke an informal rule, you didn't. And in the not so good teams, over and over, I heard, well, I don't want to disturb them. I don't. So I kept it in there and I fought for it. Eventually, we changed the terminology. And let me see if I can find what we're calling it now, because I've been writing about it and I should have it. Okay, here it is. We now call it addressing unhelpful behavior. Okay. But we did. Wow. Steve and I did a really good study of it. And what we found was that you really had to have interpersonal understanding well honed in order to be able to do the confrontation. So you had to tailor, essentially, you had to tailor the confrontation to the individual. Okay. So this is what I'm teaching teams now. I'm saying what you do is up front, you clarify what's unhelpful behavior in this team. And you'd say, okay, well, showing up late is unhelpful. Not doing the work you said you were going to do is unhelpful. Cutting people off is unhelpful. Looking at your cell phone during the middle of a meeting is unhelpful. They list it all, and you're going to constantly amend this. And then you figure out a way you're going to confront people. And, it usually begins with a new team where you take someone aside and you say it. But eventually in the great teams, people get confronted right in the team. And So that's the way I'm thinking about it now. I can tell you that there's nothing that ticks people off more than the unfairness of not confronting people when they break norms. Fair behavior, by the way, treating people fairly suggests that they're valued. So let's come back to this social need. I mean, this is literature. This is all in the psychology literature. That the importance of fairness, even animals know when they haven't been treated fairly. Okay, and it's a huge. It's atavistic. It's primal. And what we now know is that when you are treated unfairly, you don't feel valued. And so this is an important norm. You need to basically give people a heads up ahead of time and say, we're going to call you out if you do this. And then you need to treat people fairly.
I'm not, I don't know the experimental economics literature as well as I probably should, but I know they're in the experimental economics literature. They've done games with that where people got treated unfairly, and then and in the next round they were willing to sacrifice like higher payoffs for themselves to punish the people who treated them unfairly.
Yes.
So even though they wound up with less
money themselves, they're all into punishment. Yeah. That's what you get. Yeah, retribution. It's all about retribution when you're treated unfairly.
Right.
I mean, it's real affront.
Yeah.
It's a major affront to a social need, and your social need is to feel valued. Is to feel like you matter. The label that is used in the literature now that I've been using lately is you want to feel like you belong, that you matter to this team. People are going to care for you. You're in an environment where we care for one another and we have each other's backs. People thrive in those kind of environments.
So when you talk about norms, how much of those norms are emergent, meaning they come as a result of the repeated interaction within a team, and how much of them are formal and instituted in your research?
Great. You're so smart. These are great questions. It's fun talking to you.
Mostly because I sat in your class and listened to you talk about this.
Maybe.
But actually, I'm drawing on. But what's interesting about this, I just want to and I don't know if you're familiar with the institutional economics literature at all.
Oh, really?
But there's so there's so that was actually a big area of my study back when I was doing my PhD, and so hearing a lot of this discussion about norms and emergence is a big theme in that literature. Sure. So it's just kind of
interesting. I'm going to have to write that down and take a look at it. I have looked a lot of game theory and things like that.
I think you might like Doug North's work. I'll send you.
Great, thanks.
Yeah,
thanks.
He's got. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, let's hear your version of it though.
All right.
So emergent norms versus formal imposed norms.
Yeah. So we actually think about them as descriptive or prescriptive norms, right? So are we just describing what has emerged, or are we prescribing what you're going to be in? So first of all, norms always emerge. Behavior is never random in a group. At the very first meeting, we know important norms emerge. But we also know that norms can be prescribed. You can manage a team's culture by intentionally defining and supporting specific norms, reinforcing certain norms. And so a lot of great leaders know this. Norms come from values, and they call out behavior that's inconsistent with the norms. Okay. And so they define carefully. This is the intervention that I most teach for team leaders, which is to come up with a set of norms, and I offer my norms from my research. And, but I also say, you got to pick norms that work for you, that work in your environment. But the idea is that you want to enforce them and you want to, reinforce them. So it's not my idea. Basically what we're now learning, a couple things. Well, let me step back before I say that. Norms come from the top down. They're not egalitarian. People with power define the norms. So if I look at my undergraduate groups, I look at the kids with the greater status in the team. They're the ones that primarily, unless someone intervenes around them, they will define the norms. And I saw this a lot in my original work when I lived for 2 months in that organization. And in many of the really lousy self-managing work teams, the people with the status to define the norms were people who were bullies or, did not have, moral high ground, were not egalitarian, didn't care about anybody but themselves. So anyway, and a lot of norms just emerge and nobody realized how powerful they are until you tell people, like, let me give you one norm that I talk a lot about because it was a powerful intervention that I created in a team once. When people pick up their phones to check their texts in the middle of a meeting, like I'm doing right now to you.
Yeah. Vanessa's showing me her phone. Yeah. This is going to be audio.
Okay. They don't do that indiscriminately. They only do that when certain people are talking. All right. So the status hierarchy, it's the higher people in the status. You would never do that for people who are high in the status hierarchy. However, you only do that when people who are lower in the status hierarchy start to talk. All right. But the norm is you can pick up your phone. So who sets those norms? It's always the powerful. They don't even notice it. They don't even notice people. So if you would say, hey, people pick up the phone in your team, people in the higher status say, no, they don't. They do not. Because
they don't when this high status person's
right. Right. Okay.
That's awesome.
and this is the kind of stuff that creates problems in a team. So what we now know from research is that people that are treated as if they don't matter, they don't belong, they're not part of the one that's cared for, they have really bad remedial behavior. They lose control of their emotions. All right. And people always say to me, but you mean you just have to take it? You can't fight back when people treat you like that. You just have to take it. Unfortunately, when you fight back, it doesn't help unless someone with high status signals to the group that they want you in. It's a fascinating line of research. You have no idea. And so it's fascinating. But so anyway, what I advocate is getting to know one another, creating norms that are quite clear, and blah, blah, blah. You get the rest, right?
Yeah. It's interesting hearing you talk about the getting to know each other. So one of the projects I've been working on for the last couple of years is, and I think I've probably told you about this, is I've been interviewing former military leaders who were leaders in the military health system, who retire from the military. So with the idea that, they've spent 20 plus years in the military in that system. So they're pretty institutionalized. Mm-hmm. And they leave that system, retire, and go to become a leader in a non-military civilian healthcare system someplace. So not associated with the federal government.
Yeah, fascinating.
And one of the most common things they talk about is this getting to know your employees and getting to know the people. It is a really profound norm in the military that leaders know their soldiers, sailors, whatever, airmen, Marines. And if you don't know their children's names and how old they are, and I mean, just a lot of stuff, that's a norm in the military. And if you don't know that stuff, you're a bad leader in the military.
Sure.
And you come out into the civilian, and these folks come out into the civilian market, and they're just kind of taken aback because that's not actually acceptable. Like you can't, like a couple of them are like, I can't even legally ask people some of those questions.
Yes. Yes.
And so that's one of the things that they really struggle with is that, the intimacy that leadership had in the military versus what it has in the civilian environment. And it probably varies from, and there's probably different ways of getting that information and so forth, I imagine. But that was triggering as you were talking about.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I never heard that about the military, but it makes sense to me. I mean, whenever I have students who've been in the military in my MBA classes, they are so powerfully positive around that kind of issue about students getting to know one another, the community. Because I always try to build a community in my class. And it's so much easier when there's a military person in there who's part of that.
Interesting.
Yeah, someone's had a leadership role before.
And it's a norm, right? So that's like getting to know each other, and it's really interesting and so that's an important norm for your model. Then
it's critical. It is the most important because I just come back to the social need of people wanting to be known, wanting to belong. Belonging. People don't really understand the belonging. I mean, the opposite of belonging is being rejected or excluded or ostracized. And people really get that. Nobody wants that. But they're actually two different things, but they're strongly related. When you don't feel like you belong, you're always on the edge. You're always on the edge of feeling excluded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as social animals, going back to your woolly mammoth example, I mean, there's a fair amount of evolutionary psychology, discussion of why, what distinguishes Homo sapiens from, whatever I'm a little outside my field here, but, prior generations of, pre-humans is that our brain size increased in order to process the 11 million signals per second. Right. It was precisely to be able to handle that that complex social data that's constantly coming in.
Yes.
And it's what enables us to behave in more effective ways than our predecessors did.
Yes, indeed. It's required. It enables us to pass our genes on, but it also enables our communities to be stronger. So we pass our genes on. So it's,
right.
We maintain our belonging because if we were kicked out of the tribe, we were dead. We couldn't pass our genes on, and it makes a stronger community that can go on and survive as well. Blah, blah, blah.
But to be rejected or to be pushed down the hierarchy has a direct impact, right? That base brain stem level kind of fear gets triggered, right?
It is really bad. It's like physical pain. I mean, the brain lights up in the same place as physical pain does. And if you feel rejected, you know what helps it? Take 2 Tylenol.
Does that really?
It reduces your feeling. It reduces your feeling badly about yourself.
Oh, no.
Because it's
all right. I'm going to prescribe that to my
social pain.
Yeah, prescribe that for heartache. I guess
for heartache. Yeah.
Well, so in your paper, or it's a chapter actually with Wolf, Komen, and Messer, you take this idea of emotionally competent groups and their norms that builds social capital, which then builds a task-focused processes, which then leads to team effectiveness. Can you talk about that kind of construct a little bit? Is that something you're still working with, and is that still valid? Because I know this is also like 15 years old too, but
yeah, it is. I'm thinking about it a little bit differently now, but yeah, absolutely. So the way I think about it these days is that we're asking a lot more of our teams. And we can let's talk about, for example, let's bring up in a healthcare setting, teams in a hospital. Okay.
Great.
So we're really asking a lot, much more of teams than we ever have in the past, in the sense that the information that they have available to them is much larger. There's information overload, and the problems are more complex than they've ever been. And there's so much information; it's much more difficult for individuals to make decisions without a team. All right. So I'm assuming, and this has been my assumption of the medical environment, that if you've got good people around you helping you make a decision, whether it's a team of doctors and nurses, et cetera, helping you, we're all looking at different pieces of information that matter. I mean, the problems and the analysis and the weaving in and out of all this information is much more complex than it used to be. The dilemma is that, coming back to the economics literature, people are wary of teams. Teams are threatening.
Oh, okay.
Teams can be threatening because you have this idea that you can be excluded. Okay. Huge literature in the psychology literature about people not sharing their information these days, not sharing everything they know, for fear of stepping on people's toes, for many different reasons. One of the reasons why psychological safety is so important these days in all these environments is that despite the fact that they need this information more than ever, the world in teams is very scary with all these different hierarchies, right? Besides the fact that a lot of the information that I have, if I share it with you, it's no longer mine. Okay. If I could just tell you, there is this fascinating paper about how much information people will actually share. And people are so smart, they only share as much as everybody else is sharing and no more. The level at which everybody else is sharing, because your information is your power, right? And so there's a lot of situations where we're asking a lot of people, but there are tripwires. You can step on the doctor's toes and say something that gets you in trouble, right? We all know this. So you conform with what the hierarchy. You could lose your job if you, or your ability to be in the emergency room if you're not following orders by these doctors. You could share all your good information and then the other nurses or the others could have it. And then they've got what you've got, your secret way of doing this or that, right? And so there's a lot of disincentive. It's being part of a team is what we call a mixed motive task, right? Okay. Come back to and so my argument, the argument that I'm making now is that you have to create an environment where people feel like they belong and they're part of something important and that they have some control over the environment in order to get them to fully embrace the task at hand and to give the more pro-social information. So they're not thinking selfishly, they're thinking pro-socially. So coming to the task behavior, if you want people to really give to the task, don't be naive and assume they're just going to do it without creating an environment that's conducive to this. Is that making sense? I know I'm kind of explaining this.
So these norms. So how do we create these norms that, right? Because it comes back to the norms.
It comes back to the norms where you create everybody's feeling, like they are respected and part of the whole. Right? We can talk about the specifics there if you want, but which gets them out of their self-focused or their fear, right? Makes them feel more psychologically safe and gets them to then contribute their best information, their best ideas, because they're part of something and they contribute more to the task, right? And then
if you see hanging on to information as a self-protective measure, then that psychological safety is really important, right? So, because you're not going to let go of all of your information if that disarms you.
Yes. And let me tell you that I've been reading about this for years in the psychology literature, in the economics literature. But until I got out there and started consulting with teams, I had no idea how bad it was out there. So in terms of people holding on, not sharing stuff, and it's really both out of fear and out of being strategic. So the fear is I have to maintain my power. So it is often fear. I've either I don't want to step on someone's shoes, or I lose my status, or I lose my job, and I also have to maintain my power. And so there's a lot of partial in, very smart, getting in there. I contribute just as much as everyone else. I know how to do that.
Yeah.
And it's feigning is what I call it now in my writing. They're feigning contributions. And they're doing as much as everybody else, and they're saying the right thing, and they're doing the right thing, and they're saving their butts, they're saving their jobs, but they're not really in there giving their whole. And so what I found is that if I can do interventions with these teams, and it's talked about in the like one of my favorite books that recently came out. Oh, I don't think I have it here. Is about a team coach that it's called the $1 Trillion Coach.
Okay.
Have you heard of it?
I have not.
Okay. team coach that worked with Steve Jobs, who worked with Apple, Microsoft. They call him the $1 trillion coach because he coached the teams for all these great leaders. And what he did was he built, what they're saying is that we all know Steve Jobs was a jerk, right? If he hadn't had a coach coaching his team, making everybody feel like they were belonging, getting people out of being selfish and not worried about conforming, they never would have created the great things that they did.
Wow.
Yeah. And this coach argued that you have coaches for individuals, you have coaches for sports teams. What makes you think you don't need a coach in a company? And my argument is you don't necessarily need a coach. You need a leader who thinks of themselves as a coach and who creates the environment that enables people to be this way, right? Blah, blah, blah.
So is that, okay, you immediately made me think, are you coming back to your self-managing teams idea then? Is that, because that's what that sounds like. That sounds
you have to let go of a lot of control. You have to still be in control. You have to recognize your control as a leader. So you have to, and you have to enforce the norms, but you have to let the team help you know what the norms are that need to be created. Right. Because you don't see them, because nobody picks up the phone when you're talking.
Right.
So you let them tell you what's needed, and you continually tweak it, right? With this team self-evaluation continually, and you help them feel, and you give them a lot of control, but you still have to be there ready to be the leader when you need it. I'm not a huge proponent of self-managing teams anymore.
Oh, okay.
What I'm a proponent of is leaders who give up control, who are willing to give up control and step in only when the team needs them.
And behave more like a $1 trillion coach.
Behave like a $1 trillion coach, behave like a transformational leader, and not be overly controlling. Yeah. Which is hard for doctors.
Okay. So let's kind of, I wanted to make that kind of final leap. I've gotten to know you over the last couple of years because we've both been involved with the New Hampshire Physician Leadership Development Program that's being run at UNH out of the Paul College. And so you and I got to watch you teach a number of seminars to a group of physicians who were coming to learn leadership skills so that they could move from clinician to clinician leader. So what have you learned about, like physicians and their and the healthcare system through that experience, and what kind of leadership they need to learn?
Sure. So let me first say that the group that we're working with is a self-selected group. So these are people who want to move into leadership or are being encouraged. And so they're already a group of people who are not, I think, so hard to work with. But I've heard horror stories. One of the things we know, and this has been true, I've worked with a lot of engineers, but there are certain jobs. To become a doctor, you have to do so well on cognitive tasks that you have not honed your emotional intelligence, right? You haven't had to hone your emotional intelligence and your ability to empathize, and I think that the system, just like it does for lawyers. I've also worked with lawyers, and lawyers are really hard to work with. Because they're rewarded for being better than other people, right? Good judgment skills. Anyway, this group that we've been working with, they really get it. So one of the pleasures of working with them is how smart they are. If you give them an argument, they get it. And they're motivated to want to take it on and learn it, and like no other group I've ever worked with. So first of all, I want to say that the dilemma is that they're taught, and it's our friend, it's our mutual buddy. What's his name? Neil Meehan, who told me this, and so I know this from Neil. They're trained to know that they are the person who stands between death and life. They have to be the decision maker. They cannot shirk their responsibility. They have to know what matters. And so they have a hard time letting go of control. And they're trained that way, and they're rewarded for that, right? As they're developing. So to me, the biggest challenge is not their motivation to want to do it with this group or their ability to get it or to be necessarily emotionally intelligent for this group, but it's the willingness to let go of control. Let in the information from the team, right?
So where have they shown hesitancy to let in the team?
So I've been working with them to examine the norms in their teams. You know, all these folks are leaders, and they take the model with the norms and they go and they assess the norms and they come back. And, you know, some of the norms are things like a team self-evaluation, or, you know, allowing the team to have a little more control than the leader has, right? And they come back with a read on the norm, which is more them in control than the team members being in control. You know, it's a very hierarchical environment.
Yeah.
And their training perpetuates that, right?
Yeah.
And it's exactly the kind of environment that needs people to be rewarded for speaking their mind, right?
Right. I mean, I speak as if I was still in healthcare. I mean, we are trying in healthcare. I know we are trying to create better opportunities for people to speak up, particularly in pre-surgical situations. They now have a formal timeout where everybody has to agree that this is the patient and this is the thing we're doing, and which sounds a bit silly, but there's a real problem with wrong site surgeries and all those kinds of things. And when you are a patient in that situation, it seems like they're playing some sort of game, but it really is it's meant to be a norm that allows people to speak.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I think it's really powerful. I think it's really positive. Yeah. I think that's working really well. Yeah, I would say. Although I just had some interesting experiences with my dad in a hospital, and my 89-year-old dad has recently had surgery and has been in and out of hospitals, and it's been fascinating to be a fly on the wall while these things are going on. Yeah.
Especially now that you've seen interacted with these leaders.
Yeah, not with the hospital that we've been working in. This is he's
right.
Yeah.
Different hospital.
Yeah, and to see the hierarchy at play, see the hierarchy and just the whole all the way on down. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. I'm curious. To wrap up now to just wrap up our chat. Where are you going now with your research? What's the most exciting thing you're working on?
Well, at the moment, I am trying to get a lot of writing done. So we've collected a lot of data, and I have been seduced to go out and do a lot of consulting work. So what happened is that we created this survey to collect data with, and then all of a sudden we were asked to use it in companies. And then all of a sudden people started inviting me in and using the survey. And so I've had this great pleasure to take all the skills that I've built over the years and to be working with teams. But it's completely distracted me from publishing all the research. I mean, you had to dig pretty far back to find my published articles, right? So at the moment, I'm writing things up. So I've got like 4 or 5 articles all in play, and I'm writing a book at the same time. And the book basically looks at my experience and my with working with teams and the theory, comparing the theory to the experience. And I don't have I've been invited to do a book, which is the great thing. And I don't want, before that invitation runs out, I want to get the book done. So that's kind of where I'm at, and it's very exciting to be able to write a book because I don't have to worry about reviewers,
You get to have your opinions.
I get to have my opinions. I just get to ramble on and on and on, like I'm talking with you, and that's fun. But I also really need to get those articles out. Otherwise, I'll, for the career.
Yeah.
That is,
I
know you do. Yeah.
I feel you. Well, thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been great fun for me too, Mark. Thanks for inviting me. I'll see you soon, I hope.
You've been listening to the Health Leader Forge, a joint production of the College of Health and Human Services at the University of New Hampshire and the Northern New England Association of Healthcare Executives. Please go to our website, healthleaderforge.org, for more information or to leave comments about today's podcast. Look for Health Leader Forge podcasts on iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, and other podcast distribution sites. Thanks for being a part of the Health Leader Forge community, and we'll talk with you again soon.
Working with a more coaching approach to developing people, you may not have to do so much recruitment.
Business of Architecture UK, episode 41. Special announcement, the next BOA UK live event, the first one of 2019, is coming to you on Tuesday, the 5th of March. It will be held in the UNI offices, 7A Howick Place in Victoria, southwest London, and there will be a discussion panel of industry thought leaders, entrepreneurs, intrapreneurs, architects, discussing the 7 threats to an architectural practice. Now, early bird tickets are now on sale. I'm going to put the link and the information underneath this podcast. So book your tickets right away, and I look forward to seeing you there. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am your host, Ryan Willard, and this week I'm in my favourite hotel on the Thames. It was a grisly, overcast day, but I had the fantastic opportunity of speaking with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers about the topic of emotional intelligence. And there's a little bit of background on both of these extraordinary women. Rachel is an experienced strategic marketing consultant, and she's been trained in business, personal, and leadership coaching. And about 6 years ago, she set up a company called RB. And she's got a lot of operational director experience before that, and she combines her coaching abilities with her marketing strategies and expertise, and works primarily with a number of architects. Now, Louise is also a business coach. She's an executive and business coach. She's got about 25 years of experience in public relations and communications. She was one of the founding directors of Niche PR, who are a company that works across a number of sectors from real estate, hospitality, and design. And she exited that around 2014. And together they've created Step Up, which is a new coaching program which is focused for associates and associate directors within architects' practices and other organizations in the built environment. So they've got a real deep understanding of the industry and how it operates. And they focus their work on emotional intelligence. And for me, and I've sort of alluded to this before in many podcasts about the importance of emotional intelligence, because it really is the underlying driver for every single decision that we make. And every part of our business is impacted and affected by our level of emotional intelligence, from how we hire staff to how we cultivate our teams, how we lead ourselves, the decisions that we make, the things that we do, the things that we don't do, our productivity. And of course, emotional intelligence in sales and in marketing, having a deep level of emotional understanding of somebody else's perspective, and also the underlying emotional forces which are, at play within our own identities, is a very, very deep conversation. And having a good understanding and grasp of it can really transform our businesses and take them into totally new, uncharted areas, and can be very, very exciting. So I'm going to leave you now, but please enjoy this fantastic podcast. It's filled with fascinating bits with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am here with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Absolute.
Yeah, nice to be here.
Brilliant. So we're here because we're going to talk about emotional intelligence and how that is important in the realm of architecture and architecture business. So the first question is, what is it that you guys do? What are your backgrounds?
Okay, so well, I'm Rachel, and I'm a consultant and I'm a coach. And my background, I've spent 25 years working with people in the built environment. Initially with a project manager doing business development and marketing, and that's my background. And then 5 years ago, I left there and set up my own business, which is RB, spelled AREBE. It's important, doesn't work on a podcast. And that business advises primarily architects, but actually consultants all the way across the built environment on marketing, strategy, business development. And then later, so 3 years ago now, I trained as a coach and as a sort of adjunct to that business. So that training gives me the ability to do one-to-one coaching with people, whether that be around leadership or business development. But it also gives a slightly different style to what I'm doing in terms of my consultancy work. So yeah, that's my background.
And Louise?
Well, my background is actually in public relations. I trained originally as a journalist, and then I worked in PR, mostly with organisations working in the built environment for 25 years, including being a co-founder of an agency, a PR agency that specialised in working with stakeholder communications. So doing really complex negotiations with local communities around developments that are planned for their area. So through that, I obviously met a lot of developers and architects, and I suppose some of my job was distilling their very complex messages into bite-sized chunks that could be understood by local communities impacted by development to help people get planning consent. And I left my business 5 years ago, and then I trained as a coach.
Right, so both of you have got the background in business coaching.
Yeah.
And so the topic for this afternoon is emotional intelligence. So what is it? What is emotional intelligence?
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it, that gets associated, perhaps because it's got the word emotion in it, with the kind of the soft skills that people need in order to run a business. And both Rachel and I feel that that is kind of underselling it. And I think what we would say is that it's about the things that make us human. Rachel, would you like to add to that? It's really weird because it's one of those things that to define is really...
There's two things. There's an official definition of emotional intelligence, which, let's say it anyway, because I think it's important. So emotional intelligence is being able to recognize your own emotions, recognizing those of others, being able to regulate your own emotional responses, and being able to influence others. Which again, that word emotion, I think it really does undermine what it actually is, because it is actually, if you take away that emotion, you basically end up with a machine. So the machine that has technical expertise and an intellectual capacity for facts and information and technical things, but you take away everybody's thinking and beliefs and values and personality and all those things that actually make us human. And particularly when you're working on building projects, there are masses of people involved with those. So the process of designing and making buildings involves so many people, and therefore so much emotion and personality. Obviously, it's then crucial to that.
I suppose it's a kind of illusion that we think that emotions are something separate from our decision making.
Exactly.
And that we think that we're kind of intellectually, we're skilled professionals. We don't need to worry about emotions. Emotions are for at home or somewhere else. But actually, it's something that's driving us all the time.
Exactly.
And so what are the kind of problems that you've experienced with architects with not having emotional intelligence, or where does emotional intelligence or a lack of training in it cause problems?
Well, I wouldn't say that architects are particularly not emotionally intelligent. But what Rachel and I have both found in our work with architects is quite often the people at the very senior level have the same sort of comments about the people the level below them that we feel comes down to a need to see the development of emotional intelligence take place. So, for example, they say, I sent them on a business development course, but they still don't go out and do new business. Or I sent them on a networking course and they still don't come back, or they still don't want to go out and do networking. Because what they've done is they've given them a kind of layer of techniques and skills and tools that they may be able to use. But what they haven't done is actually increase their ability to use those effectively, because we don't know what might be holding people back from, until people understand that for themselves, they may not know what's holding them back from being able to use those skills and techniques that they've been taught. So what we've done is develop a program for mostly associate level that will enable them to step up into a leadership role by building on their ability to understand their own emotional responses and understand the emotional responses that other people that they're working with might have, and learning how to recognize what's happening, kind of name it in order to tame it, if you like, the things that might trigger certain impulses in them, and then work with those so that they become more effective across the board.
So what kind of obstacles, if you're, can training in emotional intelligence unlock, if you like, in an architecture practice? So that's a good example where you're saying that an architects might be giving training development to some of their staff, and then yet they're not implementing the techniques and the skills. And obviously that's quite a massive one. And
just to give you a small example, as Rachel has said, more and more people are working in really big project teams. And an awful lot about emotional intelligence, it's words that are used to describe building better relationships with people. So, as the public relations consultant or the public consultation consultant, I've been in those team meetings. And there is always an opportunity before that meeting starts to engage with the person sitting to your right or to your left, who might be a quantity surveyor or somebody from the development company, or, somebody else involved in delivering a project. But you'd be surprised how many people will not take that opportunity to engage. They sit there and they look at their emails, and yet the person they're sitting next to could be their client of the future. And it's very simple things like that. It's about waking up their curiosity about other people and making them feel more comfortable about that level of engagement with other people.
I think one of the other areas that I see a lot, certainly when I do business development sort of coaching and advice, is around things like bidding for work. So one of the big areas around emotional intelligence is empathy. So being able to see things from somebody else's point of view. And obviously when you're initially doing networking, but particularly when you come to actually pitch for a project, the ability to see that project and the need from the client's point of view is absolutely paramount. And quite often when people are putting together a pitch, they can only actually see their own service and the things that they need to get across about their practice, rather than actually stepping out of that and coming at it from the client's point of view. And that is so, when you see people bidding, you see people who win, it is really when they've demonstrated that understanding.
Yes. Yeah, that's something that's key in sales and marketing. The
Sure.
more that you're
Yeah.
able to communicate an understanding of what the client's genuine problem is and articulate it, you've got a way higher chance of being able to win that work and also create an effective relationship, because you're in the listening of the other person.
That's right. And obviously, as somebody who has spent a large part of their life working with local communities to explain the complications around planning applications. I was telling Rachel earlier that I did once sit in on a public consultation really early on in my career, and I think architects have got a lot better since then, with an architect who was trying to explain proposals for a very large social housing development. And there was somebody in the room who said, "Will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush?" And the architect just carried on explaining what he wanted to explain. And the person said, I want to know, will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush? And in the end, he actually stood up and repeated the question for the third time before he got, and then he got some really complex explanation about soundproofing standards. And it's really, as I say, I think this was a long time ago, and I think things have improved since then. But it really is about that ability to put yourself in somebody else's shoes and see things from their point of view. And we're lucky in that that's something that we can learn to do better. We can all learn to do it, but we can't all learn how to be architects, but we can all learn how to do that better.
Do you think there's a stigma almost about learning about these types of skill sets and emotional intelligence? Because you're saying that the word emotional kind of suddenly people go in a particular direction with it. And I'm very much like you, that this work on emotional EQ is the root of absolutely every interaction that we have as human beings.
Yes. I think traditionally that has certainly been the case. There's people see technical expertise as more important than what's been called in the past soft stuff, the really difficult soft stuff. I do think that's changing. You can see in the new, as Louis said earlier on, in the new breed of architects, those sort of practices who are starting to be at the forefront of things now are led by people who have very high levels of emotional intelligence. So I think there is a change. And it's perhaps because to be successful now on the larger projects, as we've talked about, you do actually need to have that. So maybe it's naturally becoming that way.
Can you walk me through a sort of process that you might do with a client or an architect that might come to you and perhaps they've identified, even just being able to identify where there is perhaps a lack of understanding is a huge accomplishment in itself. What is it that you do, and how do you help them identify those types of things?
Well, I think there's obviously lots of different areas of emotional intelligence, but if we talk about one that comes up frequently, if you talk about triggers, so we all have buttons which can be pressed by certain people and certain circumstances, even certain words, and the emotional intelligence enables you to deal with those triggers or buttons in a slightly different way. So I was saying to Louise earlier on, who read something yesterday that said you can't stop the bird landing on your head, but you can stop it building a nest. But I'm not sure the bird lands on your head a lot, but I kind of get the essence of what they're trying to explain there. So with triggers, we would ask a client to work out, either by journaling or just by thinking about the last time that somebody pressed a button. And it's really about trying to remember back to the earliest feeling or reaction that somebody had to that. So is it that your stomach tenses up at that point? Is it that your chest goes really tight? Is it that your head starts burning? But generally you can work out the very first stage of an emotional reaction by you can work out what the first part was. And it wasn't the point at which you threw something across the table and got very angry. It was probably 5 minutes earlier. It was a word that you heard or something happened. And if people can better understand those triggers, then they can start working out what it is about that word that makes them react in that way. And generally there's something in between the trigger, so the word, and the reaction, which is generally a belief about something. So it might, for instance, I was in a meeting the other day and it ended in an argument between two people in the room. And it was brought about by the belief that one person felt that the other person didn't trust them. Now, that was never actually stated, but one person said something, the other reacted very defensively. So there was a trigger, there was a reaction, but the bit that was unspoken and unseen was the belief that they're not trusted. And that's actually what somebody reacts to. So if you can identify those beliefs, then you can start to actually address them.
And something that is just so simple, which is learning how to listen better. Most people don't listen very well, and it's a fundamental, obviously, of coach training, but most people listen in order to respond. And somebody can be talking to you, and in your head you're already formulating your response, which means that you're not actually listening to them. You're not listening with your whole self. So I think even by learning, by working with people to increase their ability to really listen. And I've done that with people in groups where you get one person to talk for 3 minutes and the other person's not allowed to interrupt and not allowed to ask a question. Actually, when we were training, we did it for 5, which with people who aren't training to be a coach, I would only do it for 3, because it's actually incredibly difficult to just sit and listen to somebody for 3 minutes without working out what you're going to say. If you, there's no pressure on you to say anything. In fact, you're really not allowed to say anything. And even practicing that can mean that people get the habit of not listening in order to respond, but listening in order to listen. And you can imagine how that plays out in an architect's life with their colleagues, with clients. You know, if you present a proposal to a client and the client comes straight back at you with a criticism, rather than letting all those triggers be pushed and leaping to a response, listen to what your client's saying and the way that they're saying it. Look for those verbal and physical cues that they give, that there may be something else that's happening in there, you know, that you're feeling, but is actually probably not to do with you. But at least hear them out and then think carefully about how you're going to respond to them, rather than immediately going on the defensive, which I think happens quite a lot.
Yeah. And it's kind of, they're linked, aren't they, I suppose, with the reaction. If you go straight into a reaction mode and you're not aware that you've gone into a reaction mode, you're going to be listening to the other person in a certain way, which has got nothing to do with that person. It's to do with you and
Exactly.
how and the filters that you've just basically condemned that person to your way of listening to them about.
Yeah. Well, it used to happen an awful lot in public consultations.
Yeah.
And I can remember once being asked to kind of rescue a public consultation that had gone really badly wrong. So we were pulled in far too late because they'd decided that they could do it. The architects and the developers decided they could do it themselves. And I went to this public exhibition in a London borough, and and there was somebody who was standing looking at a display board, and, you know, with the plans all nicely outlined. And I said to him, "Can I answer any questions that you might have about what you're seeing on the boards?" And he said, "If I talk to you, I'm going to completely lose it. So I just need to stand here and absorb the information on the boards, and then we'll see." And so I knew to step back, and I knew that I was going to be dealing with somebody and when I did speak to him afterwards, he said, "Nobody has listened. This is the second public exhibition we've had. Nothing's changed. Nobody has listened to us." So, you know, if you're going to actually do something like a public consultation, then develop your listening skills so that you can listen and respond appropriately.
It's very interesting, because it's, again, that skill of listening is so key to every part of the design process. And I know for architects, you know, if you've negotiated a poor contract or you've got yourself into a little bit of a difficult situation, it's normally come down to both parties not listening to each other.
Yeah.
And in those first initial meetings as well, as part of like the sales process, it's kind of so important for you as the architect to understand what the emotional drivers are.
Exactly.
To why the project is happening.
Yeah.
And it's often very interesting to try and to dig and to also, I suppose it takes a lot of confidence as well to be able to ask questions that elicit certain types of responses.
Well, it does. And, you know, obviously, as trained coaches, that's one of the things that we do. But actually, you know, when I'm describing what coaching is to people, I often say a coach will be your thinking partner. We'll help you think, because we believe that you have the solutions in your head, and our job is to help bring them out. And I think sometimes an architect working with a client is the same sort of relationship, isn't it? That you've got to be thinking partners. You can't have two people coming in with completely separate agendas. You've got to have the ability to empathize with the other person, kind of walk in their shoes for a while, understand their point of view. And it is all about kind of basic relationship building.
Yeah, I think that you were going down the route of good questioning. And I think people don't sometimes ask enough questions to try and understand a bit more. I think sometimes we hear something which resonates with us and we almost go off down that tangent rather than listening to that and then going back with another question about the same topic and stopping us at another one of those triggers, stopping ourselves going off down the tangent. So yeah, great question.
Yeah, no, I've had that issue myself in conversations with clients where I've been held back and been like, actually, I shouldn't ask that. It's not my business. And then actually through external, training and development, been able to, go, well, actually, no, you can ask these questions, and it makes a big difference when you start probing and asking questions that you thought perhaps were too personal, but actually it creates a very different relationship in a very different space.
Well, people are different, aren't they, obviously? So the early relationship building, the better you've listened, and the more you've watched those facial cues and that sort of thing, the more you should know then about how far you can push your questioning.
Yes.
Because if that early relationship building bit hasn't been done very effectively, you might well get it wrong. And we've all seen that. I've certainly done that myself, where you haven't quite got it right and you think, oh no, that's too far, or didn't go far enough. Yeah.
So when architects engage with your services and your coaching, what are they coming to you with?
All sorts of different things. I mean, so one-to-one coaching, I do, and I know Louise does similar, lots around people stepping into new roles. So new directors, people about to be promoted, people who are maybe stuck in a rut, who are either looking to leave the practice or trying to find a way to refresh what they're doing. So want that promotion, don't understand why they're not getting it, but actually think it's something to do with them, not just the practice, so they're looking for help with that. And then lots around business, specifics around business development and networking. I mean, I personally do a lot of work with introverts who want to network better.
Right.
Which is fascinating as
Can you
an area.
Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well,
is that common within architects? Then that there's a lot of, I suppose it's a quite introverted
I think it's common
profession.
full stop.
Right.
But yes, lots of architects and engineers are deep thinkers and full of technical expertise and fantastic at that. And lots of them are better within a smaller group than a great big dry event. Plus it's full of people that they're not particularly interested in sometimes, or perceive they might not be. So they're looking for different ways to do it. And I think the term networking, in lots of people's heads, sort of says big event full of old men in suits, and that's all they actually understand to be networking. Well, it's just not like that. There's lots of ways to form connections and build relationships, which is actually that all networking is about, which doesn't involve going to great big events at all. If you can put a bit more purpose to it and work out who it is you actually want to speak to, it's perfectly possible to find ways of doing that really suits you and your personality. And no need for big events.
Could you give us an example of alternative ways of networking that might be more...
Well, the obvious one is cycling.
Really?
Which has overtaken our industry, I think, and lots of... Well, yeah, cycling's the new golf, isn't it? Which has become the cliche, I think. But obviously smaller groups around people's interests. So it doesn't need to be cycling. It could be a particular artist who's exhibiting somewhere who a couple of your potential clients are interested in. Well, why not go there? And because you're going to be more engaged with it, it's your area of interest. It shows you've listened to that client. And that's actually the person you need to meet. You don't need to meet the 250 people in that dry event up the road. So I think...
It almost sounds like fun as well.
But exactly. It can be, yeah. I mean, I suppose we all need to go to events that we don't particularly want to go to sometimes because our interests aren't the same as our clients. But generally, I think there are ways of doing it which suit people's personality better. Yeah.
Well, I've worked with practice leaders mostly and creative leaders of entrepreneurial companies generally. And I suppose what they all have in common is that they've got where they are because they're really, really good at what they do and not because they're really good at managing people. And it can be quite a lonely place to be. So I've worked with people on issues such as succession planning, when they feel they're on a hamster wheel and they're working incredibly hard and really long hours and paying loads of people's mortgages and turning that dynamic around a bit so that your business is working for you rather than you working for your business is generally the objective of that. What do you need to get from this, and what are your longer term goals for your life and for your business? What's your path towards achieving them? So working with individual leaders, I've probably done a little bit more of.
And say something like family succession planning within a practice. What are the kind of obstacles in that? Because that's something that's come up a few times in our conversations.
I think architects find that, in my experience, many architects find that very difficult, thinking about the succession planning. Some do it really well. Some do it less well. I mean, obviously one of the things with architects is that an awful lot of them are called after people who no longer work within them. So it shows that they're not really thinking of succession planning, because the practice is still called after people that don't work there anymore. But succession planning is a really complex thing. And I think another factor that certainly I've come across before is that lots of creative leaders, not just architects, but they appoint people who are just below their level of competence. And they do it almost unconsciously, because they think that what they're doing is succession planning, but actually it's because they may find the challenge of having somebody working for them who is as good as them and has the potential to be as good as them actually quite challenging. We were talking about that this morning, weren't we? I think we've both come across
That's
that
fascinating. And I suppose it's one of those unaware emotional things that's kind of dictating the decisions, and those decisions are going to shape the business.
They're going to shape the business. And actually, if you're getting to the stage in your life and in your career where you're thinking, actually, I need to think about an exit strategy in the next 5 or 10 years, but you still want to have some connection with your business, then you clearly need people there who are going to be as good or better than you are. So developing your emotional intelligence so that you can recognize those people and play that role in their lives as of nurturing and developing them to one day, step into a leadership role, the leadership role in your business, is not an easy thing to do.
And how can architects, say, for example, in the hiring of staff, make sure that they're employing people that have a high level of emotional intelligence? Because I've heard business leaders in the past speak to me or have conversations, and sometimes one of the things they really think is the most important is not necessarily what's on the CV, but actually the emotional intelligence of a newcomer to a team. So how can architects or business owners ensure that they're kind of bringing emotional intelligence to those kinds of HR processes?
Well, I'm going to let Rachel answer that in just a minute, but I will say something that we both feel is really important, that by actually working with a more coaching approach to developing people, you may not have to do so much recruitment, because we would really argue that retention is a much better strategy than recruitment. It's cheaper. You don't get people setting up in competition to you. We both spoke to somebody quite recently who said we have one of two things. They either leave and set up on their own, or they leave because they haven't done that well here, and then they go somewhere else and they flourish. Now, what's that about? And isn't that a waste of your human capital? That's a terribly cold term, but you know what I mean. You've invested all this time and energy and even money into somebody, and then they leave and set up on their own or go and work for somebody else and do really well. So we would both argue that actually developing a more coaching style approach to management may stop that happening in the first place. And I'll let Rachel talk about recruitment.
First of all, what does a coaching style mean? What does that mean to you?
Well, I'm afraid it's words that we've used before, like listening,
right,
and empathy,
right,
and developing that most people go to work these days. They don't want to be somebody different from the person they are at home. They want a kind of congruence between who they are at home and who they are at work. They want to be accepted for what they bring to the table. They want to feel that they're being invested in, that their strengths and values are being honoured, that they are part of a collaborative effort, that they've got some sense of purpose. There is less disconnect now between people at work and people out of work. And I think that, modern recruitment and retention strategies need to take that into account.
Yeah, I think just to add to that on the coaching style, there's a big shift in sort of leadership terms away from the sort of command and control, so person at the top of an organisation dictating down, and this sort of cascading of information down an organisation, into a position where actually leadership is much more distributed across, or needs to be distributed across the practice. So when somebody comes to a principal of a practice and says, how shall I do this? It needs to be less about, or a coaching style is less about, you do it this way, or try this, and more about, what have you tried so far? And the asking questions to try and get that person to actually resolve it themselves. Because if you can do that, then obviously you can get all of your people in the practice to resolve day-to-day issues much more directly themselves, and therefore less pressure on these busy principles of practices. Back on the other question.
Yes, on the HR.
How can architects try and employ people with high emotional intelligence? I think that's quite difficult. So I would start with improving the emotional intelligence of the people doing the recruitment in the ways that we said, because if you've got low emotional intelligence, you won't recognize it in other people. In fact, worse than that, I think you'll actually then recruit lots of clones of yourself, and you can kind of see it in organizations who have people leading recruitment with low emotional intelligence. They just have a team of people who are all just like them. Whereas people with higher emotional intelligence, I think, are able to understand their own strengths and not worry too much about their weaknesses. They might be working on those things, but they're not worried about other people having that strength. They're not threatened by that in some way. So, yeah, I would work on principles and those recruiting improving their own first.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. If any architects listening to this wanting to get in touch or wanting to work with you, where do they start?
Well, we both have websites. So rbmarketing.co.uk.
And my website is idea.co.uk, and that's spelled EIDYIA.
Brilliant. I'll put all the information in the link below.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time and expertise today.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks.
Pleasure.
Thank you for listening. Now, don't forget, early bird tickets are now on sale for the next BOA UK live event, which is the 7 Threats to an Architectural Practice, happening Tuesday, 5th of March, 2019. Book your tickets now. The views expressed on this show by my guests do not represent those of the host, and I make no representation.
Cambridge University in UK, dedicated economist, and has also a lot of experience in the real world. So he has got one of the big venture capital funds, and he's also teaching for us. So he was teaching for several years on financial crisis. So he was coming back occasionally for our term or Harvard term, and it was extremely valuable for our students to get the exposure from both sides, the academic side and the practical side. And of course, he's also a great historian in the sense that he likes to combine historical knowledge with actual knowledge, new innovation, and historical economic thinking. And we will have a feast here on his presentation today. And let's give a round of applause for Bill. And we're looking forward to
Thanks, Marcus. I gather from keeping in touch with things Princetonian somewhat from afar, because I do spend much of the academic year in Cambridge, England, Old Cambridge, that it just may have been the case that this autumn, the extraordinary, unprecedented, and never again to be replicated history of the football team of the great class of 1965, undefeated, untied, and nationally ranked with the big boys, that the total points scored by Princeton this year may have exceeded the total in the autumn of 1964. I think that might be the case. But in any case, of course, the schedule was much harder then. But I'm really delighted to be back. As Marcus said, I've had a kind of haphazard career. I did my doctorate in Cambridge, having come from the Woodrow Wilson School in Princeton. I then went on a 35-year sabbatical, as it turned out to be as a working venture capitalist at the Frontier, and then returned to Cambridge just in time for the global financial crisis of 2008, from my perspective, to make economics a really interesting subject again. So I'm now back immersed, but all of my work as a practitioner, as an academic, is focused on innovation at the technological frontier, where progress is made by trial and error and error and error, where efficiency in the allocation of resources, is the enemy of innovation, where tolerance of necessary waste is required, and where I must say I find the neoclassical production function, even in its Schumpeterian extensions, to be a thoroughly misleading lens to which to read the dynamics of innovation at the frontier. So this process that I've been both lived as a practitioner and have been studying as an academic involves three sequential, nonlinear, interactive processes: upstream, scientific discovery, technological invention, for the technologies that really matter, from the railroads to the internet, the deployment of transformational infrastructure, which, when in place at scale, creates new economic space, transforms the market economy, and creates opportunities for exploration of what to do with this new stuff. All of these processes depend on sources of funding that are unconcerned, not driven, not limited, not constrained by immediate visible economic value. Historically, two such sources have existed: the mission-driven state and financial speculation, each capable of mobilizing resources at scale larger than could be expected from rational investors carefully evaluating the net present value of alternative projects. And together they have indeed transformed the market economy, creating what I call a three-player game. A three-player game between the state, financial capitalism, and the market economy, the ordinary world in which we work and spend and save and practice life in the using the technologies that have been deployed. So three sets of continuous, reciprocal, interdependent games with different configurations. None of them is a stable equilibrium. The metaphorical relationship to the three-body problem in physics is not an accident. So in one version, we have state investment in fundamental research induces financial speculation to fund construction of transformational infrastructure whose exploitation in turn raises living standards for everyone dependent on the productivity of the market. But in another version, we experienced this only 10 years ago, a world in which bubbles and crashes in the financial system spill over and liquidate both the employed and their employers, generating appeals to the political process for redress and relief. And in a third version, malefactors of great wealth, a great phrase that Teddy Roosevelt deployed at the heart of the progressive movement, malefactors of great wealth are able to exploit the political process in order to preserve and protect their exploitation of the market economy. I sometimes think that's a little too close to home right now. But let's start with the role of the state. There is a long history here. This is a recently fascinating book on how the demand for muskets by the British Army from the Glorious Revolution of 1688 through the Napoleonic Wars to Waterloo, rising from a demand measurable in a few thousand per year to a few million per year, transformed the architecture of Britain's artisanal economy, made Birmingham, England, the workshop of the first industrial revolution. So this is the role of the state as a customer, but there's also the role of the state as a source. And in fact, a generation later, it was in the armories of the United States Army at Springfield, Massachusetts, Harpers Valley, West Virginia, that the concept of making things, making physical things by assembling interchangeable parts, that was reduced to practice from guns to sewing machines, to typewriters, to bicycles, to automobiles. This was the technological innovation that enabled mass production. And of course, in the post-World War II era, this role of the state through multiple channels was responsible for sponsoring all of the technologies from silicon to software and onto the internet that combined to create the digital revolution. And in fact, it continued beyond that. This is the NSF grant to a couple of graduate students at Stanford named Larry Page and Sergey Brin, which led to the PageRank algorithm in Google, and if you like, one of the most profound sources of the technological revolution's growth and expansion. Now, I want to pause for a moment with respect to the language of war. I spoke about a mission-driven state, and that mission has gained political legitimacy generally through the deployment of the language of war. War liberates, or at least the just war, liberates the state from the shackles of prospective cost-benefit analysis, when the costs are always easier to measure and to know than the benefits are. And this has been true of shooting wars. It was true of the Cold War. It was true of the war on cancer. And it was not an accident that Nixon adopted that language in 1972 when he created a mission for the National Institutes of Health, which has continued to this day, where progress is not measured by whether each project sponsored by the NIH, funded by the NIH, actually works. It's a broader, deeper mission where effective is more important than efficient. But not all wars are successful or even productive. In fact, over the last generation, in this country at least, we've seen the debasement of the language of war from Vietnam to Iraq by way of the war on drugs. And here's the kicker. If the state, and I'm going to come back to this later on, if the state is not accepted as a legitimate economic actor, then innovation at the frontier is likely to stall. Let me turn to the role of speculation. Now, this is a schematic of how to think about bubbles. The first law of bubbles is that they are banal, they are ubiquitous. Wherever there are markets and assets, there you will find herding behavior, momentum investing, prices decoupling from any relationship with cash flows, past, present, or prospective. But not all bubbles are the same. So here we're looking at two different dimensions, the locus of speculation and the focus of speculation. It took me about 5 years to come up with locus focus as a kind of mean for thinking about bubbles. When the speculation is limited to the public capital markets, the stock market, the junk bond market, leverage is very limited. When the bubble bursts, as it inevitably will, the economic damage done is equally limited and constrained. Think of 2001 after the great tech bubble of the 1990s versus what happens when the speculation infects the credit system, the banking system, where leverage in 2007 nominally was on the order of 30 to 40 times in the banking system. Effectively, when you actually go through to understand what was being counted as equity, as the equity base, it was probably more like 100 to 1 or more. A 1% decline in the value of assets effectively rendered the banks insolvent and generated the liquidity crisis that triggered the Great Recession. So locus really matters, but so does focus. Most bubbles focus on assets that have no potential whatsoever of increasing the productive potential of the economy, from tulip bulbs to marijuana stocks. We can talk a little bit later about where we put bitcoins in that spectrum. But occasionally the object of speculation is one of those transformational technologies, like the railways, like electrification, like computing and the internet, that changes everything and creates a new economy. There's a long history here as well. This is remarkable work from an extraordinary scholar named Andrew Odlyzko at the University of Minnesota. He's a pure mathematician. He publishes in the journals appropriate to pure mathematics, the ones where the only words in the title you can understand are the and. But some 25 years ago, he became interested in and then obsessed with the early history of the British Railways, and he spent an enormous amount of time in the archives. So this is the millions of pounds spent on actually building railways in Britain during the little railway mania of the 1830s and the great railway mania of the 1840s. This amount was a huge proportion, approaching 10% of British national income, when most of that income was embedded in the agricultural economy. This is the index that Oblisco constructed of the shares of the companies that had raised and were spending that money. When the bubble burst at the end of the 1840s, the stock prices collapsed. Most of these companies went bankrupt. Nobody tore up the tracks. Now, more recently, coming closer to home, and in fact to my own life, perhaps why I'm standing here right now, the great tech boom of the late 1990s. This is some very interesting empirical work. The dotted line are the cash flows, both internally generated from operations and externally by raising money in the stock market, by young firms, less than 15 years old, in the 7 super high-tech corporate sectors. And you can see that this enormous increase in cash flow is driven by a comparable increase in the cash raised by selling new stock for IPOs and follow-on offerings on the stock market, and in turn relieve the financial constraint, as we like to say, and enable these young companies to increase their R&D spending by a factor of about 8 over less than 10 years. Again, the bubble burst. Much more money was actually spent on putting dark fiber in the ground, but when WorldCom and Global Crossing went bankrupt, again, nobody tore up the fiber. It was there waiting for Netflix. So the first edition of my book was published about 5 years ago, and it was a kind of celebration of this extraordinarily constructive configuration of the 3-player game, when the American state, essentially the U.S. Department of Defense, with some ongoing support from the National Science Foundation, NASA, was the sponsor, the early customer, the funder of research, and the inventor indirectly through DARPA of some of the most critical technologies. And when the speculators accelerated and amplified the impact of the digital revolution by perhaps as much as a generation. But now we must consider the consequences of the digital revolution. And this is the theme of what I've just published, a kind of, the way I think of it, as a very substantially revised and extended version of my work for the age of Trump and Brexit. But the first motivation for this was actually very close to home. From my life as a venture capitalist, and you can read all about this in the book, particularly chapter 3 and 4, I internalized what I call the 2 fundamental theorems of venture capital. Cash and control and corporate happiness is positive cash flow. Cash and control, what does that mean? It means the joint hedge against ignorance, the necessary, inescapable ignorance that comes when you invest in startups at the technological frontier, when you don't know whether it's going to work, and if it works, whether anybody's going to give a damn and pay a penny for what you've built. So cash, enough unequivocal access to cash, unequivocal access to enough cash to buy the time required to find out what's going on when bad things happen, and enough control to shift the parameters of the problem. My experience that often, not always, begins with firing the CEO. It can involve shifting the purpose of the project, of the underlying technology. It can involve selling the venture for whatever you can get without, rather than pouring money into a black hole. But enough control to do something about it. Corporate happiness is positive cash flow. This was the mantra of the fellow I don't refer to in the book as my psychotic mentor, extraordinarily brilliant man who had this slogan, this saying, put onto throw pillows in needlepoint so he could throw them at his CEOs to drive home the message that when your customers are giving you more money than it costs to deliver them a product or a service, you're not only demonstrating that what you're doing is economically worthwhile, you're liberated from the problematic dependence on external cash to pay your bills. Okay, so I looked around couple of years ago. And both of these theorems were completely challenged, rendered irrelevant by what was going on in the unicorn bubble. These startups burning billions of dollars, funded at premium valuations by financial institutions, not venture capitalists anymore, but by Fidelity and such like, who in turn were not just paying premium valuations for illiquid securities that they could not sell, but were yielding governance control to the founders so that they couldn't do anything if their money was, they decided, being misused, abused, and they were, in fact, dedicating themselves to sitting in the back seat of the car, nowhere near being able to get their hands on the steering wheel as and when it headed over the cliff. And this is a recent paper from the University of Pennsylvania Law School, which goes through in detail the kind of agreements that were represented here. And of course, you could expect what was going to happen. These are just the two most prominent versions. But then there's also something else that was going on. Cryptomania. I've updated this as of a couple of days ago. So here, think about this as the proposed alternative financial system, liberated again from the control of the state. Now, I have to always, at this point, I always have to cite my friend Mark Blythe at the Watson Center at Brown University, who likes to say that if you have to ask if it's money, it's not money. But this assault on the state's monopoly over the provision of money led to this kind of joint key recognition. The unicorns, the cryptocurrencies, each in their own way represented direct challenges to the authority of the state that had spawned the digital revolution and made them possible. The unicorns at the local level and markets for transportation, accommodation, the cryptos at the kind of symbolically core level. But beyond that, of course, what we've been witnessing over the last 20 years or more, the gradual accumulation to the tipping point of enormous transformations of the market economy through three different, overlapping, related channels. The second great globalization. So the first great globalization, documented and analyzed by Harold James, peaked in 1914. At that point, this was in a world where the movement of capital and the movement of people was essentially free. The movement of goods was constrained because the two most important nations that were following Great Britain, Germany and the United States, both practiced protectionism to allow their infant industries, no longer so infant by 1900, to reach levels of productivity that were competitive with Britain and even more competitive than Britain could provide. At this point, global trade as a percentage of total world income was on the order of 30%. The second globalization, which may or may not have peaked around 2007, in this case, what was free to move were not people, but work was, as well as goods and services and capital. Work moved through outsourcing, through the construction of complex transnational supply chains. And in this case, global trade peaked at 60% of world national economy, generating what Danny Roderick at the Kennedy School calls the political trilemma. You can have deep economic and financial integration, responsive political institutions, and the autonomy of a nation state, 2 out of 3. North Dakota has indeed deep integration with the rest of the United States, economically and financially. It has responsive local government, even if we could put the entire population inside a couple of election districts in Manhattan. It is not an autonomous nation state. Greece thought it was an autonomous nation state until about 2011 and discovered the realities of deep integration. So The next is actually almost certainly, as much literature, particularly call attention to the work of David Autor's group at MIT, automation. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a reference to Autor's work on the political spillovers from globalization. This is a very interesting study. It was done it was published a couple of years ago, done over the previous 3 or 4 years, where they took each congressional district in the United States, looked at the exposure to Chinese imports after China joined the World Trade Organization in 1991, Marcus, I think. 1991? 2000. Sorry, thank you. So over that 10-year period, and then they looked at what happened in the primary elections with Republican districts moving to further right candidates and Democratic districts moving to further left, a polarization response to the impact of trade. But then automation. Now, almost certainly the impact, the economic impact, even if it doesn't carry the same emotional weight as the imports have carried in political discourse, the impact of automation has been huge. I would love to see more varied approaches to reading the political consequences. If anybody's aware of them, please let me know. This is a recent study, actually out of Oxford, that looked at a limited index of automation, the population of robots in roughly equivalent economic areas, and the change in the Republican share of votes for president between 2012 and 2016. The curve is up and to the right. This is what I think we would call suggestive evidence. It's not conclusive or causal, but there clearly has been a major, again, as it going all the way back to the Luddites and the textile industrial revolution of almost 200 years ago, a political spillover from the impact of technological change on the labor market. And then financialization. This is really quite remarkable. We all were aware, anybody working through the post-war era, the post-war era was aware of increased financial weight. But this is a very simple ratio between the value of financial assets and US GDP. From early 50s through 1980, that ratio rises only from 1.3 to 1.8 times. At an annual basis, you really couldn't see it. It disappears over the course of more than 25 years. But from 1980 to 2007, it goes from 1.8 to 4.8 times. This is in the context where, for example, up here, the credit default swap is invented right around here. At this point, there are $60 trillion of credit default swaps outstanding, created in less than 10 years. Now, most of the financial instruments of the trading finance has actually been trading in existing assets, above all, property. And also, of course, trading in financial assets constructed as banks create assets and trade them with each other, not funding new productive assets, except substantially during that tech bubble of 1996, 2000. But what was going on here was the manner in which IT, computing, operationalized modern finance theory, turned the Black-Scholes equation from something that Fisher Black had to write almost by hand on little pieces of paper and hand out at the Chicago Board of Trade into what could be on anybody's desktop as an instrument for both constructing and trading these new derivative securities. Donald Mackenzie's great book, An Engine, Not a Camera, Finance Theory as an Engine for Transforming the Markets, the Financial Markets, not a camera for capturing how they were then working, is probably the salient text, much cited in the literature and certainly much cited by me. Not only did IT enable this enormous increase in the variety and type and volume of financial assets, It also globalized it. This is a Bank for International Settlements. We can all thank Hyun Shin for this chart. It's become almost iconic. It's reproduced all the time. Between 2002 and 2007, the volume of U.S. bank claims on Europe in 5 years went from $500 billion to more than $1.5 trillion. European claims on the U.S. went from $1 trillion to $2.6 trillion. This is the vehicle, the channels through which our embarrassment in the mortgage market here in the United States became a global financial crisis. Thus, the digital revolution played a central role in the generation of the great credit bubble of the Audis and the global financial crisis that followed. I'm one of many who now think that this work by Adam Tooze of Columbia is likely to prove to be the most compelling historical analysis of the sources and consequences of the global financial crisis, which has generated political consequences that continue. This is work that goes back through history, well before the recent embarrassment, to look at the political consequences of major financial crises. This is the period, the early period. This is the full sample, the pre-World War II sample, the post-World War II sample. What they show is that in each case, there's a significant political shift to the right, towards, if you like, right-wing populism, visible in the nations that suffer through these crises. But in this case, and in this country, not only in this country, but perhaps more here than anyone else, the state had been rendered illegitimate as an economic actor and proved to be incapable of adequately buffering its constituents from the economic consequences of the digital revolution that it itself had spawned. Adam Tooze does a brilliant job of how, at the peak moment of crisis, from the autumn of 2008 through the winter of 2009, the United States did play the central role, not only the Federal Reserve serving as the liquidity provider to the world through its limitless, unlimited swap lines, but also the transient moment of stimulus in the first days of the Obama administration that helped put a floor under the worst of the consequences that were unfolding. But this broader political failure is the ultimate macro motivation for my work, this new version of my work. And what it reflects is ideas really matter. As long ago as 1943, Hayek published The Road to Serfdom, an understandable, highly emotional response to the totalitarianisms of the left and right, which suggested and was popularized to suggest, to argue definitively, that any economic role for the state would inevitably lead to similar tyranny as had been the case in Stalin's Russia or Hitler's Germany. It took a generation, and this is important, it took a long generation for the ideas here to mature into Milton Friedman's. This was an extraordinarily popular television program based on a book that Friedman had written in 1980, and which was the kind of the lead-in, the leader for Reagan's first inaugural, when he stated, government is not the solution to our problem, government is the problem. This coming on top of the previous 30 years, when it was the United States government that drove, led, pulled, pushed, enabled the greatest technological revolution that we've yet seen in the world, without which things would have been very, very different. Now, fortunately, institutional latency really matters. Despite Reagan, despite indeed the Democrats' move to third way, middle of the road politics, Clinton saying the era of big government is over in the mid-1990s, nonetheless, the public sector of the developed economies of the world remained large enough to play a major role in limiting the economic consequences of the global financial crisis. Let me show you this eye chart. This is really why I needed a pointer. So back to 1880, this is the share of the national economy represented by public sector expenditures, including transfer payments, as it should, because they support aggregate demand for the United Kingdom, Germany, the US, and Japan. The two world wars stand out. Those are the peaks. Between the wars, Britain is the outlier. Britain is the debtor nation that did not directly or indirectly repudiate its debts. This is very largely debt service payments. The US is down here. In 1929, total public sector expenditures in the US were 7% of the national economy. 2% at the federal government, 5% state and local, where the state constitutions required that budgets be balanced, and that consequently, as tax revenues fell, as the Depression took hold, spending had to fall as well. The federal share actually doubled under Herbert Hoover between 1929 and 33 when Roosevelt took office. That's because nominal GDP in the United States, measured in current prices, declined by 50% in 4 years. So look at the difference. Here, in the years preceding the global financial crisis, even the US in red is up around 35 to 40%. In other words, the public sector, the continuity in spending, whether it be Medicare payments or Defense Department contracts or NIH grants, bolstered the private sector's demand when private sector investment, beginning with housing, but including industrial investment, collapsed in 2009. It was not only an aggressive central bank that prevented or that reduced the potential for another Great Depression to only a Great Recession. It was also the sheer scale of the public sector. And by the way, this factor, even by twos, I find extraordinarily under-recognized in the literature on the Great Recession and the economic consequences of the global financial crisis. So the US economy today represents a remarkable paradox. On the one hand, it's the home of the leading representatives, the driving forces of the digital revolution, the FANG companies, the superstar companies, more work by Autor, which looks at the role that they have played, that they are playing, that can be read in the macroeconomic literature, and they're driven. Their economic and financial significance is driven by what I truly believe is a new source of organic market power, different from and additional to economies of scale and economies of scope and network effects. Network effects serve to attract people to one telephone network because of connectivity and the return to connectivity. But, except perhaps from time to time, the FBI, nobody was actually listening to the content of those messages. Now the fact that every interaction, digital interaction, is captured and can be monetized and also learned from, such that the more data you have, the better the algorithms with which you analyze the data. The better the algorithms, the higher the quality of service. The higher the quality of service, the larger the market share. The larger the market share, the more data. A positive feedback loop. This, however, goes side by side in the same economy with multiple measurable declines in dynamism. So this is a chart that the Times mobilized out of Census Bureau data, looking at the share of employees working for small companies and the share working for big companies. This goes with, it's another way in a sense of appreciating that across virtually every industrial sector in the US, the share of revenues represented by the largest companies, by the top 4 companies, has increased materially over the last 10 to 20 years. The number of public companies in the US has declined by 50% since the year 2000, partly a function of private equity, partly a function of M&A without, ineffectively with minimal antitrust concern. The number of venture capital-backed IPOs, a subject very dear to my heart and on which I've actually worked, has declined by something like 60% to two-thirds compared with the average that we had taken for granted between 1980 and 2000. This is another business Census Bureau chart. The Census Bureau has begun compiling data on business applications, and they characterize as high propensity business applications, those that are most likely to generate jobs. Crashed by 25% immediately after the global financial crisis. It's barely recovered since. Various measures of social and economic mobility, work by Raj Chetty, now back at Harvard, show material reductions in social and economic mobility. At the same time as, again, various measures of the content of corporate R&D spending suggests a material shift from longer-term research to shorter-term development. And the largest purpose to which corporate cash flow has been put in recent years, and most particularly during this current year, has been on buying back stock. And of course, inequality has reached levels not previously seen since the late 1920s. This is work I highlighted here because it's work that comes out of Princeton. Extraordinarily, very creative approach to being able to track back to the mid-1930s, when unionization in the US finally was given legal political sanction under the New Deal, briefly, looking at union density, that is the density of members of unions relative to measures of inequality. The conclusion was that A, there's a very nice, very robust inverse correlation. The greater the union density, greater the number of proportion of people in unions, the less inequality, and that particularly affects those who are the poorer, the poorest, and the least advantaged in the labor market. And of course, it goes with what we all know from the well-publicized data. This is the income share of the lower half of the US distribution, declining from above 20% to about 12% over the last 40 years, 45 years. And this is the share of the 1%, which interestingly enough, not only peaked in 2007, but then has actually risen since the global financial crisis. Of course, this is heavily driven by financialization, by the value stock market recovery from the global financial crisis. And what I might refer to as the dark side of the three-player game shows itself in the extent to which the market's distribution of power, $1, one vote, dominates the nominal political distribution of power, one person, one vote. Now, there's another aspect of this dim view, this dismal view, which, again, for somebody interested in the economics of innovation, is very close to home. And this is the exclusion of science from input into public policy. So those of you who have your devices open, if you type the magic letters OSTP into your Google search window, you'll find multiple URLs. This is the one that is OSTP.Obama Archive. It's a snapshot of what the Office of Science and Technology Policy website in the White House looked like on January 19th, 2017, the last day of the Obama administration. Behind every one of those tabs, there's an array of projects, conferences, reports, people, work, programs. This is what the current OSTP website looks like. I check this once a week. First of all, behind this, there's nothing. You can't click through to anything. Under this, there are, over the last 18 months, they've generated 8 press releases. 8 press releases. That's the activity. So, having failed to respond adequately to the digital disruption, the US state has now officially abdicated from the next needed technological revolution. Now, if there had been no Cold War, no Korea, the digital evolution would nonetheless have proceeded. It would have taken longer. It would have been less disruptive. But AT&T and IBM in 1945 were already working on going from analog electronics. This is where the transistor came from at Bell Labs. It would have happened. And it wouldn't have made that much difference, except for a few of us who managed to get the great tech bubble right. But the problem now is that climate change won't wait. It's not waiting. And it raises perhaps the single most important strategic question that the world is addressing now, which is, will China lead? Will China succeed in doing what only one other nation has actually done over the last 200 years? Not just perform as an effective follower, following the lead of the leader through the processes of industrialization and technological innovation, but will it actually become an effective leader at the frontier? There are enormous challenges in moving from being an effective follower to an innovative leader. Now, all followers appropriate intellectual property wherever they can find it. That's nothing new. The British took textile technology from India and Italy. We took it from the Brits. The Japanese and Koreans took everything they could get from us, from steel to semiconductors. The Chinese have clearly done a, let us say, more coherently organized process with greater reach. But even when a nation reaches, is in the process of taking advantage of what others have invented, they remain subject to the corruption tax. Many, many more governments have set out to get to the frontier than have ever come anywhere close, because they've been compromised and ultimately have succumbed to the corruption that can be expected to follow when the state does become an economic actor. Some, the US in the progressive era, Britain in the 1850s and 60s, perhaps China today, interesting new work on the benefits in terms of the productivity of research in areas where the attack on local corruption in China has led to the removal of local officials, where much of R&D is subsidized at the local level, the regional level in China. China may survive that, but the argument that to actually become an effective leader, the kind of hope and dream, particularly represented by the Acemoglu Robinson book, Why Nations Fail, which has had quite a substantial impact, that you need to have inclusive political institutions in order to be able to tolerate and sponsor the kind of creative destruction at the frontier. You know, historically, that is a very, very weak proposition. Britain in 1820, leading the first industrial revolution, was led by a corrupt cabal in London, in close affiliation with a national religious establishment, exercising authority down to the village level. You may or may not have seen the new movie Peterloo by Michael Lee. That was in 1819, when the troops of the British Army returned from Waterloo, slaughtered peaceful demonstrators in Manchester who were demonstrating for greater openness of the political process. The authority of that government was legitimized by the fact that you could look over your shoulder and see, just a generation before in Paris, what happened when order failed, the terror of the French Revolution. But they're trying to hold the lid on the greatest explosion of economic wealth and economic energy and financial wealth in the history of humanity. One might make a certain analogy there. It took a long, really 2 generations for Britain to evolve into a reasonably open, reasonably uncorrupt society. Which drove which? Was it the economic development that had the interplay with the political processes? Or in fact, is it simply an indeterminate question? We certainly don't have enough examples from history to draw any sort of rule, let alone law, of economic and political co-evolution. Think of them as co-evolving as they did in Britain, as they are now in China. So let me conclude. From the perspective of an American, this is a pretty dark picture. The fellow who hired me at Warburg Pincus, where I've spent the last 30 years, used to say that you can't survive as a venture capitalist if you're a pessimist. You know, the first startup you lose, you'll slit your throat, you'll be out of the game. So I'm temperamentally doomed to be an optimist, and I do believe, and it's not just because I'm here in Princeton, I do believe that beyond the green political shoots that we can read in the midterm election results, perhaps even more at the state and local level than at the congressional level, but beyond that, there is a source of long-term optimism, which I lean on hard, and that is that ideas still matter. And the global financial crisis and the Great Recession, for the disciplines of economics and finance, have been the gifts that keep on giving. They forced the reunion of economics and finance at the macro level, perhaps most significantly in the work that Marcus has led in the new financial macro, echoed by people like Elaine Ray at LSE and Caballero at MIT. This is a radically new approach that puts financial intermediaries at the core of the system instead of excluding them from the economic dynamics at the macro level. It's forced recognition of the behavioral micro foundations and, let us say, reduce the plausibility of relying on the fantasy of the robotic, intertemporally optimizing, omniscient agent. And it's also demonstrably led to a shift towards evidence first, theory later. More work, more empirical work on how the world actually works than on how it should work if it would make our models close in an efficient way. I cite this. I speak as an old Keynesian from old Cambridge. I'm delighted to always salute the work from the twin citadels of New Cambridge, Andy Lowe at MIT, Schleifer with his colleague Genioli at Harvard. Each of these books, in their very different ways, and they're all always subject to comment and criticism, but each of them represent direct head-on assaults on rational expectations and a determination to try to bring into the stories we tell a clearer appreciation of how real people behave in real markets. So I close with the quote from Keynes, the last sentences of the general theory, that the power of vested interests, vastly exaggerated compared with the general encroachment of ideas, not immediately, but after a certain interval, but sooner or late, it is ideas, not vested interests, that are dangerous for good or ill or evil. I do believe that the new economic ideas in process of being generated in response to the discontinuity of 2008 will be, once that they inform the discussion and debate and decisions around public policy, that they will be positive for good. Thank you. We certainly have time for some questions, and I'll be happy to try to address whatever you may have. Come on, this is Princeton, no shyness. You all go to precepts.
There's a question back there. So you had this slide that showed that after every financial crisis, the electorate moved to the right. Why do you think it wouldn't move to the left? I mean, why is that?
That chart is, I expect it's probably dominated. The paper is concerned with a long sweep. We have a few instances, of course. Let me back up and say, Danny Roderick has an interesting paper suggesting a differentiation, and this is specifically with respect to this most recent financial crisis, between the populism of the creditor nations, which means Northern Europe and the U.S., and the U.S. is both, and the populism of the debtor nations, which is Southern Europe and Latin America. The debtor nations' populism going left, the creditor nations going right. Certainly on a case-by-case basis, it often will turn on the effectiveness of the political entrepreneurs who are competing to take advantage of the discontinuity, the disruption of lives, as Harold James has written about the impact of transformation in financial and economic values on human and cultural values and political values. But I think that the pre-World War II is largely dominated by what was going on in Central Europe, as well as Southern Europe, post-World War I and then post-1931. The post-war, very much dominated by Latin America, as well as parts of Asia, where mostly the movement was to the right. The U.S. in the 1930s is really an anomaly. And it was a very close-run thing. You know, when Roosevelt won the election, Roosevelt was in this long interregnum that we then had from an election in the first week of November to the inauguration in the first week of March. The then leading political guru, Walter Lippmann of the New York Herald Tribune, Lippmann said to him, "You must govern like Mussolini. You must suspend Congress. The crisis is too great. Mussolini has shown the way for effective government in response." So and by the way, the left-wing movements immediately after World War I were almost all liquidated rapidly, from Vienna to Budapest, and then in the 30s in Spain. So there was a general right-wing movement after major financial and economic crises. And that's an observable. I can't explain in detail. I don't know if anybody can. Sir.
Thank you for your talk. You mentioned something about state-led technological innovations, and you talked about how China could potentially become the next leader. I was wondering just your general opinion on the concept of state-led or government-led innovations. Because it seems like, for example, in China nowadays, you see the government pouring billions of dollars into artificially creating those city of AI or machine learning cities or gaming cities. But like, are those kind of innovations good, healthy for, I guess, not just for China, but for humanity as a whole?
Certainly, that's a pretty big question. I'm not sure I can get to humanity as a whole. Historically, we can look at a few examples and see that as and when, this is a point I'm glad you asked that because I want to elaborate on it. It's one of the real challenges in moving from being an effective follower to an innovative leader. In the path of following, where you know by and large what the route is, you know, from bicycles to automobiles, from steel to silicon, identifying and bestowing resources on a small number of national champions can make a lot of sense. The chaebols in Korea, the zaibatsus in Japan. JC knows more about this than I do. But when you get to the frontier, when progress switches from being an effective follower to depending on that trial and error and error and error, you have to have players who can fail without discrediting the whole enterprise. In the US, as a great example, there's probably no more important enterprise in the United States through the central years of America's rise to leadership, from World War I through to the 1960s, 70s, than AT&T. AT&T fought the notion of packet-switched communications, let alone the implementation of that in what was originally called DARPANET, ARPANET. Fought it in everything from the technical workshops to the White House. AT&T became the enemy of innovation. There's some very interesting work. Wes Cohen at Duke University is one of the authors on how the small number of dominant Japanese IT firms completely missed the transfer of value in computing from hardware to software in the 1980s into the early 1990s. 3 companies dominated the Japanese computer industry. They were all motivated to build faster versions of their IBM compatible mainframes rather than understanding what was happening as hardware was commoditized by the technologies whose cost and reliability dropped like a stone in the aftermath of the PC revolution of the early 1980s. So whether China, there's an observable in China, which is the very substantial shift in economic weight from the state-owned enterprises to the private sector. Private sector may be a somewhat gray area, but in the US, so it is as well. Boeing, public sector, private sector, every jet plane ever made in America descends from the KC-135 that was the tanker that the Air Force paid for in order to teach Boeing how to build commercial jet aircraft. So this public-private collaboration can be extremely effective if the extent of reciprocal capture is constrained. Will that be the case in China? There's a very interesting paper. Storslaten, Norwegian economist, is one of the co-authors. It's called Growing Like China, and it focuses on the deliberate effort to shift resources from the financially rich state-owned enterprises to the financially constrained and much more productive private sector enterprises. I think it's an open question. The way I would put it, I have this metaphor of the 3-player game. The 3-player game with Chinese characteristics is indeterminate, as all 3-player games are. The only thing you know is that they will shift over time, because the longer you're in one configuration, it's a kind of Minsky process. The longer you're in one configuration, the more pressure builds up to shift it as vested interests accumulate, as corruption has the opportunity to establish itself, and as political capital gets consumed. But I will say this, it does appear that in area after area, China is at the frontier, machine learning being one of these areas, and where perhaps the incentives for continuing aggressively to appropriate intellectual property may become less as China becomes a source of genuine innovation. The U.S. Effectively refused to enforce copyright laws through the 19th century, to the utter dismay of Charles Dickens, who was pirated enormously in the U.S. until a writer named Mark Twain became more popular than Charles Dickens had been, and all of a sudden there was a domestic interest in enforcing copyright laws. So we may be seeing this happening in China.
One last question. Thanks.
Yeah.
I was just interested, so at the beginning of your presentation you had the slide about speculation being productive versus non-productive, and it seems to me that, okay, you want to encourage more productive speculation, if speculation at all. But I was just wondering, so as a venture capitalist, how effective do you find regulation, attempt to, manipulate the economy into something that's better? And are there, how would you recommend to solve those problems?
Well, first, I don't think it's up to the state to either promote speculation. I think it's up to the state or the Federal Reserve or the financial regulators to be attuned to the rise of speculation, and then to pay very close attention to where it's taking place. Now, I've been in interaction on this subject with a brilliant financial economist, formerly, I have to say, of Princeton, Jose Schenkman, who points out that you can't draw a clear, bright red line between the financial markets and the credit system. They do overlap and interact. But I do think that what really matters is being aware of the extent to which the bidding up of prices is funded by borrowed money, so that when the asset prices again decline, those who hold them are rendered insolvent. When there's limited leverage, the economic consequences are much less, and the regulators can afford to let it run and find out whether it's productive or not productive. There's no reason, and apart from the absolutely endemic, prevalent scamming corruption around the crypto mania, there's no reason from a macro financial or prudence motivation for the regulators to try to block what was going on when Bitcoin went to 20,000, because there was virtually no leverage involved in it, and it was still on a relatively very modest scale. We can have a separate conversation about blockchain and Bitcoin and their longer term potential for productive use. I think it's very constrained for the original purpose, and to the extent that distributed databases are valuable, they're going to be valuable amongst trusted partners, trusted counterparties who don't have to worry about proving with the enormous tax on performance. I mean, the point about blockchain, the key point about the Bitcoin blockchain, the Ethereum blockchain, is that their performance is awful. It's appalling. And it would be if you have to validate each transaction because you don't trust anybody. As soon as you trust people, you can be very efficient. Trust is a really positive contribution to efficiency in economic and financial transactions.
We have books out for sale and bill signing, and if you have additional questions, maybe during
Sure.
the book signing. But please join me in welcoming.
Good morning and welcome back to day 2 of OER Domains 21. I hope you're enjoying your morning so far. I would like to welcome for this session Dr. Rob Farrow of the Institute of Educational Technology at the Open University. Rob is going to be talking about understanding OER and innovation. Just before Rob speaks, I'd like to remind you to use the chat area for any comments you have or any questions. And at the end of the session, we'll come back to those and we'll put those to Rob. So without any further delay, I'd like to hand over to Rob Farrow. Thank you very much.
Hi, thanks very much. I'm going to be talking with you this morning about innovation and OER. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm a senior researcher at the Institute of Educational Technology at the Open University in the UK. The OU has a history of innovation in distance education, which I'm sure you're all aware of, and also in open education as well, through OER and through sort of open practices and that kind of thing. And so the sort of motivating question for this work, which relates to a project which I'm going to be talking about at the end, is trying to understand what innovation looks like in an open educational context. And my sort of starting point for this is, you might start off by thinking, well, obviously OER are an innovation. They let us do things like the 5 Rs, and they give us new possibilities for action and coordination and that kind of thing. But I think it's important to note that copyright, which OER is a sort of response to, was also an innovation. And it was designed to sort of solve the problem of how to regulate intellectual property once mechanical reproduction became possible. So how do we incentivize creativity? How do we preserve works? How do we establish the rules for economic exploitation and so on? So so OER is a response to that, but it's not like against a backdrop where there's no innovation in anything else or something like that. And I think it's not always easy to understand exactly what we mean by innovation per se, but it's especially complex in an open context, because a lot of the challenges associated with openness make it hard to be very systematic and kind of categorical about innovation. There's a recent paper which is well worth reading, which is a review of innovation in open education, which you can find in the journal Sustainability. And this highlights some things which I wanted to kind of pass on around this idea of openness. One is that people still tend to think about formal models of innovation with respect to traditional education and traditional institutions of education. And a lot of the time, this sort of open response doesn't necessarily fit into the existing way of doing things, although it can do, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. The other is the sort of synthesis issue, if you like. We've got all these different kind of things going on that we call open. How do we bring them all together into one area, and how do we kind of understand them together as openness? And also that the kind of things that support innovation, the dynamism and the potential of open practices, in a way, that's the sort of engine that drives the innovative aspects, but it also makes it hard to be very general about what's going on. And if you're familiar with Martin Weller's work, he's made a sort of argument about openness and the difficulty of being categorical in general, because how diverse context can be and how important context is for understanding openness. And in addition to this, you've got the idea of openness being something related to technology and technique, but also that it's a sort of human element, and it's about outlook, mindset, values, and so on. So all the things that are kind of coming together in innovation in open educational context. So I wanted to, so just looking back now at some of the work that I've been involved with and trying to sort of distill out what is the innovation element of this, which wasn't necessarily the focus at the time. So you may be familiar with the Open Education Research Hub, which is the team that I'm part of. Now, a few years ago, when we first came together, we did some the first sort of global research into the impact of OER. And we worked with a whole bunch of different collaborators. You can see them here. And the way this research was organized was that we had a series of hypotheses that we were investigating. And you can see these here. Each one had a sort of keyword to summarize it. But we were interested at the time in examining what's the evidence base for the claims that people are making about OER. So people are saying it saves money, for instance. Well, where's the evidence for that? And so on. So, but in this case, I think this is a sort of a useful shorthand for the sort of innovations associated with OER, at least in 2012. You can read the reports yourselves if you want to find out what the outcome of that research was. So with OER Research Hub, it was all about the key claims. And so if you like, those were the innovations that we were investigating. There's also some innovation in the way that we were investigating it by using open practices and open dissemination and so on. But similarly, looking at other projects, so UK Open Textbooks, the innovation is to replace textbooks with open licensed versions, supporting the kind of pedagogical change and making certain things more efficient and so on. Creating the right kind of critical reflection, that sort of thing. And so in other projects like BizMOOC, we had the idea of leveraging MOOCs for business training. OER World Map, the idea of using open data and open kind of protocols to share data and experiences amongst open education communities. With the Global OER Graduate Network, GoGN, we're quite interested there in the kind of the open vector into research. So what's the impact of open on what people are doing? How do you practice openly? How do you become an open researcher and so on? So so that just gives you, I think, a flavour of the different sort of manifestations of innovation, and that's just a very, very, lightweight kind of look back at a few projects. Looking at more theoretical accounts of innovation and trying to understand it more theoretically. A lot of people will start off with the idea of, oh, well, someone's the first person to think of something and do something differently. They're the innovator. They're the ones that people follow. And there's some truth to that. But the idea of, I've used Archimedes here, discovering that you can measure the volume of irregular bodies by displacement in water, shouting Eureka, and it's the moment of innovation, if you like. If you actually look at sort of modern theories around innovation, not many of them would really agree with that as a kind of idea of how innovation spreads. If you look at the task artifact cycle, the idea here is that we develop new tools to meet the challenges, new challenges come out, we need new tools, and so on. So it's always iterative. And this iterative model is not like the Eureka model, really. There might be a Eureka moment at some point, but it's really about how these things spread that makes them, a kind of lasting innovation, sustainable innovation. Rogers did some work around how innovations spread. And in a way, the interesting thing here, I think, is if an innovation doesn't spread, it almost wasn't an innovation, right? It's almost like the public decides what's innovative and what's not. But here you see a sort of standard deviation curve, which that's showing you how many people are adopting at a particular point, and the sort of yellow gold line is how many people have adopted as a whole. So you always have the sort of the initial thing of the innovators and the early adopters, and most people aren't on board at that point. And I invite you to think at this point, where is OER in this market share graphic? In fact, OER has a 5% market share in K-12 in the USA, which is one of the more sort of advanced spreads or proliferations of OER in a particular educational market. And 5% is not much. It puts you pretty low on this scale. And in most places, you wouldn't even be close to 5%, right? And one thing that's worth noting about this graph is that in the early adoption phase, there's a kind of chasm of peril where things can kind of fail at that point, so they don't get enough critical mass around adoption. Kind of interesting. I'm not sure with this one and the one before how much it helped us to understand openness specifically, because they're really more about how things spread and how they iterate, which maybe describes quite well OER itself and how that changes and how that adapted and so on. But innovation as a whole is maybe more complicated. Another framework that you might be already familiar with, SAMR or SAMIR model for technology integration. And this is a kind of progressive thing. So the first use of a new tool or technology might be that you substitute it for the existing tool. Then later on, you improve that substituted tool, make more improvements, make it better at something. The next stage would be modification. So eventually you can get some sort of redesign of the task. And finally, you can rethink entirely the whole process because you've reached a certain point where you've transformed the task or the challenge. Now, if you map this onto, for instance, open textbooks, I think it's quite interesting. And I think this actually maps quite well onto the sort of spectrum of what you might do with OER. So first of all, substitution, quite simple. You use the open textbook instead of the commercial textbook. Augmentation, you can then share that in ways you couldn't share it before, maybe because it's digital, maybe not, maybe because of copyright. You also make it cheaper for learners and so on. At modification stages, you might do remixing, you might do re-editions, you might collaborate across institutions to improve things. At the redefinition stage, you might rethink textbook completely. Why have a textbook at all? So I see some potential here for sort of mapping this stuff and different sort of instances of OER and open education. If you were to develop it a bit further, so this is from mobile learning, but someone's categorized particular studies along this SAMIR kind of categories. And I think this has potential as well for understanding and explaining what's happening with open resources and open practices. There aren't many studies which actually look at innovation as a specific thing in open education. I was involved with one where we went back after a project had ended and we tried to understand, okay, so what was the innovation really like then? You know, what was happening that we didn't necessarily appreciate at the time, or only comes out later through reflection and that kind of thing. Now, what I would say about this, if it's a model, I'm not sure. It's kind of messy, right? When you start looking at reality, so reality is much messier than a nice, neat set of categories. But it does get you closer to understanding what really happened in that instance, what happened in that particular example. So I don't really have time to develop these arguments today, but I have some thoughts around how we support innovation through OER. And so this is, if you like, the more practical end of this stuff for me. So raising awareness of open, concentrating on empowering individuals, encouraging experimentation, develop critical and constructive learning cultures, thinking and acting at the level of the ecosystem, and building and leveraging networks. This is a kind of provisional list, I suppose. I don't really have time to go into it. This is coming out of some other work that I've done around, for instance, critical pedagogy, ethics, and so on. I put the references in here in case you want to look up more of that or you want to drop me a line about it. So why am I doing all this stuff talking about innovation anyway? So I want to tell you briefly about a new project that's just started this year, Encore Plus. Encore is the European Network for Catalyzing Open Resources in Education. We're a Knowledge Alliance project funded until 2023. So I won't go through the list of collaborators, but you can see them here on the slide. So what's the point of the project? The idea is to create a coordinated area within Europe for innovation through open educational resources. And the idea here is that we will build these communities, facilitate their interactions, but also come up with formal strategies around business models, integration of OER and academia, and how in the world of work we can have better use of open resources and open practices. So you can see here the sort of high level concept behind the project. So firstly, there's this idea of creating the correct sort of communities. And then we have the idea of how do we improve the quality? How do we build the right sort of technological infrastructure? How do we create the right policies and recommend them to the right people and so on? And the one that I'm focusing on today is really this one about validated innovation and business models for OER. On the business model side, I'm going to be drawing on some work from a couple of years ago on the UFAT project. That's Open, Online, Flexible, and Technology Enhanced Models. So we did some work a couple of years ago where we did surveys around the world to try and kind of understand how provision differed in different countries and different institutions. And on the business model side, one common thing you can, one form of analysis is to sort of say, who's got more of a defender-like approach and who's more like a prospector. So defenders are interested in protecting what they've got, and prospectors are trying to create something new. And they're more obviously associated with innovation as a core concern. So we're going to be looking at different business models and how they map onto innovation. But depending on, so this is again from the UFAT project, depending on how you collect that data, you can map lots of different criteria. So how open someone is, what kind of business model they've got. And this doesn't have to necessarily just apply to educational institutions. You could do it with businesses as well and people who exist in that kind of middle space. There is a theory of open innovation, which you may not be familiar with. It's the idea that contrary to traditional forms of innovation within a corporation or business, the idea is that you have a porous kind of approach where academia is involved, there's alternative markets, and it's a bit more, you know, what we would call an open practice. So I think this is also an interesting thing to look at. And I just want to finish off by telling you about the kind of work that we're going to be doing within Encore that's relevant to innovation. So first of all, refining some of these thoughts into more of an innovation model, and then building a tool for evaluation and recording examples of innovation. And when we find these cases where people are doing something interesting, the idea is to amplify those across the network and raise the profile, but also extract the kind of key elements from it. And so there's a desk research element, and there's also sort of a series of events that we'll be doing. And just looking to the sort of timeline for this, so month 6 will be June this year. That will be the first of our briefings. So there'll be briefing documents. There'll be 6 of those across the course of the project, which summarize some of the theoretical stuff, some of the examples that we're finding, and kind of give you a very sort of quick overview of innovation in the last sort of 6 months. We'll also be publishing a toolkit to help people understand innovation in their own context. And then throughout the life of the project, we have these circles. And so the first circle is in month 10. These are our community of practice meetings, where we'll be bringing people together, not just with an interest in innovation, but also later on in the project, people interested in quality, technology, policy, and so on. Each have their own circle, which will come together into one big community by the end of the project. And so there'll be various sort of things online, showcases, and bits of interesting content. I strongly recommend you to sign up to the mailing list at encoreproject.eu, where you'll be able to find more information about the project. But I hope you will join us as we are exploring innovation in this way. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you, Rob, for a fascinating presentation. We don't have a lot of time for questions. Maybe just pose this one from Neil. Just if you could maybe quickly reflect on what you think of some of the criticisms that Nancy Ettlinger makes of open innovation.
Which criticisms are they?
Oh,
I have not read that book. I don't know.
That's okay. Thanks very much. We're nearly out of time anyway, but so I think thank you for a very interesting talk, and the comments bar has been very active, so you might want to look at those later. But I'd just like to thank you once again for your presentation today, and thank everyone for. Oh, one more, Rob, could you give the link again to get in the Encore mailing list? Maybe we could share that.
So it's just encoreproject.eu. encoreproject.eu.
Fabulous.
And I'm going to take that reference, that Ettlinger reference, and I'm going to have a look at it. So thanks for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks everyone for coming, and thank you, Rob.
Bandwidth. I feel like that is a word that I've been hearing and reading a lot lately. And so it prompted this interesting discussion in my mind that I thought would be relevant to you all. So here I am. I want to talk about bandwidth and like the things that I've been learning and what I think that it might mean for us as moms. I feel like all moms are busy moms, so I don't even want to distinguish. I was going to say especially for busy moms, but I think all moms are quite busy. We all have a lot on our plate that we're trying to handle and juggle. And so, yeah, I've been reading a lot about that. And when I think about bandwidth, especially like mental bandwidth, I think about it as like your ability to like focus on tasks, concentrate, just like the energy that you need to like get through the day. And I feel like it's relevant for moms because I feel like you'll feel more confident and more peaceful when you feel like you have enough bandwidth to process all the things that need to get taken care of. But I feel like one thing that moms may struggle with, especially if you feel overwhelmed all the time, is we might feel like we don't have enough bandwidth, energy, focus, concentration, like all willpower, all the good things that we need to be successful. Sometimes it can feel like a struggle that we don't have enough bandwidth to juggle all the things that need to get done. And so I want to talk about bandwidth for me because one thing that you guys may or may not know about me, I used to talk about this on my channel a lot, is that I am an Enneagram 5. Please research that because I'm not an Enneagram expert, but I know that one thing about Enneagram 5s that some people see it as a flaw, but after the things that I've been reading about bandwidth, I'm starting to possibly see this characteristic as
you know, having its good side and bad side. But one thing that we believe in as Enneagram 5s is basically the conservation of bandwidth, the conservation of energy. How do we still accomplish our goals and get things done without feeling depleted at the end of the day? And although I am not like an expert in that, I have definitely learned a lot and have found things that make me feel better when I approach it in a certain way versus things that definitely make me feel depleted and like I have no bandwidth left at the end of the day. So I want to talk about, I think I came up with 6 things that have been successful for me in the effort to preserve bandwidth, emotional and mental bandwidth. And so before I begin, I want to talk about why bandwidth is important. I took some notes here. Yeah, you need bandwidth in order to have willpower. So if you have goals that you're wanting to focus on and you notice that you're not showing up for them, it's probably because you're lacking bandwidth. You need bandwidth in order to make good decisions. You need bandwidth to be able to concentrate on tasks. I don't know how many of you guys have ever experienced this where you're trying to accomplish a task and you're doing it when you're tired, you feel depleted, and it just feels like you're not doing it as well as you would if you did it at a different time of the day when maybe you're high energy. That happens to me a lot, and that could be an issue of just not having the bandwidth to do it. I was listening to this YouTube video that was kind of talking about this as well, and he said one mistake that people make is when they plan out tasks that they need to get done, we tend to plan in time, like, you know, I'm going to work on this from this time to this time, the next task I'm going to do from, you know, this time to this time, and we think that we can plan with time alone. And that's not the case for a lot of people, because what we need to be managing instead of our time is we need to be managing our bandwidth, because just because we block out some time to do something doesn't mean that we'll meet that time block and also have the bandwidth that we need in order to have the willpower and the energy and the strength and the focus to be able to show up and complete the task. So instead of only planning by time, we need to also be making sure that we're taking our bandwidth into consideration and making sure that we're planning our day to also match the bandwidth that we have. So that's what I want to talk about, how to increase your bandwidth or at minimum preserve the bandwidth that you have. One more thing that I want to say about bandwidth, and especially with its relationship to willpower before I begin, is that I feel like for a long time people have thought about willpower and bandwidth as a characteristic, like, you know, a characteristic of someone. Like if you have strong willpower, you show up no matter what, that means that this person has, you know, is a good person. They don't have any characteristic flaws. Meanwhile, if you struggle with bandwidth, you struggle with having the energy to show up consistently, that shows like poor moral traits for that, you know, person. And that's the way that they used to think a long time ago. And I think a lot of us are still kind of trapped in that thinking. But the more and more research that comes out that kind of tests this thing, this bandwidth idea and willpower, the more that the research is starting to support that willpower is more like a muscle. And just like if you go to the gym and you try to like work out your muscle, you will deplete the energy in that muscle at some point, at which time you would need to take a break, recuperate, and try to regain that energy again. And then you could try again, you know, maybe the next day or in a few days' time. So that's what it's like when it comes to our willpower and when it comes to our bandwidth. We only have so much in a day, and we need to manage it because it depletes. And then once it depletes, it's very difficult to, like I mentioned, be consistent, do or demonstrate willpower, have the focus and concentration that you need in order to accomplish your tasks appropriately. So I hope at this point you guys understand the importance of bandwidth and the importance of taking it into consideration as you're planning your day, as you're planning your goals. Maybe this can explain why you feel like you're struggling with certain things, being consistent mainly. And it's, you know, it's really hard to be consistent and make good choices when you just are at the end of the day and you don't have any bandwidth left. And so before I begin, hi, my name is Lede. I'm the creator of this channel, Love Always Lede. And on this channel, I just like to talk about tips, tricks, hacks, and things for moms to make life easier for us. If you like that kind of content, then definitely feel free to subscribe and like this video. That is an awesome way to support the channel. All right, the number one way or thing that I notice that helps me preserve bandwidth is I try, you guys may have noticed this in my last video, but I really try to do my most challenging tasks earlier in the day. So whether I have like a task of the day, like I have a goal that I'm trying to meet, and I know that this is like one of my big primary goals of the day, I try to do it as early as I humanly possibly can. Sometimes it's not very early because I have kids. I might have to do things for them. I have routines that I need to get done, but as early as I can, because for me and the way that my body works, I have the most energy in the first half of the day. But for someone else, you know, you have to know your energy. Maybe you have the best energy after you've eaten a healthy lunch. I don't know. But I try to plan the biggest tasks that need to get done around when I have the most energy. And for me, it's not exactly directly when I wake up. I need time to like kind of get my brain going. Then I need time to get my routines. But like once I get my routines done, like boom, if I'm going to get something done, if I want to increase my chances of getting those tasks done, I have to execute early for me. And that makes sure that I'm using my bandwidth for the most important things. Because what will happen if I don't is I will get pulled in so many different directions. I will get, you know, things come up. We have families. And by the end of the day, after I've been pulled in 50 different directions, I've handled everyone else's priorities, I have no energy and no bandwidth left for the things that I decided was a priority. So what I notice is if I do it first, I can get those things done and still have plenty of bandwidth left to tackle the unpredictable parts of my day. And so this doesn't only apply to goal setting. For me, this can even apply to like my routines. You know, it's not a very smart idea for me, knowing that I don't always have like the most bandwidth, for me to wait until the very end of the night after I've done every single possible thing for everyone else, for me to be like, now it's time for me to do my cleaning routines. It won't work for me. Sometimes it can, especially if it's a habit, but for the most part, I don't trust myself to do my routines at the very end of the night, because a lot of times I just don't have the energy to do it. So what I instead do is I try to find a way to push that task earlier in the day. If I have like a small window of time before I need to go pick up my girls from school, I'm not gonna waste that window of time. I'm gonna do some darn dishes. If I am waiting for something to cook in the oven, I'm not gonna waste that time. I'm gonna be folding laundry because I know that all these things can give me a head start. If, I don't know, I'm just in the kitchen and I don't have anything to do, or if I'm taking a break from work, I'm gonna be like dicing berries and stuff and getting ready for the next day. Because, you know, just because I have a goal to get those things done at the end of the night doesn't necessarily mean that I have to do all of it at the end of the night. If there's any way that I could give myself a head start or incorporate it into earlier parts of the day when I have more bandwidth, I just know that I'm more likely to be successful than if I wait until the end of the day to try to get things done. So that's just me. All right. So we're talking about 5 ways to maximize your bandwidth. And now I'm going to be going to point number 2. One thing that can take a toll on your bandwidth is trying to hold too much information in your brain at one time. You guys, there are studies that support that. Let's see, I have notes here. I've been taking notes when I'm reading, you guys. But there are studies that support for our short-term memory, we can only hold about 7 pieces of information, give or take 2. So for some people that number's 5. For some people that number could be 9. But we can only hold a small amount of information in our short-term memory at one time. And the more information that you just try to hold into your short-term memory, that has a way of pulling down on your bandwidth. Because what happens is we think we're just going to remember it, we're going to tuck it into this nice corner of our brain, and that's not how it works when it comes to our short-term memory. Because instead what it does is it just kind of bounces around in there, it keeps popping up, distracting us, pulling us from the task that we're supposed to be working on, because we're remembering all this stuff that we need to do. Oh, I need to do this. Oh, I forgot I need to get my son's medication order. Oh, I forgot. So one thing that you can do to preserve your bandwidth and to keep like those little short-term memory tasks clear out of your brain so that you can be focused and have bandwidth for the day is to have a system that you trust and to write those things down in a system that you trust. And so before I got, into my system, I tried to write tasks down on sheets of paper. I tried to write tasks in to-do lists, but even that wasn't enough for me because I kept losing my sheets of paper. I kept losing my to-do list. And like, I just didn't feel like, or information would get lost in the to-do list. Like I would overlook it and I would still be struggling to like get things done in a timely manner because I totally overlooked it. It was on my list, but I didn't pay attention to it. And so, for me, I noticed that having a system, the system that I do now, helps me with that because it helps me build that trust that when I write this down, I will absolutely take care of this task because it's not going to get lost. I have places where I document certain things. And for me, that has given me peace of mind. So when I write something down, I literally release it from my brain so that I can focus on the task at hand. And I feel like it took me starting the Fly Lady system for me to feel like that sense of relief from writing things down in my life. You know, like, for example, if I have things that are coming up, I know the perfect place to put it in my Google Calendar. I have, you know, I have planners that I've created, and I have like the perfect place to like document stuff. And I just know that information is not going to get lost. And because I create routines and systems that are realistic, I'm not overcrowding my day and expecting myself to do too much. Because it's realistic, I know I'm probably going to get that task done, and I feel a high level of confidence in myself that things are going to get taken care of. And that gives you such an increased amount of bandwidth when you can write stuff down and trust that it's going to get done. I read that there are 2 ways to kind of stop that loop of, you know, things floating around in your short-term memory. The first way is to get the task done. To stop what you're doing, do the task, and that will release it from your brain. The other way that you can also have that same sense of relief is to document it into a system that you trust. I think that came from the Getting Things Done book. I have not read that book, but it was referred to in the book that I did read, which was How to Take Smart Notes. That's what I read this weekend. And, you know, this actually goes along with the second thing that I was going to write. You guys know that I'm a lady who, I think a lot. I have lots of ideas. I like to build lots of connections, and then I like to talk about them. And that was another thing that was frustrating me. Like, I would have these ideas and I would always be worried that I would forget them because I would like write them in notebooks. And then when I need the note, I don't know which notebook I wrote it in. Did I put it in my app? You know, and that's stressful when you don't trust that when you write something down that you'll be able to get back to it or reasonably handle it. And so that's what this book helps you with. It helps you with having a system of note taking that kind of takes away that problem so that you can reference back to it. I can't remember, but did you finish Tiny Habits? I did. That was an excellent book. I read Atomic Habits and I read Tiny Habits. And for me, I feel like I liked Tiny Habits a little bit more because I felt like that book had like practical, like things that you could be doing today to improve your routines and not your routines, your habits. And I thought that book had a lot of great ideas about just in general habit creation and being intentional about that. And that was a book I really enjoyed. So yeah, I recommend it. All right, so where was I? Yeah, having a place to document so that you don't have to try to hold things in your short-term memory, because holding things in your short-term memory, it drains you guys. And so having a system to document those things. If you have not heard of the Peaceful Homekeeping System, I highly recommend that you find some type of system. The Peaceful Homekeeping System is a free series of videos that I offer here on my YouTube channel where I walk you through the system that I am using. And it's just really good because it will help you take that massive list of things that you feel like you have to do, and it will chunk it down into 4 categories. So you know that everything that you see in your home, you know what category it goes in. And just something about the simplicity of that and the way that I try to teach it is very realistic. You will get things done, but more importantly, you will just have that like clearness of your mind when you have like an appropriate place and a system that you actually trust to get things done. All right, I gotta hurry up and get back to work. So let me zoom through these next 3 things. Okay, we're talking about how to maximize your bandwidth. Number 3, it kind of goes along with what I was talking about before, but I listen to my intuition when it comes to planning what I think that I can reasonably accomplish in one day. If I am writing out my to-do list and I'm like, oh, I'm not sure that's gonna get done, I listen to that. I break my task down into small bite-sized pieces. I use the basic weekly plan to spread tasks throughout the week so that I have a focus of the day. If I feel like I have too many focuses in this week, I start rolling tasks into the next week, and that system has worked out very well for me, because I find that what I was doing before is I would underestimate or overestimate how long things take, And I find that if I keep my focus to like 3 major focuses of the day, that gives me lots of room in my day to, like if things don't go according to plan, I have not overpacked my schedule so much that I can't address it. And then that creates stress. So I try to keep it, like I mentioned, to 3 focuses a day. And I have a system that helps me like spread that out throughout the week, throughout the month, so that number one, I'm not handling a lot of urgent tasks that are due today. Like I don't have that problem as much as I used to before. So I'm getting things done in advance. And that, for me, I feel like that preserves a lot of bandwidth by not over jam packing my day, having realistic expectations and lots of wiggle room for when things inevitably go wrong. I have lots of space in my day to adjust and to problem solve and to work through it, because I don't have the pressure that, oh, I only had 15 minutes to do this task. Now I got to jump to I don't have that because I don't over jam pack my day. So I find that having that wiggle room, that flex room in my day really helps me just preserve bandwidth. And it just gives me that sense of like, I don't know, like assurance, if that's the right word, that if things go wrong, like I still have plenty of room in this day to be able to try to work it out and figure it out. So that helps me out a lot. And I would consider that giving myself flex. So that can even include, I am very serious about taking my breaks. So that can even include like making sure that you're taking your breaks. I know, especially as a work from home mom, it can be tempting to work through your lunch break. It can be tempting to not take, you know, what people would be doing in the office is chatting with their coworkers and having like that time of non-productive time and then returning back to their task. When you're like working from home, sometimes it can be tempting to just power through everything because you don't have a coworker to talk to. But for me, I have to take my breaks, and that I feel like helps me also just with having that flex into my day. Also, it's important to plan breaks into your day, which I think I'm gonna talk about in a minute. But yeah, I'll talk about that more in a minute. But that helps me out a lot, is just not overpacking my day and giving myself plenty of flex room. And I find that when I'm consistently knocking things off my to-do list every single day, that flex room is not problematic for me. Because sometimes I feel like we can get into that mindset that, well, if you could do 3 tasks, well, if you have time and flex, you should have made it 10. No, like for me, because I'm so consistent, I'm finding that it doesn't really hurt anything for me to just keep my focus to like 3 major tasks. And if I have something that's really heavy, like I see a task coming that's pretty heavy, like one thing that I'll do as well is I will adjust the rest of my day. Like I had to take 3 kids to get blood drawn. That was like a really big deal because like 2 of them are like, two of them were 3-year-old toddlers. And for that day, you better believe we had like an easy dinner when I came back home. So I do that a lot. Like I will adjust my day according to the tasks that I know that I have. And if it feels really heavy, I'm like, okay, well, where can I start cutting back a little bit to make this fit into my day comfortably? So those are things that I do to preserve bandwidth. The next thing that I do, number 4, is I try to avoid hyper-focusing. So what does that mean when it comes to homekeeping? For me, that means like trying not to clean my whole house from top to bottom all in one day. I'm just gonna get it all done. That used to be what I tried to do. That led to like a lot of stress, chaos, overwhelm, self-doubt, thinking that I must be the messiest person in the world. I can't keep up. Why does everybody keep up for me? Yeah, that led to a whole lot of drama that I'm not trying to go back to. And so I find that it's just effective to set boundaries with myself that prevent that hyper-focusing and cleaning in layers. Like, does that mean that my house is perfectly clean 100% of the time? No, but I also don't have projects lingering around the house that are irritating me, that are getting under my skin, that I don't feel confident that I can take care of. Because in the way that my system is structured, if there's anything that I want to get to, I know where it will be taken care of in my system. If I have clutter that needs to be addressed, I will get that in zone 2. If I have some vacuuming that needs to get done, I will handle that during my weekly home blessing. If I have dishes that need to get done, I don't have to stop what I'm doing right now to focus on that. I know that it will be taken care of, you know, during my routines. And so it's nice to know that every single thing that I see in my house, I can figure out what category it best fits in, and I know when I'm going to be working on that category of tasks. And so that really helps me not hyper focus. That one thing I was reading about was called tunneling. And that's, let's see. Yeah, tunneling is basically when you feel like you have like a scarcity of something. So like a scarcity of time when it comes to homemaking. So you just get so focused and so like tunneled in on that thing that you focus on it at the detriment of other things that need to be taken care of in your life. And that's something that I've absolutely been so guilty of. Like, I'm gonna clean this house, but I'm gonna, ignore my kids. I'm probably not gonna cook. I'm not gonna maintain the work that I've done. Like, I just throw out everything else out the window. My emotional, well-being, everything out the window because I'm focused on this goal. I want a clean house. And that's not very healthy for us either. And that absolutely can wear down and pull down on your bandwidth. And so instead of hyper focusing, it's like we want to be focused, we want to get things done, but we want to make sure that we're balanced about it and that we're juggling all the things that need to get done. So for me, avoiding hyper focusing, cleaning in layers, having a plan helps me preserve bandwidth. All right, the next thing is, I've talked about this before, but trying to reduce the number of decisions that you make in real time. Like if it's 5 o'clock in the morning and you're trying to get your kids breakfast ready, for me, it helps when I already know what I'm about to do. If I have any possible way to separate the thinking of that task from the doing of that task, I really try to do that because that is one thing that will pull from your bandwidth is decision making. Responsible decision making pulls down your bandwidth. They call it decision fatigue. And so the number of decisions that you can make ahead of time will help you preserve bandwidth throughout the rest of the day. And I think for a lot of us, we've already made so many decisions just to walk out the door. Like we probably already feel drained just by walking out the house. What am I gonna wear? What are the kids gonna wear? What am I gonna pack for snack? What are you gonna have for breakfast? And then heaven forbid something goes wrong. Like you thought you were gonna pack this, but you found out that you're out of this. So now you gotta make a new decision. What am I gonna make for dinner? I said I was gonna make chicken. We're out of chicken. Like it just, before the day can even start, you've already like depleted yourself because you have so many decisions that you have to make. So if there's any way that you can make those decisions ahead of time, maybe you have a dedicated planning time on the weekend to think about how you want your week to go. Maybe when you're in bed at night, pulling up your Google Calendar and just writing a couple of decisions out. I do that sometimes. Like I'm in bed and I'm like, okay, this is what we're gonna do in the morning, whatever. Like really try to get out of making those decisions in real time and trying to decide what that vision of your morning would look like and making those decisions that night. So that for me, it's just much easier to do the task than it is to think about the task and to do the task. So whenever I have the ability to do that, I definitely try to get it in because it just helps. Like right now, I know what we're eating for dinner, but there have been times where I'm like, I will figure it out when we get there. And that is like one of the most draining things that you can do, especially when it comes to things like that require preparation and having supplies and then finding out that you don't have what you need to make what you thought. So one way to avoid that is to make your decisions in advance whenever you can. All right, the last thing that helps me, I gotta hurry up, you guys. All right, my break is over. It should have been over. I wanted to make this a 20-minute video, but y'all know I get long-winded. So the last thing that helps me with just preserving my bandwidth is, incorporating lots of planned breaks and me time into my life. There used to be a time where I felt like selfish about that. I used to feel like guilty about that, but those days are behind me because I've learned that when I have like that wiggle room in my life, that flex room in my life, it just makes me show up in everything that I do better. And so what does that look like for me? That looks like on the weekend, I have my self-care day. Half the time, my self-care day literally could just be me under the blankets without, I'm sure you guys can hear my kids yelling, but that helps me out so much. Sometimes it looks like me reading a book and having quiet time. Sometimes that looks like me getting my kids to bed on time so that after 8 o'clock, like I don't have to talk to or answer to no one. Sometimes that looks like me waking up an hour before my kids because as much as I don't want to do it, it sets me up for so much success when the first hour of the day is quiet. I gotta talk to nobody. Like I can cut my fruit in peace if I need to, pack whatever I need to pack, take my shower, put my makeup on, and have that slowness. So what looks like self-care and time and space and capacity for me might look completely different for you. Maybe you need to schedule some time to go hang out with your girlfriends. It don't have to be dramatic. It don't have to be an all-day event. But if you know that it makes you feel energized and rejuvenated, I just feel like it goes a long way to helping you maximize the bandwidth that you have when you're pouring back into yourself. And it is something that I have seen the difference, you guys, between not doing it and doing it. And that is why I advocate for it so much, because I have seen a very contrast difference And so if you are not taking that time for yourself, I highly recommend that you start doing that, because that is definitely a way to kind of increase your mental and emotional bandwidth so that you can show up for all the things that you need to do with more energy, more clarity, and more focus. So my kids are really back there just screaming. School starts next week. But anyway, that's all I have. That's all I have today. 5 ways. I've just been seeing that a lot. And with this new like note-taking system that I've been trying, it's really cool because you start to see, like, you read about 3 different articles on 3 different things, and then you start to see how they're all connected. And I was like, I feel like this is very relevant when it comes to us, especially when we have goals, we have systems that we're trying to do, we're trying to be consistent. And it's really hard to be a responsible adult when you don't have bandwidth. And so just thinking of like ways that you can use that knowledge to your advantage. How can I not allow that bandwidth to wear down so quickly in the day? Like, what can I do to like not let it wear down? So we talked about making decisions ahead of time before the day even starts, knowing how you want this day to look. We talked about when you have something bouncing around in your head, writing it down in a system that you trust so you can preserve your bandwidth. We talked about, doing things. If you know that you have tasks that are like important, maybe they're not urgent, but they're really important and you want to see yourself working on it. We talked about either giving yourself a head start throughout the day when you have bandwidth, or trying to work on bigger tasks first. We also talked about just not planning too much into your day, like trying not to over jam pack your day and really allowing there to be flex room, because things will come up and it is really stressful when you feel like you packed your day with so many activities that you can't, you can't adjust, you can't problem solve. And let's just normalize that. Like, once we get our 3 tasks done, if everything goes smoothly, let's normalize, taking the rest of the day to do the best you can with your normal routines and tasks that you have. Let's normalize like being okay with like not having to keep adding more and more and more stuff to our plate because it's not okay to take a break. Like, I have definitely normalized that, and I do believe that having that space in your life as often as you can will definitely help with the preservation of bandwidth. The book that I was reading was called I didn't read it, but that was referred to a lot, was called something about scarcity. Yeah, if you Google scarcity, why having too little means so much. That was the solution that they had for just increasing your bandwidth, is giving yourself more flex room in your life. And I know that's going to look different for every person, but one way that you can do that is to stop putting so much pressure on yourself. If there's goals that you can control, that you can take off your plate, try not to put that pressure on yourself to like cram so much in your day, and giving yourself that flex room will improve your mental and emotional bandwidth. And so I think I covered all 6. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this type of content, then make sure that you like this video. Thank you so much, Marina. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I will see you guys in the next video.